Welcome to Draft Utopia. Chris Ransom, William Yanish here. This episode can only be found on Restream, on YouTube, on social media. We will still have episodes on TalkShoe, but we're only doing 30 episodes on TalkShoe this season because we want to end season 15 of the Draft Utopia podcast on exactly 1,000 episodes. And with 16 episodes to get to 1,000, all the draft specials for all the sports, MLS, WNBA, NFL, they're going to require a minimum of 16 episodes. If you take the mock drafts and you take the mock drafts and the actual draft specials into account, William, for each sport, that's 16. 2 for soccer, 2 for the WNBA, 4 for the NFL, 3 for the NBA, 3 for the NHL, and 2 for the MLB. So 2 is 6, 4 is 10, and then 3 and 3 is 16. So if you take both the mock draft specials and this is the other thing, William, we don't have to read the mock drafts off of Draft Utopia. Now that I've actually created a draft simulator, if I actually make the simulator work, we can do 1 round, we can do 2 rounds, we can do 3 rounds if I figure out how to expand the rounds. And I can let you make picks. I can let Joey make picks. We can all make picks. If there's a certain sport we don't want to make picks in, we have that flexibility as well. And I think that's going to help us grow moving forward. So, yeah, I'm going to focus a lot on that as well. But we're going to get straight into these guard rankings. And number 1 guard for me is a guy on Texas A&M. It is Armaj Reed Adams. This is a guy I mocked to the Baltimore Ravens back in and for all you soccer fans, I did get my first MLS mock-up yesterday, but we're not here to talk about that. Armaj Reed Adams is a player because when I did my summer mock, I figured 1 guard's going to move into round 1. But I wanted to give the Ravens a guard. Andrew Voorhees still under contract for 1 more year after this season. And the right guard, Daniel Falele, he's been the biggest liability on the Ravens offensive line. His rookie deal's up. The Ravens did not use a 5th-year tender on Tyler Linderbaum, despite how effective he's been at center coming out of Iowa, which surprised me to a degree, William, because you would figure a player that consistent would get a 5th-year tender, especially with the Ravens giving guys like Odafe Owa and Rashad Bateman 5th-year tenders. And they traded Owa before rookie deal was up. So you'd figure the Ravens would at least put a tender on Linderbaum, which I never understood, because if the Ravens win the Super Bowl this year, you're going to have to pay out the ass to keep Linderbaum. And if you don't, he's going to hit the open market. Someone else is going to be able to poach him from you, like the Bears poached Drew Dahlman from Atlanta in free agency. So, and I'll pull up my notes on Armaj Reed Adams because he is my only first-round guard. But, Texas A&M's undefeated.
Definitely.
And he is a big reason why they are undefeated, because this is the only Texas A&M player that I had a first-round grade on in the preseason. So,
yeah. Well, he's a Texas kid, big kid too, 6'5", like 325, senior. So, he's definitely ready to bolt for the draft. Sometimes you question a junior in this line of deal.
I'm looking at my notes.
And sorry to everyone, I got my nose all plugged up, but I'm still here trying to talk. But
no worry, don't take it easy on your nose. But looking at Armaj Reed Adams, my notes: 6'5", 340, pass blocking strength, pass blocking footwork, run blocking strength, run blocking footwork, zone blocking, pancake blocking, pull blocking, cut blocking. That's pretty much every box. So he checks off every box you want in an offensive lineman. His potential grade is 93 out of 99. That's not a blue chip grade or a Hall of Fame grade, but it's a Pro Bowl grade. So that's the best guard in the draft. I mocked him to the Baltimore Ravens, and that's the perfect replacement for Daniel Falele. And frankly, I don't think there's anyone else outside of Reed Adams that's going to go in round 1. There are a few guys that I have in round 2, William, that could sneak into day 1 if they ace the draft process.
Right. Well, guard is the 3rd position behind running back and middle linebacker. Tight end. They're somewhere right
I
there
think
where
tackles and centers are more valued. Guard is guard's important too, but I think teams value tackles because of their ability to protect the QB on the outside, and they value centers because of the communication skills more. But guards are important too.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're definitely important. It's just
And if
a
you don't
point.
think guards are important, I'm going to tie you to an electric chair and force you to rewatch Team America World Police, where Kim Jong Il's guards say we're guards. You're going to have to watch that scene over and over until your eyeballs bleed if you do not think NFL guards are important. I'm sorry, William. We have to educate our audience on why guards are important.
Guards are important because that's where everything starts, is in the trenches, man.
Exactly.
The
Thank
trenches
you.
are
This
important.
is why Under the Bleachers rocks. Number 2 guard's kind of hard because at the beginning of the draft process, when I initially made the mock draft, I was going to give Arkansas left guard Fernando Carmona to the Ravens, but Reed Adams is a better fit for them because he's a right guard and that's what they need. But for Carmona's now my number 3 guard. My number 2 guard's actually Missouri's Caden Green. And this was a player who was the best player on Missouri's offensive line last year as a junior after transferring there. He's made the transition to left tackle, and NFL scouts actually think he might be a better left tackle than a guard, which is pretty rare to hear scouts say. And even though why is Caden Green in round 2 then? Well, Caden Green's missed some games with an injury this year. He missed 2 games with an injury. That's a big reason why he is in the second round right now. But Missouri had 2 offensive tackles drafted. Marcus Harris, who went to the Patriots in round 7, and Armand Membu, a player I was not very high on. Had a 5th round grade on him, but he did well against Watt in his opener. He has struggled in some other games, though. And there were people that had Membu ahead of Will Campbell last year, and it drove me nuts that people came to that conclusion. But I think Missouri's best lineman last year was Caden Green, and Caden Green's continuing to show that consistency in year 2, making the transition from left guard to left tackle. So,
yes, sir.
I've got Caden Green at number 2 because he's shown the ability to make that transition. And then number 3 is Fernando Carmona, Arkansas left guard. He played left tackle. Then he moved inside to left guard this year because that's where NFL teams are projecting him. And when there's a player like Carmona that was supposed to declare last year that doesn't, NFL teams will tell the coaches, this is where we think Carmona is going to play at the next level. Move him there, get him some experience there. And that's pretty much how the coach decides to shuffle up the offensive line because they get that feedback from NFL personnel, Senior Bowl scouts, coaches, and that's pretty much how adjustments are made on the offensive line at the collegiate level now.
Yes, sir. That's 100% right. I'm just sitting here reading over some of these rankings. Back where I was,
like
at least
Carmona, but the fact that
here.
Reed Adams has dominated and the fact that Green's made the transition to left tackle and the fact that Arkansas has underachieved to such a degree that they've fired their head coach, that causes Carmona to drop to 3 in these rankings. I still think he could crack the top 50, despite the fact that Arkansas has been through hell this season as a program. That should say something about Carmona's skill set as a football player.
Yeah, for sure. The SEC is like that.
Yeah. The next guy on my list is Jaden Roberts, the Alabama right guard. I had Roberts as my top-ranked guard last year before he came back to Alabama. He rounds out the second round of players, and I look at him and I look at a guy that probably could be the guy. And, Roberts, everyone says Ty Simpson's a first number 1 pick. No, Alabama's offensive line is better than what Mac Jones had. When Mac Jones was at Alabama, he had Leatherwood as his left tackle, and he had a really good offensive line. I think Booker was a freshman that year, and they had Dickerson, I think, too. Dickerson's now on the Eagles. Mac Jones had a really freaking good offensive line at Alabama. And I think you can make the argument this group might be better. So I'm not
I
going to
like the
sit
sound of
here
that.
and act like Ty Simpson's a top draft pick. I mean, he was a 5-star recruit in high school. He couldn't even beat out Milrow for the starting job after Bryce Young left. I think that says a lot.
Well, that might say a lot to you, but I had Milrow ranked a little bit higher than you.
That's that's fair. To be honest, that is completely fair. But it's like I've got a 95 for potential on Caden Green. That's the highest ceiling grade I have of any guard in this draft. I had a 91 for potential on Reed Adams, but I think the Ravens need a right guard, and Reed Adams is just a perfect fit. So that's why he's my guard one. And Texas A&M's undefeated, so I can't really move Adams out of the number one spot, even if there's guys with higher ceilings. I've got Green at 2, and then I've got Carmona at 3. Carmona, this is interesting. Carmona's only a 90 for potential, but his experience, I think he's a natural fit at left guard, and Roberts is a natural fit at right guard. I think this guard class has a lot of variance, William, because you can look at the group and say this player's a better fit at right guard, this player's a better fit at left guard, and it's really going to come down to what NFL team's preference. And there's always a chance an NFL team drafts a right guard to be a left guard, and they screw this up. We don't know how this is going to play out.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm seeing a trend here with the guards from the 2026 draft class. So many of them, this is their fifth and sixth year, fifth or sixth year. You know, I mean, experience definitely has some when it comes to football, and a lot of these guards, like you're mentioning, you know, the guard from Missouri, the guard from uh, uh, Alabama, you know, they all have that SEC experience, you know, where they're playing up against, you know, the best competition in the country, some of the best competition in the country. And, you know, I just wanted to throw that out there, you know, to.
I agree. I'm just we'll get to round 3. I'm just typing in a player in the center rankings because most of the write-ups for the center rankings are done, but we're gonna have at least it just, and there's some centers in next week's rankings that I might have to remove from my final rankings, but I'm going to put all the centers, even the underclassmen that I think are going to end up going back in the rankings for now for next week. But let's get back to this week's. All right, round 3. What's interesting is Olia Vega Ione has a 92 for potential among guards, which is actually second highest ceiling. Actually, he's got a 93. Ione, the Penn State left guard, is a 93 for potential. That's second highest ceiling behind Caden Green. But with Penn State playing as poorly as they have this season, I can't give Ione anything higher than a third round grade. Even if he is the second best guard behind Caden Green in this draft class when all's said and done, Penn State as a team has performed so poorly that the earliest I can give Ione for a draft grade is round 3 right now. And it's not him, it's the fact that the teams perform that poorly.
Yeah, for sure. I just looked up his name, and NFL Draft Buzz here has him as the number 1 guard on their rankings.
And
That's
yeah,
kind of.
and I'm looking at some ratings here and some potentials, and Caden Green's got the highest ceiling. Ione's got the second highest ceiling, but Penn State losing season this year, and Ione's probably a guy, even though his ceiling's high, he's probably a guy with a low floor as well. So I took that into account when assessing things. But this is a draft where you could get really good value at guard later in the draft. Interesting. Giovanni El Hadi had a much higher grade entering the year. Like, he had a Pro Bowl grade entering the preseason at like a 92 or a 91. He's down to an 89. So his ceiling's dropped, which is puzzling to me because Michigan's actually played really well. Michigan's played really well this year thanks to Justice Haynes and Giovanni El Hadi. So I'm surprised his ceiling grade dropped as much as it did. But I don't think that's a reflection of him. as much as it's a reflection of Underwood transitioning to college. I think that's Underwood transitioning to college is the reason Michigan has 2 losses on the year.
Yeah.
Because both Michigan's losses were road games in primetime against Oklahoma and USC. And I thought Michigan was going to lose to Nebraska, but they didn't. So, and then my next final guard that we have a Pro Bowl grade on outside of El Hadi Ione is Kentucky left guard. Kentucky left guard Joshua Braun. This is a guy who, he's really gotten better. He's the one bright spot on Kentucky's offense. I know Kentucky's lost some close games, but Braun is the bright spot on Kentucky's offensive line. Nicknamed Brawny like the masculine man in the toilet paper commercials. Yeah, his teammates nicknamed Joshua Braun Brawny because he reminds him of the masculine man in the toilet paper commercials with the paper towels. They're not toilet paper, I'm sorry. Brawny's not a toilet paper company. They sell paper towels. So I would like to apologize to Brawny, the brand, personally for that misconception.
Well, I mean, there is Bronny James, Shadur Sanders' doppelganger.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, I don't know what that has to do with football, but
yeah, it's just a great year for guards, and Braun's not the final 3rd round guard. Oh no, we have 3 more 3rd round guards.
There we go.
Thomas Rimmack, he's the Virginia Tech guard. Thomas Rimmack, he's the Virginia Tech guard. I really like Rimmack. Rimmack's another guy who could be a boomer bust like Hadi. He's got the ceiling to be a Pro Bowl guy, but he's also a guy who could underachieve. Maybe he's a starter. Rimmack's a guy like El Hadi who began the year with a high grade, but that has dwindled as the season's progressed. DJ Campbell, the Texas right guard, he struggled against Ohio State. He's been very good since the Ohio State game. Even though Texas is losing because of Arch Manning's decision-making, not because of DJ Campbell. And Campbell is the one piece from Texas's offensive line that came back. Everybody else decided not to come back. And then the final 3rd round guard, Williams Logan Parr. This is a guy who was in my top 50 last year. I told you about him on 100 yards of football with the crap. Who's the host of that show we were on last year? We were talking about SMU. Logan Parr ended up coming back to SMU. So,
Logan Landers.
Logan Landers, that's right. Sorry, I forgot for a second. It is my fault. My memory's kind of jaded in that respect. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, Emmanuel Pregnan, the Oregon right guard, is my only 4th round guard. Oregon's interior offensive line is very good. It's a big reason why they only have 1 loss. And they have Isaiah World at left tackle. So Oregon's a team that, because they're pissed about what happened to Ohio State last year. They're also pissed about losing at home to Indiana. I'm an Ohio State fan. The one team I would least like to play in the playoff right now is Oregon, because Dan Lanning's building a culture there. They've got 4 NFL prospects on that Oregon offensive line. Yes, Dante Moore had a high ceiling coming out of high school, but he's also a guy who got the start as a freshman at UCLA. Then he enters the transfer portal after 1 year, sits behind Dylan Gabriel, and actually improves. And you don't know what you're getting. Are you getting the guy who was a 5-star recruit, or are you getting a guy who's inconsistent all over the place, is a product of his supporting cast? I think you might be getting the latter. But if Dante Moore avoids turnovers and this offensive line shows up, Mekhi Hughes, I think they're giving him a medical red shirt, the Oregon running back. If Hughes was playing, I think Oregon could beat us. But yeah, Oregon's got a lot of talent, and Dan Lanning, he's building a great culture. The team's got a bright future. So Oregon's a team that frightens me. Like Alabama does to a degree, but they also lost to Florida State. So even though they're undefeated in SEC play, and DeBoer's silencing his critics since that loss, they don't scare me right now. And I haven't seen that dominant game from Ty Simpson where he won in spite of his offensive line. I feel like he's won because of his offensive line.
Yeah.
So Pregnan's my only round 4 guard. Here we get into some of the round 5 guards. I've got 4 round 5 guards. We'll start with Notre Dame's Charles Jagsua. Charles Jagsua is interesting. He and Billy Schrouth are both draft eligible. I've got an 88 potential on both guys. I think they're both projects, but they could both develop into NFL starters. And then the other 5th round guard is Keelan Rutledge. Keelan Rutledge, I had a high-end starter grade on him, but his potential grade's been bumped up to a 90. So he's a guy who could develop into a Pro Bowl guard that you could get on day 3. Fun project. And if Georgia Tech keeps winning games, Rutledge is just going to keep boosting his draft stock. So Rutledge is probably the best player on Georgia Tech outside of their wide receiver, Eric Rivers, who they got from Florida at International and Transfer Portal. And then the final round 5 guard is Chase Bisontis. He's the left guard for Texas A&M. So, again, another Texas A&M guy on this interior. So overall, It's a pretty strong guard draft. I mean, this draft is pretty deep, William. I see a lot of guys who have ability and potential to develop into starters this year, but they're also players with really low floors. And I don't think NFL teams drafting a guard in round 5 are going to start a guy, throw him into the fire. If he shows he can play, like Connor Colby's a perfect example of this, William, because I had a starter grade on Connor Colby last year. He went undrafted. The 49ers picked him up. Or did he get picked by the 49ers in round 6 or 7? I think he got picked by the Niners in round 7. But Connor Colby was a guy I had a starter grade on. I mean, even you spoke highly of him when we previewed Iowa on both Under the Bleachers and Draft Utopia. So when the Niners got Connor Colby, I said, you know what? If something happens to Dominic Pooney or Aaron Banks leaves, this is a guy who could step in and be a really good role player on this offensive line. And that's exactly what's happened with Connor Colby this season. So
Yeah, for sure. Niners picked him in the 7th round, 249th overall. And yeah, man,
there's going to be multiple players on day 3 that turn out to be Connor Colby's. This is a strong guard class.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
And then the 2 6th round guys, I have Davian Carter. Davian Carter is the right guard on Texas Tech. He's a senior, I believe. So I believe he will be picked in round 6. And then Micah Morris, the starting left guard on Georgia, is my other 6th round guard. And now on to round 7, we've got 3 guards. We've got Jax Harrington of the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. He's a smaller school player. He's a smaller school player. Jax Harrington, I've got an 86 out of 99 for potential on him, but he's a guy I like. And then there's some other guards. But Logan Taylor, Boston College left guard, being coached up by Bill O'Brien, a former NFL offensive coordinator, former head coach. And Logan Taylor's probably the one draftable player on Boston College this year. I know Ozzie Trapillo was drafted last year, and Logan Taylor played left guard right next to Trapillo, and Trapillo played both sides of the offensive line at left tackle and right tackle at Boston College. So Logan Taylor is a player I really like. And then the final player that cracked this list is a Sunbelt player. It is Pecan Wimbley. He is a Georgia Southern player. Georgia Southern Eagles, Pecan Wimbley. He's a Georgia Southern player. And yeah, Wimbley, I really like Pecan Wimbley, but there's some other guys that just missed the cut. Pecan Wimbley, you got Caleb Cook, the right guard on Georgia Southern. And so Georgia Southern's got multiple guards that are draftable this year. They've got Pecan Wimbley at left guard, and they've got Caleb Cook at right guard. Puhaho, the BYU left guard, is a player we're going to have to watch next week because I believe BYU plays Texas Tech next Saturday. That's a noon game too. And I think you could make an argument that game's going to be better than Ohio State Penn State, which is why I started the show at 9 today. I think you could genuinely make an argument, William, that BYU Texas Tech is going to be a better game than Ohio State Penn State. Even though I'm a Buckeyes fan, I mean, you could definitely make that argument. It has some merit. Mickey Relowinski, he's the right guard on Eastern Michigan. He's got an 85 out of 99 potential. That barely qualifies as a starter grade. Rocco Spindler, he was the Notre Dame left guard last year. Matt Rule in Nebraska picked him up in the transfer portal. Spindler's a guy Wes told me about for 2 years. I only put 20 rankings on my guards rankings because I didn't see enough guards with that made that 85 grade. But there's a bunch of guys that have moved up that honestly you can make the argument that I probably should have put 25 guards on this list. Josh Geske, Illinois left guard's another guy keep an eye on. Talek Lockett, he's the right guard on Texas Southern. He's a player you got to keep an eye on. That's the final guy. I'm not going to go in depth with this list, William, but it's like, yeah, I mean, there are 4 or 5 guards that we didn't even name that look like they could be sleepers to sneak into the late rounds that are going to push these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's why I say
this is definitely where some teams are going to be digging up some diamonds.
Yeah,
you know?
Tano Togiai, he's the left guard on
few
Utah.
that pop up.
I think he had an 84 for potential last week. He's now at an 86, which is a borderline starter grade. So he's a project, but coached by Kyle Whittingham, could definitely sneak up and be a late round pick.
Yes, sir. And man, yeah, I can't wait. You were mentioning this BYU Texas Tech game. You know, that's one thing I
Why
really
the
can't
Oklahoma right guards in this list? Ben Purvis, the Navy left guard, 86. Inez Cooper, 86. Addison Nichols, right guard next to Logan Parr, 86. So yeah, this Omar Ablajdan, 87. I think he's only a sophomore, though. That's why we didn't add him to the rankings. Bo Stevens, Iowa left guard, 87. I didn't even put Bo Stevens in the rankings, and yeah, I do deserve to be waterboarded by Kirk Ferretz for not. Iowa's O-line U as of late, so yeah, I deserve to be waterboarded for that slip up. But hey, it's all trial and error at this point. Dylan Barrett, Illinois, Iowa State left guard. It's a strong guard draft, William. I mean, the fact that I'm reading off, I think I'm 6 or 7 guards that didn't make my rankings, and I'm still acknowledging their play. Xavier Hill, the Colorado left guard. I did not put him in the guard rankings because I think Hill's either a center or a tackle. That's the other thing. The other reason I left some of these guards out of my rankings is they were projected guards in the preseason, and now they moved inside to center. So,
yeah. And that's the thing when it comes to interior offensive linemen and such, you know. I mean, last year, there were so many trying to say, you know, Will Campbell was a guard because of the length of his arms. And it's like, man, it's like Will Campbell came out and said, you know, last year, no one was saying about it. It didn't matter to them last year, you know. And I mean, I love Will Campbell just about as much as you do, man. I mean, dude is a beast.
Yeah, I was in Colton Edwards' group on X, and I know there were a lot of people that said Will Campbell was going to fail in the NFL. I remember Bill, who we had on the podcast last year. He thought the Patriots should draft J.J. McCarthy over Drake May. I'm not saying he missed on that one, but it certainly appears that way. And he also wanted Membu over Will Campbell because of the arm length. And basically, I refrained from disrespecting him, but I tweeted arm length my ass like Bender on Futurama. Arm length my ass when it comes to Will Campbell. And people got pissed off about that. It's like, that's not disrespectful. That's me pointing out that you guys overthought this. You guys
and anyone
arm length and ignored the tape. This guy kept Jared Verse from sacking his quarterback as a sophomore. That should matter. That should matter.
Not to go off in tangents or anything, but anyone that hasn't heard this, May is QB1 of the 2024 draft class. I will tell you that right
Yeah,
now.
and
Over
it's
Jaden
like
Daniels, over Caleb Williams, over Bo
if you
Nix.
were scouting for fun in the group Colton Edwards created, and you had McCarthy over May, that is not a sniff. That is a swing and a miss, William. That is a swing and a miss right now.
That's ugly, dude. Oh, man.
That is a swing and a miss. And that's not a swing and a miss with a baseball. That's a swing and a miss with a T-ball. That's a swing and a miss with a T-ball. You swing, you try to hit the T-ball, and you can't hit the baseball off the T-ball. That's just ugly.
J.J. McCarthy is a backup quarterback. He has the skills of a backup quarterback. I cannot, stress it enough. You want to talk about game managers when you talk about Brock Purdy? Well, next to game manager in
I've got an
the
idea.
dictionary is a picture of J.J. McCarthy. Oh, I'm listening.
I've got an idea, William. The reason I'm going to pitch an idea to the Vikings because Carson Wentz is out for the season, and right now your backup to J.J. McCarthy is Max Brosmer, an undrafted rookie out of Minnesota. Whichever quarterback the Raiders have at third string, whether it's Kenny Pickett or Aiden O'Connell, trade for them. Because if the Raiders think Pickett has more to offer than Aiden O'Connell, get Aiden O'Connell out of Vegas and bring him over to Minnesota to be your backup to McCarthy. And if McCarthy plays poorly enough, maybe Aiden O'Connell thrives in Kevin O'Connell's scheme, William. Maybe he thrives in that type of offense with Jefferson and Addison. It's just a thought.
Aiden O'Connell,
it wouldn't cost you anything. You could get Aiden O'Connell for like a 6th or 7th round pick.
Yeah, easily.
That is a good idea for Minnesota. If you don't trust McCarthy and you don't want to throw Max Brosmer into the fire, go trade for Aiden O'Connell. You pretty much get him as a backup for this year and next season on a rookie deal. You don't have to worry about backup quarterback, and you can spend your free agency money elsewhere. That is a good business idea, William. You have to admit.
Yeah, it is. He's got starting experience. The only real knock on him is his athleticism. I mean, this is a guy that goes out there. He uses every weapon that is available.
And the Raiders have 3 quarterbacks on their roster. Your backup to McCarthy was Carson Wentz. He's out for the year. And your third stringer is an undrafted rookie who, frankly, I think is going to fail worse than Tim Boyle if you throw him into the fire. So if you don't think Brosmer's the guy, you owe it to yourself to trade for somebody instead of wasting Justin Jefferson's prime years. You owe it to yourself to go out and get somebody at the deadline. You don't have to get a starter. You don't have to get a big name. You just have to get a third stringer who's capable of being an effective backup if McCarthy goes down. And maybe a guy who can supplant McCarthy if he continues to get injured. And I think Aiden O'Connell is the perfect fit because I think Pickett's ahead of O'Connell on the depth chart. I'll double check, William. I will double check for you. And if O'Connell's still on IR, maybe you go out and get someone else. But there's guys you can go out and get. And it will literally only cost you a 6th or 7th round pick. And with your backup quarterback injured, I think that's an avenue you got to explore. Because McCarthy NFL games.
It's not even a 6th or a 7th round pick. You could trade for a pick or trade for him in a pick and just move down, a few slots, just swap draft picks. And I mean, they have to be halfway interested in that, I mean, with 3 quarterbacks on your depth chart, just like you said, and Aiden O'Connell has obviously fallen out of favor to them there, since Geno Smith came to town. Well, Geno Smith, that's another game manager, and I mean, but he knows Pete Carroll's offense, and that's the only reason why he's there. And it's like free Aiden O'Connell, Kenny Pickett, obvious backup. I mean,
Aiden O'Connell is on the designated, not on IR, but he's on the designated for return list.
Yeah. And I mean, that would be an incredibly smart move.
O'Connell over Pickett, but it makes more sense to move Pickett.
I like that, Chris. Good thing you brought it up. I mean, I guarantee, 100% that. Oh, did you freeze? Or is your audio off? Or am I just talking on my own? Anyway, Aiden O'Connell is.
Check. Let me check. Yes. Restart default audio device. Device stopped unexpectedly. Oops, yo. It is, for some reason, my audio is not. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it
I
was
see
working fine, and now I can hear you.
it's lagging. All right. But yeah, Aiden
Ah,
O'Connell to the Aiden O'Connell, the Raiders is a great move. I mean,
yes.
Aiden O'Connell, if the Raiders are going to use Aiden O'Connell as a third stringer, do Aiden a favor and trade for him because he does not deserve that. And you're the Vikings, you owe it to yourself to get a backup. But who do you want to get? Who do you want to trade for? I mean, Carson Wentz is out for the year. I'm trying to go through some options here. I don't think there's anyone on the Ravens worth trading for. There's nobody on the Bengals worth trading for. Browning just sucked in relief of Burrow. Browns are pretty content with their rookies. You could get Mason Rudolph from Pittsburgh, but I think they want to keep him as a de facto backup to Aaron Rodgers and use him as leverage if Will Howard's not ready next year. So I don't think you're going to get anybody from the AFC North. Your other options are Anthony Richardson if you want to take a gamble on him. I don't think that's a good investment because I mean, you could get Anthony Richardson, but that would just be, I don't know. You could get Anthony Richardson because I think the Colts are going to pay Daniel Jones. But I don't think the Colts want to trade Richardson right now at this point.
If the Colts don't pay Daniel Jones, I don't know what to tell you about what's going on there in Indy.
I mean, you could trade for Richardson, but he's on IR, and I don't think the Colts are going to move him at this point. I think the Colts are going to keep him through the end of his rookie deal, or they'll move him this offseason. I don't think they'll move him right now during the season. They'll probably move him in the offseason. Texans don't have anybody worth a damn. You could get Will Levis. That's an option. It's not a great option, but that is an option. You could trade for Will Levis, but he's out for this season, so they're not going to do that right now, but they could get him in the offseason as a backup. I'm looking at it's like, no, Dolphins are not moving Ewers. Bills are not moving Trubisky. I'm trying to brainstorm all the options here. Aiden O'Connell is probably the best option right now. Will Levis is out for the year. And an NFC team's not going to trade you a backup quarterback. You're not going to get a backup from an NFC team in conference. You could get Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker is the third stringer on the Panthers. You could get him. But I don't think, I don't know. I think a lot of teams have reservations about trading their backups now. You could get Winston. You could get Jameis Winston from the Giants. Winston and O'Connell are your two best options if you're the Vikings and you want a legit backup to McCarthy. Because I think Winston could play well enough to take I think Jameis Winston could play well enough to take McCarthy's job. But I also think the Giants are too scared to trade for Winston because they're going to look at the situation and say, well, we don't want to pay Russell Wilson, so let's lowball Winston and get him back as our backup. So I don't think he'll be available. Jacoby Brissett signed a 2-year deal with the Cardinals, which has a club option for next season. So I'm guessing the Cardinals are going to stand pat at quarterback. The 49ers, you could get Mac Jones, but it would probably cost you multiple first-round picks. You could get Mac Jones if you wanted to give the Niners a first-round pick. William would be very happy with that. William would be cool with that, but that's not a smart decision for the Vikings, though, since they traded so many day 2 picks away when they traded up for McCarthy and Dallas Turner. They traded so many day 2 picks away. They traded multiple years of day 2 picks away.
No.
You could get Stetson Bennett if you're not, because right now Stetson Bennett's third stringer to Stafford and Garoppolo. And if the Rams get a successor to Stafford, it's probably going to be in the early rounds of the draft. You could trade for Stetson Bennett. He's on a rookie deal for 2 more years, and he did beat McCarthy in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
That is an option. So right now, your best options are Aiden O'Connell and Stetson Bennett. And O'Connell's got more experience as a starter, so that by default makes him the better option.
I would love to see my boy Kyle Allen get another chance at starting in this league.
Yeah. For everyone saying, "Oh,
the Lions aren't going to give him up," I mean.
And for everyone saying, "Oh, I'm eating on the podcast," I did not finish my breakfast at Gab and Go this morning. I got like an egg. I got the egg and steak meal. It's the only place in Pittsburgh where you can get eggs and steak for under $20. Because steak's pricey, William. Like if you go to steak anywhere, it's going to cost $20. Some places like Outback and Lone Star and Longhorn, it's going to cost you $30, $40.
Yeah, that's definitely my favorite meal. If I'm ever sitting on death row, my last meal, it'll be steak and eggs, man. Good, nice, freaking rare, medium rare, right in that area. I saw that picture just a minute ago of what you were eating, man, and yeah, made me hungry.
Yeah.
I'm about to eat on air.
My microwave's not working, and I try to eat protein on days where I podcast. If I'm not podcasting or if I don't have to pull an all-nighter, I can live with Cheerios. But my microwave is legitimately broken, so I had to go out and get something to eat because the only food I have with protein is pigs in a blanket, and I've got 3 Jimmy Dean breakfast bowls, but I can't. Those are useless with the microwave not working. Those are useless.
That sucks,
so
bro.
That does suck. And Dale, the maintenance guy, is only here on weekdays, so I am stuck with a microwave with no power for today and tomorrow. So I'm trying to be smart and conserve the Cheerios because I think I only have enough Cheerios for 1 bowl left. So that's why I went to breakfast today. But yeah, let's look at. I think we've already broke down the guards. Should we look at some of the off-season contracts now?
Yeah, if you want to.
Let's look at the Jets. We'll look at the Jets, then we'll look at the Browns. We can do the Eagles after the Jets because I know Joey's probably the other 2 teams. The 4-bye teams are the Jets, the Browns, the Eagles, the Buccaneers. I know Joey's going to want to say things about the Browns and Buccaneers, so we can break down the Eagles after we break down the Jets if you want to. I'll leave that up to you, but we'll break down the Jets first.
Deal.
Let's look at the Jets here. Right now, Justin Fields is under contract until 2027. I would keep Fields.
They need to trade him.
I would keep him because if you don't think Garrett, I still think Garrett Nussmeier's QB1. But here's what the Jets will do. They will do something incredible. Simpson won, and it'll backfire immensely. But Justin Fields, what is the buyout in his contract? It is, holy crap! The Jets only saved $1 million by cutting Justin Fields because his cap hits $23 million. He's a dead cap of $22 million. Jets only actually saved $1 million by cutting him. Not enough to cut Fields. I'm sorry, $7 or $10 million dead cap return if you're going to cut him. I know he's been horrible this year, but at the same token, it's like,
yeah.
I'm cool with having him as the backup. If the rookie ends up beating him back up, he's a good backup to have. I think I don't know if there's a QB ceiling in Fields in this draft, but at the same token, Fields' floor is so bad. And he's been the starter for 3 different teams, and he just hasn't delivered yet.
Yeah. But, whatever ripped is going on with him and Woody Johnson is, I like I said last week, or maybe it was on Under the Bleachers, I mentioned that I don't know why Justin
Let's see
Fields
what he does against the Browns next week before we Tyrod Taylor this week, but Green was unable to play. Fields got to keep his starting job for 1 more week, and he did enough to win. So he's probably going to be the starter against the Browns. And if he loses the Browns at home, then they'll make the decision to cut Tyrod week 11. That's probably what will happen. And if that does happen, then the Jets are done with Ty. It's not advantageous to cut him because you want to trade him. Just keep him as your starter because right now the Jets are a mess. This team looks like it's going to be a multi-year rebuild.
Yeah.
The Jets have 3 running backs.
How long have the Jets been rebuilding?
Years. But yes, Kenny Nagawu, Iowa State running back's a UFA. So is Khalil Hay on a rookie deal. And Breece Hall. Breece Hall. What's Breece Hall's market? Curious. What has to have a market value? Yes. Market value. All right. What do we have? $10.5 million a year. And that's Breece Hall's market value. $10.5 million.
$10.5 million.
That's what he's going to be worth.
Ramondre Stevenson is making 12.
And free agency. Look, Breece Hall was a player that round grade on, okay? Got fired, had Breece Hall in his round 2. And he's been as good as advertised. Problem is he's on the freaking Jets. And I don't know if you pay him $10.5 million. Salaries league and see if $10.5 million is fair overpay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's I mean, with the injuries he's had, and I don't know. It does sound halfway bad.
Look at the let's look at the averages. The law of averages. Saquon Barkley's making $20.6 million. Saquon Barkley wasn't overpaid to be overpaid after winning the Super Bowl in his first year. But I think it's pretty million, which is 2, which is 1.6 million more than McCaffrey. So McCaffrey's number 2, 19 million. Alvin Kamara's 12.5 million. But that you've got the Jets have 2 running backs in Isaiah Scott. Going to have their next actually 2 years, so they don't need to keep Breece Hall if they don't want to. Jets are in a position where I think a trade for him is going to have to pay. So, like they want Andre Stevenson and Logan, one of the best inside linebackers in the league, and he's on a contract where he's extended for multiple years under $10 million. Looking at the contracts, $10.5 million is exactly what. But you can get a guy in the draft on a rookie deal, and right now, getting a guy like Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame is more advantageous problem, William. The running back market, teams don't want to pay running backs anymore. But Breece Hall agent's Nicole Lynn. Very good agent, by the way.
Well, hopefully I can hear you now. Your audio's kind of jacked, bro.
Is my audio malfunctioning again?
Yeah. I'm starting to be able to hear you now. Actually, it actually cut off. You were right. It was lagging because I was listening to you say something, and all of a sudden you start saying something else. Like, yeah.
Okay. All right. So
Maybe
looking
that's
at
better.
the Jets, yeah, I'm speaking into the microphone, so that might be the issue. I might need to actually talk into the microphone more frequently. Lazard was a good number 2 receiver for many years, but he's been terrible this year. And I just don't think the options the Jets have are very good.
Yeah.
So I definitely think the Jets need to draft a number 2 receiver. And look, if you're the smart thing to do is to draft a receiver, Tate, in the top 5, and then to get Nussmeier in round 2. That's the smart thing to do. And then let him compete with Fields. If he wins the job, loses the job, he learns under Fields until he screws up again. That's the smart play. The Jets are not going to do the smart play. They're too short-sighted of an organization. They want to rush this rebuild, and it's going to end up blowing up in their face. Because historically speaking, that's how the Jets operate as a football.
Yeah. I think Garrett Nussmeier is actually, when the draft process starts, I think, Garrett Nussmeier is going to show exactly who he is, and people are going to be rating him so low, rating him on whether he won or not, or this or that,
Yeah,
winning,
Joey thinks he's going to fall to day 3. I'm not ready to
a lot
go
of
there
people
yet.
on both sides of the ball. No, and he absolutely is.
I don't
I'll
think
tell you
Nussmeier is
that
going to
right
fall
now.
to day 3. Pass on him. He's going to end up having a better career if he goes to a team with a good supporting cast. If Nussmeier goes to a team like Pittsburgh, he's going to be the Roethlisberger of this draft, and everyone else is going to look like idiots.
Well, I'm on the same thing that I was last year. I said that Jalen Milroe was my QB1 until somebody showed me otherwise. No one ever showed me otherwise.
I think there's
Garrett
only 2
Nussmeier is
QBs
my QB1.
go around round 1. Carson Beck and Mendoza. I've got 3 first-round grades. Mendoza's moved top 5 to top 10 to first round, but he still has more upside than either Beck or Mendoza. And I'm a big proponent in drafting for upside. So because I think his ceiling's higher, I still have him as QB1. Nussmeier has to have one more shitty game in order to move down below those 2 guys. And it's got to be against someone besides Alabama. I'll pull up LSU's schedule if you want.
Well, there is this also is the point that
I'll look at LSU's remaining schedule here briefly. Nussmeier has to have a shitty game in Oklahoma in order to not be my QB1. He has to have a shitty game against one of those 3 teams, and something tells me he won't. Because Arkansas and Western Kentucky are home games for LSU. And Nussmeier beat Oklahoma last year, but they had John Mateer. So, yeah, that game is in North, but he's to not be my QB. That's how much I like Nussmeier as a prospect. I am putting he lost 4 of his starting offensive linemen. That's the biggest reason his numbers are down this year. And I believe he can rally a team, even with if he goes to a team with a cast like the Colts or Steelers, he's going to ball out. The Jets, he might suck there, but it's because the current card. Plus, I think the Jets are going to do something really stupid, like take Mendoza or Ty Simpson at 1 and expect him to be Captain America, expect him to be Drake May, and they're going to end up being severely disappointed because that's what the Jets have done, historically speaking.
Yeah. I mean, look at the quarterbacks they have. The best quarterbacks are Joe Namath and Chad Pennington.
They had Aaron Rodgers and they couldn't win with him. They had Aaron Rodgers and they couldn't win with him. I think that says everything you know about everything you need to know about the franchise.
Then again, I think people have Aaron Rodgers rated a little bit higher than they should as well. All time.
Yeah, and their only tight end under contract next year is Mason Taylor. So if the Jets want to go out and get a guy if the Jets want to go out and get their QB in free agency or get their QB in the draft, they could go out and they could get Max Clare, Tanner Kozoil at 33 and a receiver, and they could get their QB later in the draft. That's an option. It's not an option the Jets are smart enough to examine, but that is an option.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder about what's going on there, One of the biggest markets in the world, and they can't seem to.
Mason Taylor, every other tight end, Rucker, Jelani Wood, Stone Smart, they're all UFAs, William. So if you're the Jets, you got to be looking at this thing and saying, okay, you're going to need a tight end 2. You're going to need a wide receiver 2. You might need a tight end 3. You're going to need guards. Vera Tucker, Josh Myers, and John Simpson are all UFAs. So you're going to need 3 new interior linemen, but Joe Tippmann deal for 1 more year. So you're going to need 2 guards. So I'm looking at this thing and saying, if the Jets take Mendoza or Ty Simpson at 1, that quarterback, not only they have a lower floor than Nussmeier, William, that quarterback's in a horrible situation, a situation where he doesn't have a number 2 receiver, he doesn't have a number 2 tight end if Mason Taylor goes down, and he doesn't have good guard play. And he's going to be dependent on Fashanu, Membu, and Tippmann. And that's just that's a horrible situation for him to be in, where he's going to be dependent on Garrett Will leaves. And that's just a horrible situation, Simpson, Moore, or Mendoza to enter. It is, because it's not just the QB, it's the infrastructure around the QB. And the Jets have a shitty infrastructure around their QB. Outside of Fashanu, Membu, if he develops, Allen's on IR at the moment, and Isaiah hasn't shown me he can be a running back 1 because Breece Hall's been healthy. So it's not it's one of the worst situations for a QB to walk into. And sometimes it comes down to the environment the QB's in versus the actual talent. Because Sam Darnold left the Jets and had success. Aaron Rodgers has had more success in Pittsburgh backs, historically speaking. I don't think we need to continue this Jets rant. Should I move on to the defense, William?
Yes, sir.
I just think I think we are in agreement, though. The Jets, with all their holes, they're going to need multiple starting guards. They're going to need a running back for depth. They're going to need a tight end 2 and a tight end 3. They're going to need a wide receiver 2. That is a whole. If you draft a quarterback at 1, it's got to be a guy with a upside to be a Pro Bowler. Because if you don't, quarterback you draft, he's going to come in. He's going to be expected to be the savior, and he's going to flounder because the supporting cast is gone. He's not going to blossom until year 3, like Tua or Stafford. Even if you get the right guy, the Bills have an excellent supporting cast. The Patriots have an excellent supporting cast plus caps. So you're going to be playing, you're going to be number 3 in that division at best. So it's just not a great situation for a quarterback. What do you want to add to that before I get to the defense?
Yeah, that's one thing that they have to figure out. Overall, I think they have to trade Justin Fields. I mean, with the rift they have there, whatever, they had going on. But I can't beg them, more to do anything than to work on their offensive line.
Yeah,
go
because
find
if
yourself
you
a
draft
manager,
Mendoza, I think Mendoza can be a good starter. I think Mendoza can be a discount version of Bo Nix. But even if he becomes, but in order for him to become a discount version of Bo Nix, you got to fix the guard spots. You got to get a tight end 2 behind Mason Taylor. You got to go wide receiver 2 that complements Garrett Wilson well. Those are positions that are going to be harder to find if you take Mendoza at 1 and you wait till round 2 or 3 to draft progresses, William, Maybe the Jets, I have my doubts because starter at left guard, right guard, wide receiver, and tight end in rounds 2 through 5 of the draft. You're not going to do all that in one season, even if you get the rookie of the year at quarterback. You're not all in one off season. It's just not feasibly possible. Will McDonald, he's going to get extended. He's had double-digit sacks second year in a row, probably on pace to. Jermaine Johnson, he got a 5th-year tender. He's going to get – I don't think he's going to get extended. He's going to get a 5th, though. So you're still going to have defensive ends, Will McDonald, Jermaine Johnson. You have Michael Clemens and you have Braden McGregor. You may want to draft another edge rusher if you don't want to pay Jermaine Johnson. Now's the time to get another edge rusher and reload and trade Jermaine Johnson because Jermaine Johnson's going to be making $13.4 million a year. And I like Jermaine Johnson, but he can't stay healthy. He's good when he's healthy, but he issues each of the last 2 years, and you're paying him $13 million. That is problematic to a degree. Defensive tackle, Quinnen Williams, Harrison Phillips. I think you can keep the defensive line as it is, but you are going to need depth. You're going to need depth on edge rusher. You're going to need depth at defensive tackle. If either, you may not need a lot of depth at defensive tackle. You could probably bring back Jawan Briggs and ERFA and get one more defensive tackle either in day 3 of the draft or free agency. Quincy Williams is a UFA after this season, and the Jets paid Jamian Sherwood, which I don't understand because Quincy Williams is a way better player than Jamian Sherwood. I know Sherwood took Mosley's job at middle linebacker last year. He's only 25. I get it. But Sherwood was an overpay. Considering that the Bengals got Logan Wilson for 9 years, Sherwood, you're paying him $11.5 million this year and $19 million in 2027. That's a massive overpay by the Jets. Getting $4 million this year, he's getting $14 million next year. He looks even worse than he did with the Ravens. I do like Jarvis Brownlee, and I do like Azaria Thomas, but I have no idea why the Jets paid Brandon Stevens. Oh, and they can't get out of the contract until 2027. So they're stuck with Brandon Stevens as their number 2 corner for one more season. And I know you weren't as high on Thomas as I was, but I love Jarvis Brownlee Jr. at Louisville. I mean, he was the Titans' number 1 corner last year when Snead got injured, and he was good in that role. And then the Jets finally played Brownlee at nickel, and he had an interception a few weeks ago. They need to play Brown to Gardner, and they need to move Stevens inside or side. But Thomas doesn't want to rush him. They want to be patient with him. But I actually think Brandon Stevens is the biggest overpay. Stevens and Sherwood are both overpays on the defense. That's the problem. 2 of the Jets starters on defense are overpaid. And that's going to hurt them long term. And all the Jets safeties are UFAs. UFA, I don't know why all the Jets brought back Tony Adams. He was a liability last year. Now, the Jets wised up. They gave Malachi Moore the strong safety job, and he's done well in that role. He also played some nickel corner this year. So they do have Malachi Moore, but they need to pay Cisco as well. Cisco's a guy they should have paid. But this is why the Jets are laughing stock. They get rid of CJ Mosley. They let DJ Reed go to the Lions, and they replace him with Brandon Stevens, who was a liability for the Ravens. Decisions like this are why the Patriots and Bills Mafia and Patriots fans do not view the Jets seriously because of boneheaded front office decisions like this. And that's really the bottom line. I mean, how much space do the Jets have in 2026? I will look that up, and then we're going to on the Jets while I look that, and then I'm putting that in your hands. Since
Yeah, this is a team that just has to start drafting well. That isn't something that apparently they've done. They have to start drafting in the right places. I mean, there are so many things that you can point out that's need work here, and that is wrong.
So Joey did try calling in after this, but I just want to see what the salary cap is for 26. How much money are they going to have to play with? Because that's a big deal with this. Who's worse, the Jets or DC United? DC United does not have any strengths. They don't have a scene. I guess. I mean, Benet Messi for the Golden Boot last in 2024, but he only had 9 goals versus. So that's why I would say the Jets are in a better. The Jets right now. Right now, the New York Jets have 80 million. The Charger. I'm looking at the salary cap numbers for 2026, William. The Chargers have $111 million for next season. The Chargers have $111 million to spend. And they've drafted well. See, this is why the Chargers are going to win Super Bowl 62, William. I've said it. I've said for a few years now. So Chargers have a mind-boggling $111 million. And the other thing is they hit on their late-round picks. They hit on their late-round picks at corner in the 24 draft with Tarheeb Still and Cam Hart. And they hit on their late-round picks this year with Gadsden. And they got Trey Harris in round 2. And they got another receiver in round 6 that they started. They hit on their late-round picks. And yes, they hit on their early-round pick too. So that's going to matter, William. It is by at least $2.5 million. Titans are at $108 million. Raiders are at $103 million. The Rams are at $90 million. Commanders are at $84 million. Jets are at $80 million. But teams like the Chargers, Rams, and Commanders are going to steal guys that the Jets want. And the Patriots have $53 million. People are going to look at the Patriots and say, "Oh, I want to play with Drake May." The Colts have $57 million, but they're going to burn half of that on Daniel Jones. So I'm not into the Colts having $57 million because they're going to piss half of that on Daniel Jones. We both know that's the truth, and he's earned it.
At least.
He's earned it. So I'm not going to give the Colts shit for that. They're 7-1. He's earned that. Steelers at $43 million. They'll probably they might burn all of that on Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. We'll see. Ravens at $41 million. So if you're the Jets, you are going to have to pay 30 or 40 million to steal a guy that the Patriots, Ravens, Steelers want. You're going to have to overpay like 50 million to get a player, and it's just not, the juice is not worth the squeeze. And Justin Fields is making 23 million. So realistically, if you want a team to take on that contract, you're looking at the Raiders maybe, or the Titans. You're looking at the Raiders or the Titans as your options. Maybe nobody else is going to take on that contract, William, because Justin Fields in here, it's just not a good contract. Maybe the Bengals take a shot on Justin Fields as Burrow's backup. Bengals have $64 million, so they've got the money to do it. I would say right now that's the Jets' best bet for a logistical trade partner for Justin Fields. The Bengals, because the Bengals have $64 million, and Flacco's not going to be back next year. So, and Justin Fields just beat the Bengals. So flashes, that's the eye test. That's the litmus test for him.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm going to call Joe.
He's got an NFL experience. He's flashed at times. I mean, Justin Fields in the right situation. Oh, yeah.
Hey Joey, we are just we finished the guard rankings. We've just finished the Jets off-season outlook. We are about to get to the Browns, by the way. You want us to comment on the Jets really quickly because if we're back at 1 and it's not a guy with a high ceiling, he's in a bad position because you look at what they have. They don't have a wide receiver 2. They don't have a tight end 2. Everyone outside of Mason Taylor's a UFA. They lose Breece Hall and both their guards, Vera Tucker and John Simpson are UFAs. So that's just a bad situation for any QB to walk into. But anything you want to say about the Jets before we get to the Browns?
No, I said everything already. We be good.
I don't know why. Yeah, so thank you for calling. The thing with the Jets have got players. They got pieces. Problem is, they don't put anything together. I like their defensive backs. I think they've got 1 or 2 good players on the front 7. Not necessarily like the group, but they got a couple nice players.
Will McDonald, Jermaine Johnson, Quinn Williams, and they got Harrison Bryant, and all those guys are under contract next year. So you have stability in the defensive line. You've got some stability in the secondary. Sauce Gardner. You've got Brownlee on a rookie deal. You've got Azaria Thomas on a rookie deal. And you've also got Malachi Moore at strong safety. You need one more defensive back if you don't pay Cisco, but the core is there, and you've got Brandon Stevens, the Ravens corner, which was an overpay. You've got Sherwood, which is an overpay on defense. Quincy Williams is a UFA at right outside linebacker. So there are some holes to fill, and Breece Hall's probably going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, and that goes into the offense. Well, I think the defense is solid and one has room to grow. Offense is a freaking disaster. Let's just call a spade a spade. No number 2 receiver, no number 3 receiver.
No tight end 2. You have Mason Taylor, nobody else. You have Mason Taylor. You don't have a second tight end. Rucker's a UFA. Jelani Woods a UFA. Tight end from last year's a UFA. So you have 3 tight ends that are UFAs and no tight end 2 to Mason Taylor.
The offensive line's a fucking disaster. I mean, I don't know. They may be the only offensive line in football that's worse than the Browns right now.
Well, Elijah Vera Tucker's injured. Elijah Vera Tucker suffered a season injury, so they moved Joe Tippmann from center to right guard where he's worse, and they started Josh Myers, the Packers center, at center, who's awful. Josh Myers, and they got John Simpson at left guard, who's a UFA. So they're going to need a new left guard. They're going to need a new center. They got Joe Tippmann at center. I like Tippmann. Membu has been inconsistent. He was great against Watt, but he's struggled as of late.
For some reason, enjoys getting sacked.
I don't think any of the guys in this draft, whether it be Ty Simpson, Mendoza, or Dante Moore, can come into New York and resurrect this franchise because it's just the supporting cast is awful, and I don't view any of those 3 as Pro Bowlers. Best case scenario, you get a discount version of Bo Nix, a version of Bo Nix that's not as good as Bo Nix. That's the best case scenario.
I don't think there's anybody from this draft class that's going to come in and resurrect any franchise. I don't think there's a franchise quarterback in the mix. But I do think that a couple of these guys will probably see, man, this is going to suck for me. I'm going to go back to school. I do think that's going to happen. But for the Jets, I wouldn't doubt if the Jets won next week against the Browns when Myles Garrett gets another 5 sacks. Because Justin Fields is going to get sacked. That is just, so that's just what it is. But the Jets still win because the Browns can't get any type of offense going. So the Jets, as bad as their offense is going to go against the worst offense. But they've got a good defense, and they're going off against a very good defense.
All right.
Kind of even. So I think the Jets have an opportunity here to help the draft position.
I will say this much about the Jets. Both the Jets and the Browns have better NFL teams than the DC United or Atlanta United FC, because those MLS teams are in complete rebuilds. You don't have you don't have a player with 10 goals. You don't have a player with 10 assists. You don't have a goalie with 100 saves or 10 shutouts. You don't have a star defender on your back line. So both of those teams are rebuilds from the ground up. It really doesn't matter who you draft, as long as they make an impact in the MLS. You're on your way to ending your rebuild. Because
I think it's a rebuild from the ground up, because that would indicate you have nobody on defense and no pieces on offense.
I'm not saying the Jets and Browns have no pieces on defense, Joey. That's not what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding me. I'm saying the MLS teams. I'm saying the MLS teams.
You're making comparison, and I'm looking at the comparison, and I'm saying, yes, you're correct with the offense.
I'm saying the Jets and Browns have pieces on defense. I'm saying the soccer teams have no identity. So you can't compare them to NFL teams. That's what I'm saying. The soccer teams are complete rebuilds. Because I like to compare bottom feeders. It's something I enjoy doing. Let's move on to your Browns.
Okay, I'm confused now.
Or,
That works.
yeah, and I want to give William a chance to speak if he's still on the show. Are you still there, man? Okay, William is still here. Cool. Just making sure. Just making sure.
It makes sense of my confusion.
All right. Right now, looking at the Browns' contracts for next year, the Browns, the reason the Browns are over the cap right now is because Deshaun Watson's projected to make $80 million next year. I don't know if the Browns can get out of that contract without taking a cap hit. I don't think they can get out of the contract without taking a cap hit. I'm looking at it.
They can get out of the contract after June 1st for an $80 million hit, but before the June 1st, there'd be 120-something million.
Right now, of a cap hit of $80 million and a dead cap penalty of 131. So it would cost $50 million to cut him pre-June 1st. Cap hit minus dead cap's the equation. If Deshaun Watson has a cap hit of $80 million and a dead cap of $131 million, you lose $50 million if you cut Deshaun before June 1st.
The dead cap was, last I heard, was going to be $80 million post June 1st. Before June 1st, now that's a different story. That's going to be an astronomical. Yeah, so it's a mess. It's a mess. Let's just
50.46 million. Cut post June 1st, space either. It out.
I think it's $35 million under the cap due to an insurance policy Jimmy Haslam took out. So 35 and 44. So
Well, here are the numbers for Deshaun Watson's contract. You have $80.7 million in caps, and you have $80.716 in dead cap post June 1st. $34,760,514. That's a big number. Most people are just going to round that to $35 million. And where the insurance policy comes from. The signing bonus applies. There's probably a clause in the contract that says the signing bonus Watson does not play. That's probably where that number came from, Joey. I don't know, but I'm guessing that's where the number came from. because Deshaun Watson's signing bonus is $34,716,514 on the dot. That's probably the insurance.
Yeah, the insurance policy they take up because nobody knows where it comes from. They just know it's there.
It's from the signing bonus, if I had to guess. That's probably where it's from.
Yeah, that's I don't want to say anything without concrete proof, and we're probably not going to get concrete proof until they just from the signing bonus, and then we'll know. So this is all speculation on our part, but it is in the situation.
And if the Browns choose to keep Deshaun with Dylan Gabriel because they don't get Shedur's ready to start, that's also on the table. I don't think it's going to come to that. I think Shedur's going to play this year, but it's just something to consider in your back pocket.
And he's not going to play because Dylan Gabriel wants him to play. Remember, Dylan Gabriel has the same age as Dylan Gabriel in college.
Yep.
He wants Dylan Gabriel to play, and he will die on that hill.
Yep.
And I think and pieces. And I'm calculated 90% chance he's going to die on the Gabriel Hill. Take coach of the Cleveland Browns.
I think they'll promote Reese that quickly.
Well, here's the thing. Remember what we were talking about when Vrabel was hired as Patriots coach? He wanted to take Reese with him because Reese was somebody he got a great rapport with. He wanted to make him the offense coordinator. Tommy Reese would have gone unless the Browns offered him a lot of money. An offensive coordinator. His name's Josh McCoy.
I think the Browns are going to hire a placeholder to like Nick Saban until Reese gets promoted. I think
there's stuff going on there, and I'm still sorting it out. Because there's a lot happening in Berea. The one thing we do know, because the entire offensive line,
note, Mueller is not a UFA until 2027, but his contract was void, I guess. Batonio's contract was void.
Batonio's contract was a 1-year deal because he was going to retire after this year. So we're just sitting here like he's going to retire. So it's just a 1-year deal. All guaranteed. I think it's totally going to retire at the end of the year, so who cares?
Yeah.
We love Batonio. He's a great guy, great player for a lot of years. He stayed for the transition.
Yeah.
Consummate professional. That player, they're deadline.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up. We've already went through the quarterback situation. The Browns, they've got 2 running backs on rookie deals, and because the Chargers cut Raheem Rocket Sanders, they have 3 running backs on rookie deals because Sanders was a UDFA, but he was the Chargers' 4th string running back, and they had like 5 running backs on that roster. They had 5 running backs competing for roster spots, and Sanders was the odd man out. So Sampson will replace Ford as the backup, and Sanders will be the 3rd stringer. Nothing will change at running back. That's the one position the Browns have an identity at.
Yeah, and remember, Rocket Sanders is a new dude with a good bit of speed. You can put him in 3 yards out. He's kind of like in the hunt mode where a touchdown and you put him in on the goal line.
Yeah. You can use him results.
Yeah, exactly. He is a good boy. I know it's about finish for him, but I was like,
Look, we've talked about him on the podcast when we were previewing Arkansas and South Carolina. He's a guy we talked about religiously, so he's good.
he is. And at the pro level, it's like, you want them to the head
Yeah.
One back, put his head down, and look, no one's Scatterboo. Scatterboo is completely insane.
Let's let William comment on the Browns before we get to the receivers. We haven't heard from you in a while, William. What do you think of this situation so far? They've got to figure out their QB situation, but as long as Stefanski's there, Gabriel's QB1, I think. And the running backs, I don't think we're going to see any turnover at running back because they've got all their core guys back on the fields.
I, was one of the first ones commenting on. Everyone knows my position on the quarterback position in Cleveland, and Gabriel is he's not who you want. He's backup at best. Shadur, I'm not sure he's really meant for this league. They got a good running back in Kinshawn Judkins. His character concerns are very well there. But then Dylan Sampson, as many yards as he ran for at Tennessee, he is just not a special back. He doesn't have any special traits.
I agree.
Kind of like Caleb Johnson.
Yeah. We both had backup grades on Caleb Johnson and Dylan Sampson. Coming out of college. Yeah. There's a reason for that.
Serviceable, yeah. And their tight end position, obviously, we both love Fannin. I
was going to get the receivers first, but I agree with you on Fannin. But the Browns have a lot of stability at receiver next year, too. Their only UFA is DeAndre Carter. Judy's back. Tillman's going to be back. Thrash and Bond are going to be back. Tristan back, and he will be wide receiver 5. And then William was too. William had a first-round grade on Corley at first-round mock.
Yes, I did.
Yes. And I think it's due to the freaking fumble on third night. Remember, he was about to score his first touchdown for the Jets and he got cut over that.
Now the Browns got him. And here's another thing. If you look at the quarterback receiver position, if you look at Isaiah Bond and what's out 22, he has been open deep at least 7, never within 15 yards. He is leading pass defenses. Have 7 long touchdowns right now. And I've seen quarterbacks look right at him, right over, and then check it down. Don't keep down, Gabriel. Pull the second trigger. The offensive coordinator is telling you to stop pulling the second trigger. Isaiah Bond's got something.
Isaiah Bond is basically the Browns version of Xavier Worthy. The only difference is they're not utilizing him. Yeah. And you got an owl in a Browns costume bit out how the Browns are not using Corley. That's how much they're minimizing him.
The other day on I remember G. Bush's channel, and we were watching the tape. We were roasting Chattershea, the offensive, the wide receiver coach, because he has never developed a skill, and for some reason, he is the only guy who's not been turned over on that offense. Kevin Stefanski's been there. What the hell is Kevin Stefanski? What does Chattershea have on Kevin Stefanski? He's the one guy that's never developed the skill, and the one guy that's still there. Why? Why? And now he looks like a freaking evil villain from the Marvel comics. What is it with that freaking goatee and bald head he's got going on? I don't know. But that's and the situation stands right now. And you got a wide receiver in Bond that looks like he's ready to take off. Last year he's talented. Last year the majority of his catches.
What you do? Google AI really said Chad O'Shea is the second best wide receiver coach in the NFL. No. Here is what you do. You hire Jordy Nelson. Jordy Nelson is currently the Packers' assistant wide receiver coach. You say, Jordy Nelson, we will promote you if you leave Green Bay and move the fuck to Cleveland. And you make Jordy Nelson your wide receiver coach. Bam, problem solved.
I've seen him work with receivers. I don't even trust him. They don't take a carry on the water.
I like McCardell, but I don't think he's going to come to Cleveland. I would take a flyer on Jordy Nelson, see what you can get. Because I think Nelson could thrive in a higher role.
It would be better than fucking Chad O'Shea right now.
What do you think of? What do you think of my suggestion, William, to hit up? Keenan McCardell's on the Vikings, by the way. He is the Vikings. Keenan McCardell. He's on the Vikings. Jefferson and Addison. So McCardell's not leaving that situation. He's not leaving Minnesota. That's a basically he's your OC if you make Reese your new head coach. Basically, that's where you're at. But I'm guessing Reese would be head coach and call the plays like Stefanski. But William, what do you think of this? Do you think Jordy Nelson deserves to be a wide receiver coach instead of just an assistant with the That's the thing. Nelson's good enough, smart enough to where he could be an NFL receivers coach and he'd do a good job at it.
Yes. Yeah. And I can very well see that. Jordy Nelson was, I mean, you could see how smart he was playing, wide receiver.
Nobody's poached
him
off the Packers. God.
Sorry, your audio is going in and out.
They're stupid. Maybe part of it's because Jordy Nelson, I think his entire career, and then he retired early. I think that's probably part of it. Yeah, audio's lagging again. All right.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time here, so.
Okay. So, Jordy Nelson, I feel like was Jordy Nelson a Packer his career, William? Because I think that's what I want to look up. Jordy Nelson,
I believe he might have played for the Raiders at one point, like at the end.
Look that up.
That sounds really familiar. Anyway, yeah, I'll let you look it up. But no, he
was. He played one season with the Raiders, but he was mainly a Packer.
Yeah. But no, I mean, this guy, you could just see, I mean, he was the go-to guy, when he played there, and it wasn't because of his athleticism, it was because of his toughness and his football IQ. He'll be a great coach.
He was the number 2 guy early in his career, because remember, when Aaron Rodgers won his first Super Bowl, Greg Jennings was his wide receiver 1 and Nelson was his wide receiver 2. But it also got to a point where the Packers were quick to move on from Jennings, and then they pivoted wide receiver 1. I'm looking at Greg Jennings. Greg Jennings, he played with the Packers.
Jordy Nelson is someone who understands the game.
Yes.
there's a reason I listen to former players more than I ever will talking heads. And I bring them up on this podcast a lot. Former players. It's because these guys know what's up. They never got here and think from the guys in the locker room. I don't scout them to scout them. If I hear something from a strong player, I'm looking at it. Because these guys know what's up. They've been in the trenches, they've been in the huddles, they know what's going on. Same way I have. I obviously didn't get that high. My injury.
Greg Nelson was great, but he peaked. He peaked the year the Packers won the Super Bowl. Greg Jennings peaked. And the Packers got Randall Cobb in that draft, too, after they won the Super Bowl. So that's partially why they pivoted away from Jennings. Because Jennings was a great number one receiver when Rodgers first got there, but they couldn't afford to pay him, Nelson, and Randall Cobb. So they pivoted away from Jennings and made a calculated decision, and it turned out to be the right decision.
Is one of the guys that never missed out, never had sweat, and he will make stars out of nothing. So I think he definitely deserves, as well with the Browns, some other team, I think he deserves a major spot. As a wide receiver coach, maybe even for the game.
The Packers are not going to promote Jordy Nelson to their wide receiver coach role. I'm going to poach wide receivers coaches. I'm genuinely curious who their wide receivers coach is. I'm looking at the Packers coaching staff right. Ryan Mahaffey. Ryan Mahaffey's their wide receivers coach. From him to promote Nelson, I think he's gonna end up leaving. And he was a quality control coach, and then he got promoted to wide receivers coach in 2024. And he was the wide receivers coach in Green Bay last season. So, yeah, Mahaffey's ahead of Nelson on the pecking order, but if Nelson basically says,
I respect that. You're marking your way up the chain. Quality control is making sure everything's done right and running the system to the point that you can correct things that they're going wrong. So forget that you're not a coach. You're just coordinating things. And to get your way up into the coaching position and then potentially taking yourself up further.
the Packers, I do like what Mahaffey's done, but you're going to have to sacrifice him if you want to keep Jordy Nelson in Green Bay. And sacrificing him could ruin the chemistry between the receivers in your locker room. So I don't think the Packers are going to sacrifice him if they make a Super Bowl this year. They're not.
And that's a great problem to have. Yeah, two damn good receiver coaches. Well, guess what? You got potential the offensive tables. Guess what? That's a great problem to have because it's going to develop into real quickly. But don't take everything's going up. And I think either one of them would be great. But trying to say out back. And you know how
I think he's done enough to where if he agrees to under $1 million, you bring.
Number 3 on the Browns, he's only been there like a week and a half. I mean, none of that time he's already made an impact.
Corley's only making $746,000 this year. He's making, if Corley agrees to $800 or $900K, you bring him back.
They're not back. Come on back. Because you're the only one that can run a chicken end around over the last 5 years. Like, you got some athleticism. He's got good hands. He can run good routes. Bring him back on a 3 or 4 year deal. $1 million a year, give him a nice signing bonus. And then you got Isaiah Bond, you got Malachi Cole, and you got Jerry Judy for the next few years. You got yourself a wide receiving core that's young and, at least ready to develop into something.
Yeah, because DeAndre Carter is gone after this year. Thrash is your wide receiver 3, Bond's your wide receiver 4, and Corley's your wide receiver 5. So it's a great problem to have. And the Browns will get a wide receiver 6 in the draft, but they don't have to get that guy early if they don't want to. It's a good problem to have.
Last year's been good, but he's been unspectacular. He was gone under the radar, but he's made a lot of good catches.
Yeah.
When it comes to some of the inaccurate throws we've been getting from both Dylan Gabriel and earlier on Joe Flacco, he made some catches that probably should have been incomplete or some close interception.
I'm going to look at Njoku's market value. I think the Browns are going to make Fannin Titan 1 next year, but I want to. There's no market value for David Njoku. Are you kidding me? I agree.
He has no contract. He'll play 6. He's a top 10 tight end. He's probably going to bet a third-round pick from somebody who's probably in contention for a Super Bowl. Maybe the Chiefs or, the Chiefs or somebody like that. And they're probably going to give him a third-round pick or maybe even a second win the Super Bowl. And if Njoku's the final piece, depending on their roster construction, he's just going to be the final piece of a bigger picture, and the Browns are just going to take the draft pick for him because Fannin is the number one yardage-wise on the Browns this year so far, and he's basically catching balls and then just running through people. Because they can't scheme him open completely.
There is a market value for Joel Bitonio. Back at that price, or do you just let him walk or retire? If Bitonio wants to come back, do you bring him back for $13 million or no?
He's already said he's going to retire after this year.
So why does Spot Track have a market value for Bitonio but not for Teller?
Taylor's going to play a few more years at least.
So that's what I'd like to know from Spot Track. Not trying to criticize the site, but it's a legitimate question.
Yeah. But Daniel said last year he was going to retire if he convinced him that they were going back to the East side to give him one more year to help the transition. He doesn't even practice anymore. His back is so that he doesn't even practice. He just pumps for the games. I mean, he's going to retire after this year. Why do they have an evaluation for him?
I'm just going to assume the evaluation for Teller is $13.5 million. Maybe it's 14 or 15 million, but it's that we're going to apply Bitonio's market value to Teller in this scenario because it makes the most logistical sense.
That works.
Bad boys. Or may not be responsible for what happens in cops.
It's going to Cleveland. You pick off the next person and take him to the hospital for next hospital ball. The Browns are leaking.
They do have Zach Zinner. Zach Zinner could blossom next year, but they don't have anyone else. They got Gellinger on the practice squad. Livingston, I don't know.
I was listening to Quincy Carrier this morning. He made a great point about Zinter. Zinter drafted at a time where position coaches usually have a big say in get drafted and so on and so forth. Andy Dickerson was the offensive line coach. So basically, South Central has been an actor trying to relearn everything because it was drafted for a specific offense, the same type that he played in Michigan, same type of power drafting scheme, and he has to learn everything from the ground up because less than half a season. Remember, Dickerson was in the entire drafting season, but he was sidelined for Kevin Stefanski and Mike Vrabel about a quarter of the way through the season. I think he was caught in the transition.
I agree.
I still think he's going to have a great career.
I do too.
I think he's going to start. I think he's going to thrive, but he's going to have to learn everything from the ground up if he's going to stay from the ground. And that is a shame. But, you know, that's the way the NFL works sometimes.
Yeah.
He might go somewhere else and thrive.
I believe Zinter will start for the Browns in 2026, and he'll do a damn good job. The question is, are the Browns going to get the other guard in the draft or free agency? Because, I mean, right now, the other options to start next to Zach Zinter are, I think Whippler will probably start at center next year, but the other options are Leviston, who I view as a backup, and Dellinger. Dellinger is a practice squad guy on the Browns. So those are your options at left guard when Batonio retires.
I love Whippler, so do not let him run out route again, please, for the love of God. That was probably one of the most pathetic beach whale
That's
I've ever seen in my freaking life.
That's why.
No. Let him sit down, let him be a center. A great center, and I think he is going to have a hell of a career. At the other, Tevin Jenkins.
Jenkins is a UFA, unfortunately. Tevin Jenkins is a UFA.
He is, but I might want to keep him around if he can stay healthy. Because he's a good standard when he's healthy. He's just never healthy. So you might want to keep him around.
You're paying him $2.2 million. He does not currently have a market value. So he might walk. They might try to upgrade that position in free agency. Let's look at the defense now.
Maybe he thinks about the offensive line. Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. Are you still here, William? Let's see. Is
Oh, yes, working? Sir. Yes, sir. I was just listening to you guys talk and, you know, enjoying the show. I couldn't hear you for like a minute, but
is Alex Wright. He has a market value of $14.8 million. I know you liked Wright. I wasn't as high on Wright coming out of the draft. I didn't think he would end up being as good as Alex Highsmith on the Steelers. I'd rather keep McGuire on a rookie deal and start him next to Garrett than pay Alex Wright $14.8 million.
Have a very, very good problem. Alex Wright has been playing incredibly well this year, and so is Isaiah McGuire. McGuire has been run stopping and, you know, shutting.
And I love McGuire coming out of Missouri too. McGuire's only going to make $1.3 million, and Wright's going to make 14.8, whether you keep him or let him walk. So I think you're okay with keeping McGuire.
The thing is, that's a very good problem for the Browns to have.
So that's why I say no to paying him $14.8 million. If he wanted $8 or $9 million, I'd re-sign him right now. $14.8 million is too much with his injury history.
That's the key. If you can get him for $8 or $9 million because of the injury history, you keep him and you keep McGuire and you keep that, you know, left in position for both of them because they are very good together.
Yeah.
Not as apart, but very good together. So it's a very good position to be in because both are very good players, but they have different strengths. So what are you going to do and how are you going to do it and how's it going to play out? But at the same time, you also have Mason Graham, got a couple young defensive tackles inside beside him. So you have 3 or 4 young defensive tackles, plus you have Myles Garrett on there for another few years. I mean, it's a good situation for the Browns to have, and it's a good problem for the Browns to have.
Right now, I get a left tackle and an edge rusher in the draft with those 2 first-round picks because you got Reuben Bain Jr. and the other guy who I've gotten a request to do a film cut on is David Bailey of Texas Tech, who has 10.5 sacks. Bailey leads the country in sacks.
I like Bailey. The big thing is I agree with the offensive tackle. I think they don't need a quarterback. One of myself will disagree with this. And
I agree with you. I don't think there's a QB with more upside than Gabriel or Sanders in this draft. So I say you jettison quarterback this year, and if neither Gabriel or Sanders shows they're the guy, you get your guy in 2027. And you continue to accumulate draft capital.
I agree with Shedeur. William does not like Shedeur at all. So it's like William and myself will always disagree on this premise. And it's great to have that type of discourse because, you know, we both have great...
I liked Shedeur and Gabriel's ceilings, but I didn't like either their floors. I thought both QBs had high ceilings, but neither had high floors, which wasn't the consensus when it came to most people on those QBs.
Most people.
The thought process of next year's draft, the most pressing need for me is left tackle.
The only way I'd draft a QB if I'm the Browns is if somebody like Drew Aller fell to day 3 like Shedeur did last year. No harm, no foul.
Absolutely. If somebody who could count day 3, absolutely take it. And Drew Aller is a Browns fan. So, you know, that would be, you know, you get him for a great price, and he has the extra emphasis to make the franchise succeed because he's a lifelong fan. He's from the area. So, I mean, that would be a win-win. And you give him a low contract. So
yeah.
That would be awesome. And the second thing I think they got to get number 1 receiver. I love the receivers they have with Bond and Judy, but Judy's big thing is 20-some% of his receptions last year and his production came from the slot. You got to get something there.
I love Jordan Tyson. I love Carnell Tate. And it's a deep receiver draft. Maybe you don't think it's as deep as I do, but I think you can get a receiver later.
Tate is amazing. If they don't take him, I will be disappointed.
I like Tyson more. It's not that I dislike Tate. I like Tyson a little bit more. And I'm an Ohio State fan.
You know, I just love him.
Who do you like more between Tyson and Tate? Because they're both very good. We got to settle this debate for us.
I missed the question there. It was
that's my fault. Jordan Tyson or Carl.
Between which?
I like Tyson a little bit more than Tate because of his big body, his ability to catch in the red zone, ability to catch in traffic, double coverage. Joey likes Tate more. I think Tate's a better route runner, but I think Tyson's a better receiver. And Tyson's route running's on par with. So that's why I still take Tyson over Tate. He's got more touchdowns as well. I think you could argue that Tate's level of competition is nobody's going to disagree with you, Matt, but I think Tyson's done more this year.
Yeah, Tyson's definitely done a little bit more. I like Carnell Tate though, so I'm gonna veer away from you on this one. I just think that I mean, he has a little bit more upside, maybe. I don't know. It's actually it's real close. So, but no, I just have to say that I like Tate a little bit more.
Close.
I
I mean, Tyson had 7 touchdowns in his first 5 games. Let me say, 7 touchdowns in his first 5 games. He's only had 1 then. He's missed some games with injuries, but his production has cooled off a little since the hot start to the season. Exception 628 yards. It's for Jordan Tyson. Carnell Tate, what is he at? Carnell Tate's a Capricorn like Joey and I, and so he's going to workaholic. He's not just a great route runner. He's going to work his ass off. Also has 6 touchdowns. He has 587 yards. LeBron James, Lamar Jackson, Connor McDavid are all caps like Joey and myself. We are the best, not to brag, but we are the best.
No.
I'm older than everybody else here. I will brag until bragging becomes non-existent.
Or it becomes illegal.
Wait a minute. How old are you?
I'm 34. Joey's in his 40s, by the way. But I prefer you didn't ask Joey about his age, William.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure Oh, I totally didn't hear that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I got all of you, but we'll just put it this way. Not in mine though. In mine, I'm still a child.
Don't worry.
I'm
You're
still
cool,
a child,
William.
doing my favorite thing on this planet, talking about football. There's 2 things on this planet that I'm
All right.
just tops at, and it's football and horses.
Yes.
William, I'm honest with you. In my people, in my generation of the reason, you had fun when you were younger. Okay? We broke every head. We set everything on fire. And everybody
Still going in and out.
You can't have fun because the rules are met.
Yeah. But
I was living for you.
For the rest of the season, or Tyson today against Iowa, I had Texas Tech winning, getting revenge on Arizona State after losing to them in the regular season, which actually happened, by the way. William had Texas Tech beating Iowa State. So right now, if that happens, BYU does have the tiebreaker over Iowa right now. So
this is great. We hear about the Browns and the receiver and so forth. So let's just
get to the Eagles and Buccaneers, because the Eagles and Buccaneers are both 4-2, or I think they're both 5-2, by the way. So they're both 5-2, and the Eagles beat the Buccaneers head-to-head, which means we get to talk about Baker Mayfield after this. I'm pissed that he wore a Lightning jersey, Dallas. I hope Vrabel real good next week without harming him. Just fuck him up. Just fuck him up, but make sure he's healthy enough to walk off the field after the game. You were born in Texas. You were born in Texas. You could have took a stand today out of pride, out of stubbornness. You would have lost some fans in the process, but you could have took a stand. But hey, you took Tristan Wirfs to the game, and you admitted hockey players are just as tough as football players. So we respect you for that, Baker. We do. Not happy about the jersey you wore, but other than that, we respect your honesty. We do.
Baker, I love you, man. Don't change anything. Just do it.
Defensive tackle, Mason Graham's under contract. Malik Collins is under contract next year. I was never a big Malik Collins fan, but he hasn't played horrible enough to cut him yet. He's actually had some key moments for the Browns in their wins this season. So I can't really say Collins is a guy you cut. I can't make that argument right now, Joey. I just can't. Great moments against the Packers. He had a few sacks. Yeah, I think he had a sack against the Lions too. And he had a pressure against the Steelers, I think, when I went to the Browns-Steelers game in person. And I went to Huntington Bank Stadium with my friend after the Guardians lost the playoffs to the Tigers, but I got the sweet rally towel. So, yeah, for free. You had to pay for a terrible towel against the Browns. That's how cheap the Steelers are. They don't have the courtesy to hand out free rally towels like the Guardians. So, just, all right, I'm done waving the towel.
I'll say this, you did approve this signing with McDowell when it happened. But he has been a very good pass rusher and a key contributor to that defense. Now, to your point, he is older.
He's 30, but I also don't think he's horrible enough to cut yet. If you want to re-sign him after this, that's fine. If you don't want to re-sign him when he's a UFA in 2027, that's fine. I can respect that.
He's been good.
I wouldn't re-sign him,
You're not going to re-sign him. That's fine. That's fine.
but he hasn't played horrible enough to cut him either. So let him play out his contract and then let him walk.
Yeah, he's been a good role player. He's been a good pass right up the middle. He's been a good mentor to Graham, all of them. So, let him play his contract. Don't re-sign him. Not going to be...
To bring in a DT4 for DT3. So that's the only... But you can get that on day 3. You can get that on day 3.
There's actually a rumor that if a team looks for a defensive tackle, they might look at the Browns. There's one of the veterans. So, once again, that would be one of these teams.
Harris is a UFA, and Malik Collins has 1 year left in his contract. So it's possible the Browns sell Collins while he's at his peak.
That's why they're selling Collins. All about Collins? Going to go about that? Doesn't from the defense. But that would be my suspicion. That would be my thought process. Those would be the only people that would call.
And we'll get to it now. Get that out of the way before there's Eagles fans thinking they're going to get Garrett for 2 first-round picks. That is bullshit. That is bullshit. I'm here to tell you why. Wednesday, I got a rumor from one of our former draft Utopia writers who spread a lot of rumors that turned out offered full font that and an immediate impact player, Lamb or Prescott, and the Cowboys just like they'd rather have Lamb than Prescott with the money Prescott's getting paid, but that's basically the asking price for Myles Garrett. 5 first-round picks plus CeeDee Lamb. Nobody in the league is going to match that. I mean, it took that to get a counteroffer, Joey. It took 5 first-round picks for the Browns to give the Cowboys a counteroffer. 5.
By the time he retires, he may be the greatest pass rusher in the history of the game. So, yeah, you're looking at a massive haul for him. I heard another rumor that the Cowboys, their initial offer was 3 firsts and and getting caught. So it's, I mean, the astronomical price for a guy like Garrett is, I mean, should we be surprised that?
And as much as I love Garrett, if the Cowboys offered me 5 first-round picks in either Lamb or Dak Prescott, I'm in Garrett. And I love Garrett. He's easily a top 3 edge rusher in the league right now, maybe top 2. Maybe you could argue he's number 1, but it's like if you're getting Lamb and 5 first-round picks or Dak and 5 first-round picks, you have to pull the trigger and move Garrett.
Yeah, and I think that's why the Browns said you have to have him. I think Garrett is the difference between Dallas winning a Super Bowl, or at least getting to a Super Bowl, or not. So it's like, what do you want, Dallas? You want to get there, or you want to not?
And look, if you sacrifice Lamb to get Garrett, you can still pay George Pickens to be your number 1. Pickens has had a really good resurgence in Dallas, so.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, Dallas, if they're going to offer 5 first, they might as well go all in. Might as well, because you're basically sacrificing your entire future on winning a Super Bowl. If you're going to do that, you might as well go all in and say,
Chance. You had a chance to make the Mavericks and the Stars, who are suing each other, look like dumbasses if you had traded for Myles Garrett. But you didn't want to offer Lamb to do it. So now those 2 teams are fighting, and they're probably going to play in separate arenas, and I'm guessing renderings will come out for both the Mavericks and Stars this offseason. I'm not going to open up that can of worms right now. We still have linebackers.
taking care of one of the problems with the Browns, because they would have had Alex Wright on one side and McCoy on the other. So it would have been, you know, so it would have gotten the Browns 5 first, the number 1 receiver, taking care of that.
We're talking about the modern trade if this happens, Joey. The modern-day Herschel Walker trade. 5 firsts and a receiver.
And he saw that, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm not going to do for the Browns what was done for me." Maybe that's what it was. It wasn't that it was Jerry. It wasn't that it was the Cowboys. It was a Jerry Jones who had done the same damn thing 38 years ago, or whatever it was, 39 years ago. And he said, "Hell no, we're not doing that. We're not doing the same thing for another franchise." Because people that have said about Andrew and their way of doing things, if they got that hard, they've been saying that. Jerry just wasn't going to be a punchline of the struggling Cleveland Browns for 30 years. Suddenly became Super Bowl contenders in 3 years because Jerry Jones.
Yeah, and before the Colts, before the Colts gave the 49ers a first-round pick for DeForest Buckner, the Colts offered the Bengals four first-round picks to move up to number 1 because the Colts wanted to draft Burrow to replace Luck, and the Bengals said no. They stood firm and took Burrow.
And the thing about Burrow, Ransom happens, I expect nothing. He is one of those tough mofos, very tough. That Hummer had it that with that toe surgery, that the bad thing is he didn't get surgery immediately, he might have fallen off or had to be. There's a thing about being tough, a thing about a franchise saying, "We're not going to protect that quarterback, we're going to let this happen." I got to stop and look at the Bengals on that situation and say, maybe the Colts would have been a better place than Cincinnati for Joe, because at least the Colts care.
And the Colts actually rebuilt their offensive line. By the time Andrew Luck retired, the Colts did successfully rebuild their offense.
Yeah, the only problem was Andrew Luck at that point already didn't do well.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an alternate universe where they're playing in the NFL, if the Colts don't hire Ryan Grigson as general manager, there's an alternate universe where Colts don't hire 2000 is winning Super Bowls.
Andrew Luck, Tim Cow, a lot of these guys, the Texans, extension.
David Carr, Derek's older brother.
Those guys were still damn good. They're very good. They're incredibly good. That was in the downfall, every single one of them. It's a good offensive line.
I think you could put Joey Harrington into this category too, but he's just not as good as Carr was, even though he was in a horrible situation until the Lions got better receivers.
Guys that could have been, Harrington was a good quarterback, but not at the level of the other guys. These guys were, all 20 of those that I named, were some of the best college quarterbacks I've ever seen. And they were great in the NFL, but they were so limited in what they could do.
Yeah.
As the offensive line, and they ended up getting beaten to one tip, and they all ended up retiring early. Credit to Andrew Luck, though, where the other two lasted about 5-6 years, and Andrew Luck lasted 9. Credit to Andrew Luck, he lasted a few years longer.
I think he lasted 8 years, or he lasted 7 years, because he retired before the 2019-2020 season, was drafted in 2012. It feels like he lasted 10 years. But
it did feel that way, because I think David Carr lasted 5 years.
as a starter. As a starter, he lasted 5 years. He did win a Super Bowl as Eli's backup.
Yeah, I was going to say a year as a backup, maybe 2 years as a backup, so maybe 7 years overall.
Yeah.
So there was I think both he and
You want to get to the Browns linebackers? Because we still got the Bucks and Eagles after. Rant's fun. I wish we could continue, but it's like...
yeah, you're right. The Browns linebackers.
I think Owosu Koromoa is going to come back from his injury next year. A lot of people don't. I do. So I don't think they have a problem with starting linebackers. They might want to add some bodies for depth, though, in the later rounds of the draft.
Not officially, but technically, he's medically retired. The Browns are just keeping him around to help him with his rehab. So we're going to find out by the end of the year what this situation really is.
If Owosu Koromoa does retire, you're going to need another linebacker.
Agreed. The linebacker situation is not terrible. It's not great.
You're going to need a nickel corner as well, with Emerson set to be a UFA. Unless you can get him back on a team-friendly deal, you're going to go elsewhere as a number 2 corner. And it's going to be Ward, Campbell, and probably a guy in a rookie deal.
Yeah, I think he's going to re-sign with the Browns. Torn Achilles is not.
I'm just curious if Emerson has a market value. I'm curious if he has a market. That's what I'm curious about.
That's a good question.
He does not have a market value. But Tyson Campbell only makes $4 million in 2026. He does not make double digits until 2027. Tyson Campbell does not make double digits, so you could use the franchise tag on Emerson, because Campbell only makes $4.9 million, and he makes $18.3 million in 2027 in this season, which is a bargain.
He makes more than that. Both he makes more than it's because Jaguars are paying for it.
Yeah.
That's so that is a low estimate of what he is making because Jaguars are paying all his bonuses, half of his salary cap money. I mean, the Jaguars, I don't know what they thought about when they were making this.
I'm guessing Emerson's going to get franchise tagged because if you think about it, Campbell's only getting paid $4.96 million against the Browns salary cap next year. So it makes logistical sense to franchise tag Emerson.
It really does. It just, I'm still, even 3 weeks after this deal was done, I'm still wondering what the Jaguars were thinking. Why the hell would you make a deal and trade your number and pay all of his salary after giving him an extension?
They have a 30-year-old general manager. They have a 30-year-old general manager who's younger than me. That's part of the problem here.
I think that has to be it because it just as a Browns fan, I'm good because he has gotten a pick six and saved 2 touchdowns and drill. I watched him a lot living here in Jacksonville, and I'm thrilled about it, but it's still baffling to me that that this would happen because not that the trade would happen because the trade financially would have been
and safety.
But pay everything outside is just absolutely insane.
All right, closing thoughts on the Browns. Hickman's an RFA. He'll be back. Delpit will be back. And they need some safety depth behind Delpit and Hickman because Jenkins and Kazee are both UFAs.
Hickman is a restricted free agent.
Yes, so the Browns can tender him.
I do think Hickman will be signed. Hickman has been played. He has played great this year. I won't say amazing. He hasn't played up to that level. But he's played great this year. I do believe he will get a long-term extension.
I believe he'll get a level 3 tender, which means if a team wants to steal him from the Browns, they will have to give him a second-round pick back in return. And no team will do that, so he'll get brought back.
Yeah, so he won't get the extension because nobody else is going to match that.
Well, level 4 tender's a first and third round pick. Level 3 tender's a first round pick. Level 2 tender's a second round pick. So he'll probably get a level 2 tender, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, because they want to make sure nobody's going to pay for him so they can negotiate with him directly with no interference. So, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. What do you think about the Browns' defensive backfield?
Their defense backfield, I mean, the Browns' defense as a whole, has definitely been good for the last decade, and it all starts in the trenches. But with everything that's going towards points and more touchdowns, more passing attempts, this backfield is definitely something that is it can use some work, but I like what they're doing there. They just need to figure out their quarterback situation on the other side of the ball. I'll leave it at that, man.
Yeah. And I might let
Browns.
Joey and William help me design our draft boards because I've actually figured out how to code a draft simulator, Joey. It's like because what I did is I found out, okay, is there a way to make a draft simulator through AI? And I Googled it, found out there was, and then my other boss at draft prospect hockey found out the same thing, but he found something else that's even better than AI. We incorporated our code, and I figured out how to get visuals on a draft. I did not have a team selector when I made my first draft game in 2018. I have a team selector, and players up. I've got players up, college logos up, height, weight, all of that on a simulator, and the simulator's mobile friendly too on top of that. So, and we're just beta testing this for soccer, and if it's a success, we'll do the same for football in 2026. And I'll let you guys help me design the big board from 1 to 256. We can even rank the board leading up to the draft.
You didn't know how to split the screen. You have the name and the picture, and you'd have the team, but you couldn't. And make it, the second thing was leaving his. Now, maybe this for the back. On my part, I've forgotten everything about it. I was so happy for you, I didn't want to say anything.
Joey, I am texting you some renderings of the MLS draft simulator I've been working on. I'm texting you some renderings right now.
I haven't texted renderings in years.
Look at the renderings I sent you, Joey. Look at the renderings I sent you. This is for the soccer draft. Available prospects, players, height, and draft results with the team, the pro team, the college team, the player, and the position they play. That's what I created. And it's mobile friendly too. It's desktop friendly and it's mobile friendly. So just take a second and look at that. We're going to make something like that for football after the NFL regular season ends. Just look.
I do have a question on this. Is a sub segment?
There's a position selector. There's a position selector. If you look at the second picture, it says available prospects. You can go to all. You can pick forwards. You can pick midfielders. You can pick goalies. You can pick defensemen. There is a selector. So there's going to be a selector for the NFL one. It's going to be much bigger. So you're saying I should link my write-ups to my mock drafts to the simulator. I should add a link to my write-up for each player in the mock draft and incorporate that in the simulator. I love that idea. Yeah, because Ransford Yin has 8 goals, 8 assists. I think he should go number 1 in the draft. When William tested the simulator out, he picked Junior Dioff. Here's a fun fact. They were high school teammates in New Jersey. 2 soccer players that are two high school teammates were on picks 20 years ago. You had Stafford and Kershaw. They both would have been first-round picks in 2006 had Stafford chosen the baseball route. But he chose to play football instead. He ended up going number 1 3 years later to the Lions. And Kershaw won a World Series with the Dodgers. They both brought championships to LA, and they both did pretty well for themselves. So Because you agree this is much better than anything I've designed, but the criticism you'd add is that there needs to be a link to like what they did in college. There needs to be some more information, and a link's the best way to provide that, which I agree with. Yep. I just applied your suggestion and added a link, a backlink, an anchor tag to the Ransford Yen write-up, and it redirects you to the mock draft. Beautiful. Beautiful. And that's a good idea. I appreciate you helping out, Joe. I appreciate to do. You guys build our board. We're not going to build, and you guys cover football just as much as I do. I actually am going to listen to your suggestions when it comes to the NFL simulators. So you guys are going to get input on the NFL simulators if you want input. If you don't want input, that's fine. I won't put that on you. But if you want input, you're going to get it. Well, I consider you and William teammates. So if you give me suggestions for the draft simulator, I'm going to run with them and give you credit for them, because that's what I have to do. That's my responsibility as a leader now. Now that I know how to make a draft simulator, that's my responsibility, whether I like it or not, William. You know, that's on me as the leader.
Yes, sir.
That's part of being quarterback in the NFL.
Leader of the pack.
That I'm not meant to play quarterback. Unless that's just the responsibility. It comes with the territory, whether I like it or not, Joey. That's the responsibility. It comes with the territory of running a business as long as I have. That's the main reason you put up with my shit on a weekly basis. But let's get to the Buccaneers.
And you have diarrhea on a weekly basis, so it is a lot to deal with.
I know I have more baggage than 90% of draft analysts. I appreciate you putting up with my baggage for nearly a decade and a half.
It's like drinking a bottle of magnesium citrate, man.
Cut that. I'm kidding. I'm taking the joke. We're getting it all.
Oh man, no, there was a meme. There was a meme a couple years back about that magnesium citrate, dude. It was a story. It went on for about 5 paragraphs. Oh my god, dude, I was rolling. I was in tears by the end of it.
Yes,
I got to find that again. It was funny as hell.
Okay, I've got the Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield's in a contract year. He will probably get extended before next season because he enters the contract in 2026. So I'm willing to bet he gets extended, and the return on investment will be a Super Bowl appearance. Baker will, because I don't think Baker has the weapons to get to the Super Bowl this year because of Mike Evans' injury. If Evans comes back and everyone's healthy, who knows? But I think the Buccaneers.
Yeah, but Tez Johnson Tez Johnson is playing Emeka Buka, but like I understand the year.
He's actually top 4 now. He's top 4 now. Mahomes is number 1. Allen's number 2. Drake May's moved up to 3. And with Baker struggling against the Lions and Saints, he's now 4th. But
I'm saying
there's still a path for him to win MVP. Because here's a scenario for you. Let's say Baker Mayfield, let's say Josh Allen beats Patrick Mahomes. Drake May beats Josh Allen again. And Baker ends up beating both of Allen and May. In that scenario, Baker probably wins MVP. That's just the reality.
All right.
another Georgia game?
Yes. Yes, it is. That's at 3:30, the cocktail party.
Like, I missed that because I just saw Game Day Express their past week, and that only happens on game days. So that means I'm going to have to get my ass downtown because you know.
And this is the last Georgia in Jacksonville until the Georgia in 2000 for 2027, and they're going to the Falcons Stadium in 20 renovations.
I heard that that is a preliminary call.
No, that is.
They're trying to get a permanent place for both years. They want to get a bigger. They want to get a bigger thought process, a bigger facade.
No, I've heard both teams are going to get a home game. So
that'd be good, you know. And then they come back to Jacksonville on this new souped-up fucking stadium.
that's basically what's probably going to happen.
I'm gonna ask for that, but you know, I just saw the Game Day Express go by. I was just thinking like, oh, Georgia today. Yeah, I'm just.
It is. All right, so Buccaneers, they're probably going to extend Baker. Bridgewater's a UFA. Running back, Rashad White's a UFA, but they still have Bucky Irving. Sean Tucker is a RFA, so Irving and Tucker will be the 1-2 next year. And they'll probably bring in a running back to compete with Josh Williams for third string because Williams is on the practice squad, but he's got 3 more years on his contract. So they'll probably draft a guy in like round 7 to compete with Williams. Wide receiver, Evans is a UFA, so is Sterling Shepard. I'm curious, what is market value? He has to have a market value. You're telling me Mike Evans, consecutive seasons of... Evans has had 1,000 yards every season in his career. He should have a market value. The fact that you do not have a market value for Mike Evans is inexcusable. I'm guessing they're considering all the possibilities. They're considering the possibility of Evans signing a team-friendly deal and retiring a Buccaneer. They're also considering the possibility of him retiring after this season. And they're considering the possibility of him going elsewhere. So everything's on the table and why there's no market value for him.
To start his career, and especially if he ends up having a Super Bowl, he'll retire. So if Mike Evans is thinking, I break my records, I won my Super Bowl.
I think what's going to end up happening is Baker will get paid. Mike Evans will come back for one more season on a team-friendly deal. The Buccaneers will end up getting to the Super Bowl, and they'll play the Bills. And Mike Evans will retire after that, win or lose. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen for next season.
Next year, if he signs 1 year deal and they end up winning the Super Bowl by whatever chance,
I think they'll lose if they play anyone besides Buffalo. Now, if they besides Buffalo, I think they can win. But if they get Buffalo next year in LA, I think they lose in that matchup. They got a multi-year window. If they end up because they could be the team that ends up in Atlanta. I think them and Green Bay both have a shot at getting to Atlanta in 62 right now. Those would be my 2 front runners for Atlanta right now. But it's early. A lot can change. A lot can change.
Indeed, and Evans is still relatively, I won't say young, but he still has some years left in him. If he wants to retire, if they go to the Super Bowl next year after he meets Super Bowl this year, breaking that up, and he thinks that they can win to next year, he might sign on 1 year deal. Just because he won a Super Bowl. And they're good. So, it's all speculative, but.
And the Buccaneers have 3 receivers on rookie deals. Egbuka, they have Jalen. He's going to come back from an injury pretty soon. It's been over 8 weeks. He should be McMillan and Tez Johnson all on rookie deals, and all 3 guys have looked good. They traded Trey Palmer to the Saints, but they got Godwin, they've got Egbuka, they've got McMillan, they've got Tez Johnson, so they have a great problem at wide receiver for or without Evans. But Evans, if you bring back Evans, you're the de facto favorite next year. You're the de facto favorite with the turnover the Lions are going to have, the turnover the Eagles are going to have, the turnover the Packers are next. Getting Evans is the key to being the favorite versus potentially being.
When it comes to the rookie and second year playoff, they're kept it up far longer than need be because they don't want extension issues. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with their training staff they don't trust. I don't know. But a lot of teams, those 2 are just examples. A lot of teams are keeping out these guys far longer than need be. And quite frankly, I'd like to know why. Because it would definitely bring a little bit of clarity to how these guys are being worked and how their training is going and how their rehab is going. So that's just curious for me.
Yeah, I agree. And you look at the situation, Otten and O'Keefe are both UFAs. Payne Durham is under contract on a rookie deal for 1 more year after the season. Culp's on a rookie contract for 2 more seasons, Joey. So Buccaneers, if they don't want to pay Cade Otten, I've got a feeling they're going to draft a tight end early. Maybe not in round 1, but in round 2 or round 3, they'll probably get a tight end on a rookie deal and make him the day 1 starter because they got Otten in round 4, I believe. And he's been the guy. Maybe they got him in round 3, but they got him in round 3 or 4. But he's making $3.8 million this year, and he's a UFA in 2026. He was 106th overall, but he's making $3.6 million on his rookie deal. Great negotiating by XL Sports Management to get a 4th round pick, $3.6 million on the final year of the rookie deal. That is great negotiating.
Yeah. I'm not sure quite how they value tight ends there in Tampa Bay, but Cade Otten, he's definitely been serviceable. He might be what they want. They might put their priorities elsewhere.
If they extend Baker, who's making $51 million next season, they're going to have to choose between Evans and Otten. I don't think they're going to be able to keep both with the cap space.
Yeah. And that depends because, now Evans is on the downside of his
I agree. And the Buccaneers do have the luxury of letting him walk if they want to with their receiver depth, but he's also the heart of the offense when he's healthy. So it's a very tough decision.
Yeah. And, Otten, he is going to bring some money somewhere. It just depends on, like I said, how much they value them there, or if they have a guy that they love fall, because tight ends do that. I mean, there have been some great tight ends that have been taken late. Well, that's kind of been not only lately but all time.
On that vein, real quick, just remark, I have thought for a couple years Chris Godwin's time with the Bucs is going to be limited. I think Chris Godwin's gone after this year. I think that's where the money comes.
Godwin a huge extension, and they can't get out of it until they can't get out of it. But they voided because they gave Godwin a 4-year extension, but they did void the final 2 years of that extension. Can they get out of his contract? No, they cannot. They cannot get out of his deal until 2027. I mean, he's got a cap hit of $33 million, and he's a number 2 receiver. I don't $33 million for a number 2 receiver. He's not a billion enough. And you've got Egbuka now, which limits his touches even more. So,
which means if he's going to have, I think there's going to be market value for number 1 receiver. I think he's going to fill the bill. And I think he's going to get traded because he. That's just the way. At this point, he's first down Hall of Famer. There's no argument on it. So you can't say Godwin.
Well, Godwin signed a 3-year, $66 million deal this past offseason, and he can't get it out of that deal until 2027. And I think the Buccaneers are going to keep him and go all in. I think they're going to try to keep all of their weapons, and they're going to go all in for a Super Bowl next year. That's what I think is going to happen. They've got Egbuka, and they're going to go all in and try to win a Super Bowl, even at the cost of losing Kate Otten. That's what I think they're going to do. Oh, and they re-signed Luke Goedeke. Luke Godecki's making $22 million a year next year. The Buccaneers did extend him before the season. So,
I see nothing that's changing the way the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl next year.
the Bills. I think the Bills could beat them.
I'm not so sure because the Buccaneers, they're bad at one of everything. They've got some deficiencies that Josh Allen makes up for. Okay. So that's a debate. But if you look at it from a clear football standpoint, then if the Buccaneers are going to win, unless the Bills do a lot of restructuring and have an all-out draft, Buccaneers might be the favorites.
I think the Buccaneers will probably get there, but I think the Bills will probably win because the NFL will say if Lamar has 2 MVPs, he wins it this year, and Allen has 2 MVPs, but he doesn't win it this year, then there's going to be a lot of pressure to make sure the Bills win it if they get to as soon as they get to a big game. But Buccaneers will get competitive. It's going to be like Steelers Cardinals in 08-09 where end up happening. I think Bills will beat the Buccaneers, but it's going to be like Cardinals Steelers. Baker's going to have a chance to win it at the end like Kurt Warner did, but he's going to fall short. That's what I think is going to happen. So it's not going to be this game where the Bills just rout the Buccaneers. I actually believe Baker will put up a fight, but he will fall short in the end like Kurt Warner in Super Bowl 43. That's what I think will end up happening. But it'll be a great game. It'll be like, it will. It'll be, because right now the Bills are 6 at the moment, -$3 million, and we talked about this a few weeks ago, William. The only way the Bills can get out of this contract is if they cut, they've got to cut Dawson Knox, Curtis Samuel, and one more other player, I think, pre-June 1st, just to get out of the cap hell that they're in. Well, they're -$3 million, but the only players that you can cut that will get you out of the negative and give you money to spend on free agents and rookies, there's only 2 players that you can cut pre-June 1st to save $6 million. Curtis Samuel is one. The other is Dawson Knox. And you look at the UFAs the Bills have: Milano, Daquan Jones, Connor McGovern at center, David Edwards at left guard, Epineza, their right end, next to Rosso, Bosa. There is a lot of turnover in Buffalo. There is. And I'm not ignoring that. I just think Allen is good enough to where he can carry the Bills to a Super Bowl, regardless of his supporting cast. I can't say that about Baker. Baker needs a very strong supporting cast to win a Super Bowl.
Well, I think also, Baker already had a chip on his shoulder when he was coming into the league, for whoever knows, just being him. But now, after spending time, with the Browns and the Panthers, where, the 2
Rams
quarterbacks go to die. The Rams was where he came in freaking on like 2-day notice and literally led them to a win, and Baker, I think, that just, improved that chip on his shoulder. I say improved because now, he understands he's been disrespected by this league, but he has shown that he can absolutely play in it. We're going to have to see about the supporting cast thing, because I think, in Cleveland and Carolina, that had a lot to do with the coaching too, not just, Baker's supporting cast. So
I'm not saying Baker
he can do it,
win, but I think in order for him to beat Allen, he's got to play turnover-free ball the entire game, and Allen's got to have multiple turnovers, either 2 interceptions or an interception and a fumble lost. That's the key.
Yeah, for sure. This is absolutely going to be a shootout, and
the perspective is, Baker Mayfield is the modern day Brett Favre. Okay, Brett Favre in his 1 Super Bowl run didn't turn the ball over. He made incredible plays, whatever, but he was a gunslinger. And sometimes a gunslinger is needed to win the Super Bowl. Other times it's not. Brett Favre made a legend out of him. And I think that's what Baker Mayfield's doing. But at the same time, he's going to have to, make their points, he's going to have that run in the playoffs where he's the gunslinger, but he hits all of his shots. Just like Brett Favre did back in the day when he won Super Bowl. And I think we're talking on the same wavelength, but I think it's just colored by generations. But I think that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at the one guy who can hit the shot, but he has to have the perfect opportunity. And I think that's what Favre had, and I think that's what Mayfield needs. And I think we're looking at the...
I don't think he'll get there this year. They couldn't beat the Eagles or the Lions. And the Lions didn't even have anybody on their secondary healthy. They didn't have Kirby Joseph. Brian Branch was suspended. Terry Arnold was injured. DJ Reed was on IR. Their entire secondary was banged up, and they still held the Buccaneers to 9 points. So right now, the Packers, the Eagles, and the Lions are the 3 best teams in the NFC. Tampa Bay is the distant 4. They could win a wild card game, but I think they probably lose in the division.
But I don't see them. They can easily win this division, and get a fucking chance to fucking talk, maybe.
correlation between Favre and Mayfield on how they have to play to win a Super Bowl. So I think you guys are correct, but I think there is that correlation that maybe hasn't been explored. They may be thinking about it. Some people may be listing it, mentioning it, but I don't think it's been explored.
Yeah.
And I think exploring it is the path to figuring out Baker Mayfield and his Super Bowl success.
Yeah. And I've had a bunch of different Super Bowl 60 scenarios, even dating back to last year. First, I had Bengals Bears, then I had Bengals Packers, then I had Bengals Lions. And then once Burrow got injured, I pivoted to the Ravens. And then I'm thinking maybe it's Ravens Eagles, maybe it's Ravens. Now I'm thinking it might be Ravens Packers if Green Bay gets the 1 seed. Because a lot of people, because here's the thing, if the NFL wants Lamar Jackson to get to the Super Bowl, it can be done, but it's gonna be an uphill battle. First, he has to draw somebody like Mahomes in the wild card round at Baltimore and knock him out. Then he gets the Chargers in LA, wins that game. AFC Championship, who do you put in the AFC Championship against Lamar? Allen. And you create the narrative that Lamar can't beat Allen. Who's the referee of that game? Ron Torbert. Ron Torbert, he lives with his wife in Baltimore, Maryland, so that's how the Bills lose to the Ravens. Ron Torbert screws the Bills Mafia out of the Super Bowl. And he leaves that stadium alive, too, by the way. He screws Bills Mafia out of the Super Bowl appearance, and he actually leaves Highmark Stadium alive in the final game of Highmark Stadium in a plot twist, because everyone will bet on the Bills, and then the Ravens will surprise us. Because I think that's the break the Ravens are going to need if they win the AFC. They're going to need a Ron Torbert bailout game against a team that's vastly superior to them, whether that's the Chiefs in the wild card or the Bills in the AFC title game, if they get that far. They are going to need a bailout from Ron Torbert.
I think you may have the right thought process, but the wrong result on that. Because remember, the NFL was found guilty of collusion in Colin Kaepernick. There is a very large case against the NFL inclusion with the Shedeur Sanders thing, despite what mainstream media says. There is evidence of. So you're looking at, you are saying collusion is capable in the NFL, which I agree. But I think because it's been proven that collusion is capable, in a court of law.
Lamar's a 2-time regular season MVP, and Allen's only a 1-time MVP.
At the same time, I'm saying the NFL may be a little reluctant at this point to put any more emphasis into that because they don't want to get drug into court again.
They won't get drug into court again.
And I think that's a problem.
They won't get it drug into court again. But I think there's also another element in play here. It is Lamar Jackson's the only 2-time MVP in the league outside of Mahomes. So him not winning a Super Bowl is a black eye on the league, the same way Manning not winning a Super Bowl was a black eye on the league 20 years ago. And we're at that same point in history where the NFL pivoted from Tom Brady to other young QBs getting their turn, whether it be Peyton Manning, Roethlisberger, Aaron Rodgers, Eli Manning, Russell Wilson. Everyone else got a turn, and then Brady got his 4th. And I do.
The NFL may have to weigh
basically what I'm saying is we're at the point now, Joey, where every star QB not named Mahomes is going to get a turn, and then by 2030, if the Chiefs still have Mahomes, they're gonna try to Mahomes will get one in 2030. Especially if they build a new stadium and they get rid of Arrowhead, an indoor stadium in Kansas. That's logistically the best conclusion I came up with.
That's a risky, slippery slope for the NFL. It would have to be a calculated risk. Because right now, the courts are targeting collusion with the NFL. So the NFL, I think, might want to simmer down just a little bit. Not a lot, just enough to go under the radar.
And that's what I'm saying a pivot's going to happen. We're going to see a pivot from Mahomes to all these other young stars getting it, so the courts cut back on their collusion against the NFL.
Is possible.
So we'll still see a little bit of collusion in the conference title games, but I think we will see fairer officiating in the wild card and divisional rounds to avoid the blowback from the courts. That's what I think is going to end up happening, because there's 13 playoff games. If there's only collusion in 3 of those games, the courts are going to overlook the collusion. Because as of the last 2-3 years, Joey, well, you'd probably agree with me that there's been collusion in about 7 or 8 of the 13 playoff games. Wouldn't you agree with that conclusion, William? There's been collusion about 7 or 8 of the 13 playoff games.
Yes, sir.
If they scale back and only have collusion in 3 of the playoff games, they can still have a little bit of collusion and get the courts off their back.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not much for saying anything about court cases and that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
I don't want to open up a legal can of worms. I'm just saying that's on the table.
Yeah, for sure. And you just have to wonder.
Yeah, I accidentally exited out of the Buccaneers contracts. Let me reload that. Let me reload that. I didn't mean to X that out, by the way. It's just we were having a fun rant about.
Well, the
Buccaneers.
thing is, you know,
I do think
we
the
talked
Buccaneers
about.
can win. Let's get back to the Buccaneers, though. No more ranting about.
Well, you know, like I said, they this is going to be a shootout.
The offense is locked up.
You know, these are my QB1 and QB2 from 2008. What was that? Whatever draft that was, 17 or 18. Yeah, and Lamar, he was there too. He was number 3. But these 2 quarterbacks is just, Allen. If Allen had Baker's heart, I've said this before, you would have the best quarterback ever, likely. I mean, not saying that Josh Allen doesn't have heart. I love Josh Allen, but I'm just saying, that's just how well it is for the differences between the 2. I mean, they can't really be a whole lot further apart. But they absolutely will put on one hell of a show. Baker's kind of like me, and when you get up against good competition, or the better the competition, the better you play. And I can't wait to see this. I was saying at the beginning of the season, the Buccaneers are likely going to win this division. That's who I have picked to win the division.
They have the offense to get to the Super Bowl. I don't think they have the defensive pieces yet, and we're about to dive into the defense. Looking at their pass rush, Yaya Diaby's the 34 right outside linebacker. Reddick's the left outside linebacker, but he's a UFA. He was inactive last week. Anthony Nelson took his place. He had the fumble recovery versus Rattler for a touchdown. And he's on a team-friendly deal for the next 2 years. You have Braswell, who you drafted in the 2nd round. He's your number 4 edge rusher. Probably be a situational edge next year with Nelson and Braswell competing next to Diaby. And they also drafted David Walker out of Central Arkansas in the 4th round, but he suffered his torn Achilles in training camp. So Walker will be edge 4. So there will be no change at edge rusher, but there's got to be a sack artist that emerges in Tampa. I feel like Buffalo has a sack artist regardless of what happens with Epinez and Bosa. I feel like Buffalo has one sack. I don't see a sack artist on Tampa. As good as Tampa's offense is, I don't think they can win a Super Bowl without a sack artist. And they're either going to have to get that in this year's draft, or someone on this group's going to have to step up. And they've got 4 edges under contract for next year, even if Reddick walks. So that's my objection with Tampa's defense right off the bat. And then looking at the interior defensive line, Logan Hall and Greg Gaines are both UFAs. Kalijah Cansey, who suffered a season-ending injury, will enter year 4 of his rookie deal next season. and Vita Vea will enter a contract year, and as well as Baker Mayfield. So not only do you have to pay Baker, you have to pay Vea, you have to pay Evans. Maybe Vea's the guy who gets shipped. I'm looking at Vea's contract. I don't think Vea's going to get shipped. He is such a... I would argue Vea's the best player on that front seven, so trading him would be absolutely idiotic. But here's the thing. If you cut Vea, you save about 14.6 or 14. If you cut Vea, you save about 14.7 million, which is enough to keep Evans around. But I wouldn't sacrifice Vea to keep Evans at this point. Because Vea's still, Vea's 30. Okay, Vea's 30. I didn't realize Vea was already 30.
Oh, wow. That's actually crazy.
Elijah Roberts is filled in for
it,
Cansey. Elijah Roberts, the SMU edge rusher, will start next year.
Absolute beast, man. But yeah, go ahead.
Elijah Roberts will start next to Vea. And yeah, you're right. I called Vita Vea the human boulder. And I used the Crash Bandicoot meme where Crash Bandicoot's trying to evade a boulder.
I like that.
That was how I described Vita Vea when I scouted him in 2018. I used a meme to scout for my scouting report on Vita Vea. I used a meme I called he's a human boulder.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Can't tame a human boulder. You can just run away and hope the human boulder doesn't run you over.
Another human boulder, Cam Scatabo.
Cam Scattaboo's like a monster truck. He's like Gravedigger. He will run you over. He will be unapologetic about it.
I like that. The way he moves is just like when every time you think he's going over, dude, he comes right back. I like that. Just like
Cam
a monster
Scattaboo
truck.
is a monster
I call
truck.
him.
And
I call him Can Scattaboo though, because oh yes, he can.
That's cool.
You know.
But yes, Cam Scattaboo's like a monster truck and Vita Vea is a human boulder. I know these analogies are very ridiculous. Levante David is a UFA, but he'll come back on a team-friendly deal. Servacha Dennis enters the final. So Buccaneers are going to have some challenges like the Bills. And I don't know what the cap space for the Buccaneers is, but Vita Vea is a Are you kidding me? I have to reload this again.
What do you got?
To reload this again.
Oh no.
And secondary,
Hold the phone.
Jamel Dean enters the final year of a contract. Jamel Dean's a UFA. So is Kendall Vildor, but Zion McCollum, Benjamin Morrison, and Jacob Parrish are probably going to be the starting corner here. As much as I love Jamel Dean, I don't think his upside's as high as McCollum, Morrison, or Parrish. So it's time to let him walk, especially if you want to keep Vea. I'm cool with sacrificing Jamel Dean to keep guys like Vea, Baker, and Mike Evans around. Keep your offense intact. Because I think the younger corners have higher ceilings than Jamel Dean. Jamel Dean's 29. He's 30 soon. So McCollum's 26. Morrison's 21. And Parrish is 21. And you've got Morrison and Parrish both on rookie deals. And both guys have shown they can be effective nickels next to McCollum and Dean at times this year. So it's like, get younger at corner, reload at corner next year, and keep your core, kind of my thought process. All right, I'll quickly pull up the Buccaneers cap space, and then we're going to get to the Eagles.
The Eagles.
I want to get to the Buccaneers cap space for 2026, and then we'll get to the Eagles. I know, Howie Roseman, you're pissed, but we could see another bird team win the World Series tonight. My brother hates bird teams. He talks shit about bird teams on the road trip in Boston and bird teaming, and because it's like it's God's way of saying, look, bro, you don't have to like bird and going to one of them win until you stop talking shit about them. It's like, that's just karma. It's nothing personal. That's just karma.
Hey, man.
It's karma.
since we were just talking about the Buccaneers, and now you're talking about bird teams winning the Super Bowl.
My brother hates bird teams. The Buccaneers have $35 million in cap space. They're not going to cut anybody. They don't have to cut anybody. And if they do cut somebody, they will cut Vita Vea because he saves $15 million against the cap.
Yeah,
I don't, because that's a lot of money. If you go from 35 to 48 million, you can keep Mike Evans. You can keep, well, I don't think you can have to cut Vita Vea to keep Mike Evans because 35 million is enough to bring back Evans. Even if you pay him 13 to 15 million, even if he wants 20 million, you can still bring him back. And yeah, so if Bucks have 35 million, they're going to keep Mike Evans. That's not even a formality at this point.
One time in a movie, I saw some pirates. Actually, they weren't pirates. Actually, no, yeah, they were pirates. Eating a bird that got caught in the sails of on their ship. So actually on the boat.
Yeah.
But just saying, since we were just talking about the Buccaneers, but that will take every ounce of Baker's heart.
The Buccaneers have 35 million. They are probably bringing back Mike Evans. I didn't realize they had that much money available for 2026.
Yep.
So they're probably going to extend Baker and bring back Evans. With 35 million, they have plenty of money, and they can keep keep Godwin
they have
too
the quarterback. So
the cap space was my only objection to the Buccaneers not bringing back some of these core guys. At 35 million, you can bring back Evans and Kate Otten, and probably bring back Levante too. You're probably going to have to let Jamel Dean walk, but you can bring back pretty much everyone else. So yeah, Buccaneers are in a great spot for that reason, Joey. But let's get to the Eagles. Jalen Hurts is under contract. So is Tanner McKee. Howell's a UFA. Kyle McCord is on the Eagles practice squad. Saquon Barkley, and I'm guessing McCord will get promoted and take over third string duties. And Sam Howell's the backup to Tanner McKee. Or did he beat out McKee for the backup job in camp this year? Because Tanner McKee was the third string guy to Pickett and Hurts last year, but he got a little bit of backup experience, started a game. And then Howell, I think, won the backup job in camp, even though McKee pushed him really hard. So I'm guessing McKee will be the backup to Hurts this year. And then
actually, a really,
and then McCord will be third string. Just
a really weird quarterback room they have. I was talking about Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen, being opposites, but what they have, I mean, in this quarterback room, you said Sam Howell. Who was the next one down? McCord. McCord is a great player. He tested.
He's on the practice squad, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to bring him back.
Well,
he's on a 1-year contract worth $234,000.
Some teams should definitely poach him. He tested, as high in metrics as anyone, and I'm not sure quite what the problem is there, why he's sliding to the 6th round and that kind of thing. But, I mean, going back to Tanner McKee, he's 6'6", freaking rocket arm warrior, I mean, he's a cancer survivor, all that stuff.
He was drafted by the Eagles, signed a 4-year contract, waived by the Eagles, and then signed to the practice squad. The rookie deal still applies to him since nobody picked him up. So I'm guessing what will happen is they'll let Howell walk. McKee will be the backup in the final year of his rookie deal, and McCord will be third string. And then they'll turn things over to McCord, and they'll just keep reloading. So they don't have to draft another quarterback.
And then
that's probably what
just
will
my
happen.
last word on that. Just my last word on that.
Keep
Howell,
going, William.
He is Rex Grossman 2.0. He is Rex Grossman 2.0. I mean, he's a backup that can come in, win some games. He has NFL experience. He doesn't have quite the arm that everyone else has, and it's obvious he throws just like Grossman. But like I said, but Jalen Hurts has been absolutely playing lights out for all the knocks on him. The one-read quarterback, this and that. Everything else is kind of like Lamar Jackson, I mean,
Hurts was a one-read quarterback in college, but he showed he could make 4 or 5 reads at the Senior Bowl. And I think the Eagles simplified the offense for him and said, look, only make 1 to 2 reads because those are your best reads. Make those your best reads. And it's
exactly. because he has those positions or those players at the skilled positions.
Because it's not just the fact that reads; it's the athleticism. That Eagles want to get the most out of Hurts throwing and running. That's why they simplified the offense for him.
Yeah, and that's been a trend lately. They're bringing college offenses into the NFL so they can get some of these players, that are one-read quarterbacks that are ultra athletic.
The college offense, and then when the Ravens hired Todd Monken, he adapted and he evolved into more of an NFL offense.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw Lamar make all 6 reads at Louisville, but the Ravens kind of coddled him for a few years until Monken got hired, and then they allowed him to make more reads and play an NFL offense. But yeah, they did that with Lamar too to get the most out of his rushing.
Yep.
But Barkley's running back 1, Will Shipley's on Tanks Bigsby, because Bigsby is under. This was supposed to be the final year of Bigsby's contract, but Bigsby, Shipley's a 2024 pick, Bigsby's a 2023 pick. So both guys will be on rookie deals with AJ Dillon gone. AJ Brown and Devonta Smith will both be back. Dotson will be gone at slot receiver, but Johnny Wilson will be back. Remember, Johnny Wilson, Florida State wide receiver that played with Keon Coleman. He got a season-ending injury in training camp. If he's healthy next year, he's Eagles slot receiver. So I don't see any turnover at quarterback, running back, or receiver. Now, tight end's the first position the Eagles are going to have significant turnover at. Dallas Goedert, UFA. Kylan Granson, UFA. Grant Calcaterra, UFA. Cameron Latu, the former 49er, is currently the only guy at tight end under contract for the Eagles next year.
Yeah,
and he de facto starting tight end. He's 4th-string tight end on the Eagles right now, by the way.
I literally one time, because he dropped the ball so much, I did the math, and he was literally dropping 10% of the passes that were thrown to him. Cameron Latu, I mean, great blocking tight end, but yeah, he's just got stoned for hands.
If that's your tight end 1, you've got problems. So that's a big reason why I mocked Eli Stowers, the Vanderbilt tight end of the Eagles, in my first-round mock back in the summer. It's a big reason why.
Because they need to start grooming one for sure.
This team needs a freaking tight end. Even if they get a guy in free agency, they need a freaking tight end in the draft.
And people forget about tight ends. It still takes them, it's one of the toughest positions on the field, man. It takes 3 years.
They're good at anticipating when they need to reload the position at a certain position. Yeah. Howie Roseman is so good at anticipating when you got to reload, because he had Brent Selleck for many years, and then Dallas Goedert, the South Dakota State tight end, was in the 2018 draft. Selleck had been with the team for about a decade. Roseman says it's time to reload at tight end. And by the end of 2018, Goddard jumps Selleck on the depth chart. Goddard's tight end 1, and now it's been about 7 years. We're approaching almost Goddard entering year 10. He's 30, and it's about that time where you got to reload at tight end, even if you bring Goddard back.
Yeah, and to finish my thought, tight ends have one of the shortest, smallest, littlest primes that there is in football. It takes 2 or 3 years for them to develop. And then, with the injuries that come at the position, getting beat up by 300-pound defensive linemen, trying to block them and stuff, they start to break down towards the end of their career. They start missing games. And, it's just, 100% truth, what I'm saying here. But people forget that. And so tight ends need to be groomed. It's good. Like, George Kittle out there, he obviously has had his share of injuries, but then they bring in Jake Tonjes from Jacksonville. And this kid just absolutely lights it up when he's in there, and then, goes back to, reverted to his backup role. But grooming a tight end is very underrated. What up?
Why'd I say mother effer? Well, there's a glitch in Howie Roseman found a loophole in Michael Carter's contract, because Michael Carter second's only making $1 million this year, but he's making $10,250,000 next season, and there's 0 dead cap in his contract. So Howie Roseman can just cut Michael Carter the second and add $10,250,000 to the Eagles salary cap. They're at $23 million, but they could cut Michael Carter, their backup corner, to Ringo, DeJean, and Quinion Mitchell, and they can bolster their cap space and get up to $35 million. That's why Howie Roseman traded for Michael Carter, even though he's a mediocre backup corner. That's why. The loophole. Howie Roseman found the loophole.
Here's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing Howie Roseman has been looking on the NFL for defensive tackles. I've been hearing Howie Roseman has reached out to the Browns about Myles Garrett. I've heard that Howie Roseman has reached out about David Njoku. There are cracks in this Eagles team. They're looking to fill those cracks. Okay? So just be a little aware that for the first time, maybe in the last decade, Howie Roseman's feeling some pressure here.
Like, the Eagles still have a playoff window, but their Super Bowl's window's going to close with a shitty offseason and a bad draft. Like, their Super Bowl window's going to close, and it's not going to reopen. That's what Roseman's afraid of. That's why he's acting so aggressively. He's trying to preserve the Super Bowl window, if that makes sense.
And that's the trick with the salary cap and in the NFL.
Exactly, William. That is the trick. Is to try to preserve that Super Bowl window as long as possible, like the Chiefs did. Yep. That's the key.
Like Shanahan and Lynch are doing with my Niners.
Yep. To preserve that salary cap. So it's like Roseman, and that's the thing. We'll see. But
you know, I was very outspoken when it comes to you know, the Niners defensive line in the offseason.
Because right now, outside of Michael Carter II, there is not a player the Eagles can buy out that will save them more than $2 million in cap space. Every other player, it's like 1.3, 1.5, 1.4, 1.1, 1.1, 1 million, 1,005,000. That's it, Joey. You got guys you can buy out for under $2 million, but the only player you can buy out that'll save you over $2 million is your backup corner in Michael Carter II. Everybody else, you don't save that much by buying them out. So there's really no incentive to buy them out.
Who out of this situation can get you 1 year of productivity? Give you that 1 year where you may win the Super Bowl one more time.
I think the Eagles' Super Bowl window closes if they don't get back this year.
At Garrett, Njoku. That's why they're looking at the defensive tackles that may be on a 1-year deal. Because they know they can't sustain, but they can extend.
They know they'll be a playoff team, but they also realize their Super Bowl window is going to slam shut if they don't get back this year. Close for good if they do not capitalize this year.
The biggest part
at these type of players that have the 1-year deals, the 3-year deals, the no-year deals, the 1-year rentals, because he knows he wants another Super Bowl. He's got 2 more years. He knows. We all know. And that is all that matters.
Roseman's not going to make a splash unless he knows he can extend a player, whether it's a Njoku or a Myles Garrett. He's not going to make a splash unless it's a Njoku where he trades for him and then extends him, or unless it's someone like Myles Garrett.
The biggest part.
You trade for somebody on a 1-year deal, you're more or less extend them for at least a year.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
Eagles have $23 million, but they can cut Michael Carter II, a backup corner, which they probably will, and that'll bump them up to about $35 million.
The biggest part of their Super Bowl window is Saquon Barkley, and you know how old he's getting and whether he's going to start to break down. You can see by the movement they've had behind him, signing some of these running backs. They've got what, AJ Dillon. They've
Part of it is
the other two
Juergens
that
is
we mentioned
injured,
earlier.
and they're playing Brett Toth at center, which is just stupid. They drafted Drew Kendall out of Boston College. His dad was former Seahawk Pete Kendall, and they're not even they're too chicken shit to throw the rookie into the fire. I think Kendall's a significant upgrade over Brett Toth, but the Eagles are too chicken shit to play Kendall. They're
Yeah.
too scared to play him
Well,
because he's a 5th round pick. They don't want to throw a 5th round pick into the fire because if it's a disaster, you ruin the kid's confidence.
that's kind of the Eagles' MO.
Yeah. But that's the problem. A lot of teams are too scared to play rookies, younger players.
Well,
I know my Dallas Stars are guilty of this. They'll draft a really good value pick in the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd round, and they'll wait until the right opportunity to play the guy. Out for Dallas, but because they didn't act on impulse sooner, they miss out on player.
There were two things when you mentioned Kendall.
I wasn't meaning this. I was just thinking, Andrew Berry learned at the feet of Howard Roseman, and Howard Roseman's having this problem where he's making rookies wait. What if Andrew Berry's doing the same thing with the Browns and I just thought about that, and I thought about throwing it out.
Ryan Poles is also from the Howie Roseman tree, by the way, but he's also from the Brett Veach tree, too. He's from both trees because he started.
But I just thought I'd throw that out because it just came to me randomly. But
yeah, let's.
We're talking about, with the Eagles and the Browns on bye weeks this week, so I was like, that hit me. I was like, let's throw it out there. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. That's a good point. I just think Toth is awful at center. Like, they need to try Kendall. They have nothing to lose at this point. Because, I think it's a really good center draft next year. So if Kendall doesn't pan out, you can get your center in 2026.
The biggest
for
part
depth in the later round.
The biggest part of the Eagles' Super Bowl window is Saquon Barkley. Like I said, what they're doing behind him. Obviously, they're trying to find someone in case he gets an injury, in case he goes down. He's already had a few of those. But like I said, the movement. Obviously, they're trying to find someone that fits the offense, that fits what
they don't
want.
have the right offensive coordinator. That's the big thing. They have the offense. Yeah. They have the depth chart to get back to the Super Bowl, but I don't think they have the offensive coordinator to get back.
Yeah.
I think now their ceiling is NFC Championship game and they lose to the 1 seed, whether it's the Lions or Packers. That's, I think, the Eagles' ceiling right now. Maybe if they draw, maybe if Detroit or Tampa knocks out the Packers and Lambeau in the freezing cold, maybe with a home game, they get the NFC Championship and they return to the Super Bowl. But I think if Lamar or Josh Allen gets to San Francisco this year, they're going to dethrone the Eagles because they're simply going to be hungrier. They're going to want it more. And that's going to be the difference.
Indeed. And that's just the Eagles in a nutshell.
It's not that the Eagles can't repeat. It's that if they get to the Super Bowl and they play either the Ravens or the Bills, both Lamar and Allen are going to win because they're going to be hungrier. They're going to want it more. Yeah. The reason Hurts beat Mahomes last year, he was hungrier. He wanted to shut up that three-peat narrative. He was hungrier.
Yep. And, their defensive line has talent for days, and I don't know quite why they're
offensive line
like they
got
do.
Talent too. Lane Johnson, Mailata Dickerson, Juergens, Tyler Steen, all locked up. There's going to be 0 turnover on the offensive line.
Yep.
Interior defensive line, Jalen Carter enters final year of his rookie deal. He will get a 5th-year tender after this season. There's no question about that. Davis will also enter the final year of his rookie deal on a 5th-year tender next season in 2026. And Moro Ajomo, who took over for Milton Williams at 34 left end, will also enter the final year of his rookie deal. So Howie Roseman, he's at the point where if he doesn't get back to Super Bowl this year, he's going to be at a crossing roads, William, where he has to decide he's going to have to pay someone on the defensive line. And I don't think the Eagles, with only $35 million for this seat, with only $23 million for this season, I don't know if Roseman's got enough cap space to pay both Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. He's probably going to have to pay Carter and let Davis walk. That's the reality.
Yeah, and
That's
this. It's a mirror image of what my Niners just went through. With the turnover on the defensive line because they're that high up on. They're paying
yep.
a superstar running
Yep.
back. They just paid their quarterback. All this stuff. It's kind of and that really shows whether you're going to move on and actually continue that Super Bowl window or whether it closes because
Yeah.
sometimes when it closes forever, man.
Because
For
they don't
that
have a
coaching
sack
staff, that
artist.
regime, that
Letting Brian Burns walk was a bad decision, but at the same time, if you wanted to keep this defensive line intact, you want to keep guys on rookie deals and pay certain guys once they blossom, like Jalen Carter, you had to make that sacrifice. And I think Roseman probably figured that out. That's why he let Brian. That's probably why they let Jalix Hunt take it over for Sweat. And Hunt's athletic. He's good in coverage. Got a pick six on Carson Wentz and the Vikings, or was it a fumble recovery for a touchdown? I think it was a pick six. But regardless, Jalix Hunt's a good athletic coverage edge rusher. He's not a sack artist. Nolan Smith has ability to be a sack artist, but he's either injured or he gets the QB pressures, but not the sacks. The Eagles, their biggest problem right now is they've got a very good interior defensive line on team-friendly rookie deals, but they don't have a sack artist. And by the time they get a sack artist, they're going to have to pay someone on the defensive line. And they're not going to be able to pay everyone on the defensive line because all their contracts expire at the same time. That's the big problem. Because Carter will have a fifth-year tender by the time you pay Jordan Davis, and Moro Ajomo will also be a UFA by that point. And even if you
sometimes I wonder, these general managers, whether
Carter's
they
going to
really
get the
think that far
bag.
ahead, man.
Carter's going to get the bag. And the best case scenario for Howie Roseman is he pays Carter and he uses the franchise tag on Jordan Davis. That's the best case scenario for Roseman. And that'll just delay losing Jordan Davis. But that's the best case scenario right now.
Roseman is to draft a really good pass rusher. I think that might be the best one for Roseman.
They've got to get an edge rusher, and they got to hit on the pick. I thought Jihad Campbell was going to be used as an edge rusher, but he's an inside linebacker next to Zach Bond. And Trotter Jr. and Smail Mondin are the backups, and Nakobe Dean's a UFA, so Dean's going to walk. He'll go somewhere else. And if he's healthy, he could be a really big-time star where he goes. But Mitchell, DeJean, and Ringo will be back next year. Jacorian Bennett will also be back. That's why the Eagles traded for him with the Raiders. So they'll have 4 corners. 5 if they choose not to cut Michael Carter, but I think Carter will get cut, and they will draft another corner to push Bennett for the dime, to push Ringo and Bennett. And they have Mac McWilliams too, so I think that's what will happen. They will draft a corner to compete with Ringo, Bennett, and McWilliams in camp next year, and Mitchell and DeJean will be 1 and 2, and they'll cut Carter to save cap space. Reed Blankenship is a UFA. So Mukaba and Sidney Brown will be the starting safeties unless they bring back Blankenship, and I don't think they've got the money to bring back Blankenship. They could bring him back this year, but they can't bring him back in 2027 with other guys on the defensive line in a position to get paid. Eagles capitalized on their Super Bowl window. I give them credit for that, but this is not sustainable. The way their roster's constructed, their success is not sustainable. And that's the big thing with me. You guys got any thoughts?
Yep.
I've got to use the restroom. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. When I come back, we're going to do predictions for week number 9, and then we will wrap up the show.
Ooh, week number 9. Well, guys,
Brody, talk about the game recap between the Ravens and Dolphins. I'd do it, but I really have to go to the restroom. And Texas leads Vanderbilt 17-3.
I'm very encouraged by the fact that Tua didn't completely shut the bed for the second straight week. Tua had been completely awful all week, all season. But he came out after an awful week and hit all the points. And he was damn good. William, You have anything to add to that?
Well, I mean, he definitely throwing the ball 40 times is, that's pushing it for as many as you actually want to go. You want to sustain a balance in an offense, and they haven't done much with that. I mean, they have Ollie Gordon, the second back there, and that guy is, I mean, he was a Heisman candidate, before, last season. And I mean, he's a big running back. If Mike McDaniels, gets canned, I'm sure, the next whoever steps up for him is going to use Ollie Gordon to his advantage. Having that size of a running back and being able to manage the game with them. Obviously the receivers, Waddle, Hill. I mean, the list goes on. They have definitely underachieved, but I think I mean, Tua needs to get back to how he started, being one of the highest rated quarterbacks. He isn't definitely an accurate passer. Some people knock his arm straight, big deal. But he's a good quarterback, but not producing points is bad.
Saying that there was, I forget who said it is, NFL draft analysis analyst who had played in the league before said that player or coach, I forget who, but he said two of the big thing is, and the Miami thought process is, it only works in like 6 NFL cities. Their offense only works in like 6 NFL cities. And I think that is a problem for both the Dolphins.
But the bigger problem with the Dolphins is Tua's contract. You can't cut him until 2027, so you can either roll with him for next year or you can trade him. And the odds of getting a better QB than Tua in the draft is slim. So trading him does the right move for that reason. And if he sucks next year, you can cut him and you can start Ewers mid-season and cut him in 2027. The only way the
and
Dolphins
I
get
think
out
that's
of
going
this
to have a lot to do.
is if Tua chooses to retire. That's the only way the Dolphins get out of this thing unscathed, unaffected by the salary cap. And that I don't think Tua was going to retire.
Yeah,
right now.
But with Tyler started, and being they're 2-7 now. They're gonna have to see what Ewers is eventually. Mike McDaniel, his job security depends a lot
I
on
don't
what
think
happens.
Mike McDaniel is going to play Ewers. I think the Dolphins, if they want to find out what they have in Ewers, they're going to have to fire McDaniel. And right
That's
now,
what
I
I'm
don't think
saying.
they're going to fire
That's
him.
exactly what I'm saying. Is that it all depends on what happens with Mike McDaniel. And
I think he's gone at the end of the year, but they're not going to fire him right now because he took the Dolphins to the playoffs twice.
And
so they're giving him the benefit of the doubt. And look, Chris Greer had some good drafts in the round. He got Laramie Tunsil, but he couldn't keep him. He got Tua, he got Christian Wilkins, but he couldn't keep Wilkins past his rookie deal. He got Tua, he got Jalen Waddle, he made the trade for Tyreek Hill. But outside of those things, he really didn't do enough to maximize how good the Dolphins could be. Traded a first-round pick for Bradley Chubb, which worked out short-term, but it didn't work out long-term.
Yeah.
So,
and like I mentioned, Gordon, he is actually a pretty good running back. You had him, like I mentioned when you were gone. He was a Heisman hopeful before last season. But what the Dolphins are doing, getting behind early.
They drafted Minka, but they traded him because he wanted out, and they wouldn't make him. They basically prioritized Minka's happiness over the organization's needs. And that's what losing teams do. Winning teams do not prioritize a player's happiness over the team's talent.
Getting behind early, causes you to have to throw the ball 40 times, and need to get back to his roots. Mike McDaniel abandons the run
Chris
way
Greer
too much.
Did some good things, but the bad things he did outweighed the good things he did. And it's interesting because Chris Greer's brother is Mike. Did you know Mike Greer, the San Jose Sharks general manager, former NHL player? He's actually the younger brother of Chris Greer. They're related.
Huh.
I did not know that until this morning, but I found out, thought it was pretty cool. So Mike Greer, the Sharks GM, who's done a good job turning that team around in the NHL draft, and Chris Greer are actually related. They're brothers.
Nice.
So maybe Chris Greer's next career path is to get involved in hockey. He can go work for his little brother in San Jose. I don't know if Mike would hire Chris, though.
I don't know. It's like, would friggin' Kevin Spacey's dad hire him? I mean, his dad was a former general manager of another sports league. I mean, it all comes down to the business of the thing, Chris.
Yeah, I agree.
It's all about the business. If the coach don't add up, you might love the dude on Thanksgiving, but in the industry, what are you going to do about it? Not going to hire him because he might cost you your job.
Yeah. Okay. Good conversation. I'm probably gonna get ready for I'm gonna load the wait, you kidding me? I forgot to screen share everything I said about the Eagles Buccaneers, but we don't need to screen share everything. As long as we just read off the contracts and improvise and give our legitimate thoughts, I don't think we need to screen share. Like, the younger version of me would have been pissed off we didn't screen share, but the older version of me realizes we really don't need to screen share. As long as we get all our talking points in.
More of that is screen sharing my ass usually turns into...
I'm a visual person, Joey. In my defense, I'm a visual person. I love showing off visuals. There's a lot of popular YouTubers that incorporate visuals in their streams, and I love showing off visuals, okay? In my defense, that is...
that I don't show my face because my face ain't exactly visual money going down. I'm not exactly the, I'm not exactly the photogenic type.
Yeah. And I'm just showing people the contracts really quickly of the teams we went over. I'm not going to go over any rants.
You're showing Williams. Are you saying I'm ugly?
I'm showing people the contracts. I'm not insulting you, buddy.
You're sure about that?
I am pretty. I am confident. I am not
you trying to say I'm
insulting
ugly?
you in any way. I appreciate you.
Those contracts are more
Hey, man.
than I am.
No.
That's who we devastated.
No. I just want to show our audience the visuals in case they missed something, because I think the screen share cut off after we got through the Browns. All right, so I know we got through.
Man, everybody's equal.
I know we got through the Jets. Then Joey called in. We had a long rant about the Browns, then we discussed the Buccaneers, and then we discussed the Eagles. So I remember everything. I just like to have all those details knocked down. You're all right, man. You're all right. You're good. All right. Week 9 predictions. Everybody took the Ravens except for William, so everybody get a go to jail card. I'm trying to cheer Joey up with my crappy humor.
Yeah, that one didn't exactly work for me.
I'm telling you, William gets to go. Everybody gets a free space in bingo. William gets to go to jail because he picked the Dolphins. That was the joke, Joey. You don't get to go to jail. Everybody gets a free space in bingo for picking the Ravens, and William gets to go to jail.
Hey.
I'm kidding. You don't have to go to jail.
Some people are attracted by.
I shouldn't bring up people's trauma. That's on me. I'll take accountability. I should not bring up jail and other people's trauma. I will take responsibility for that. My bad.
Okay, some people.
Yeah, Joey's going to be watching videos from Dr. Les Carter on YouTube by the time I'm done with him today.
Some people find intelligence attractive. I'll get that out there.
All right. Okay, everybody. Okay, Bears and the Bengals. I took the Bears. I think part of it is Tracy told me Flacco is definitely out, but the Bears have some injuries of their own. Luther Burden has been ruled out this week. Both Roschon Johnson and DeAndre Swift have been out. Kyle Monangai, the Rutgers running back I had a second-round grade on, is getting his first career NFL start. And I think he's going to crush it. I think Kyle Monangai is going to have over 100 rushing yards.
This is a shot,
He's going to win this game in spite of Caleb Williams. And that's why the Bears are going to upset the Bengals this week.
I will say the same thing about Kyle Monangai as I said about Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He is a hard-running little dude. Let me tell you, he always falls forward. He finishes his run with some pop. He is an underrated receiver. He doesn't get the ball thrown to him. He never really has, but every time I've seen it thrown to him, he catches the ball and does something with it. So we'll just put it that way. People don't understand.
Let me look at
I am starting him in one of my fantasy leagues.
Let me look at my big board from the 2025 NFL draft. Where did I have Kyle Monangai? I had Kyle Monangai at 53 on my big board, and I had Travian Henderson at 71. So I had
your other second-round running backs. I remember you had a few, didn't you?
I had a bunch last year. I've got the final
Ollie
draft
Gordon.
pulled up. I had Ollie Gordon in round 3, but Ginty was my only round 1 guy. Judkins I had at 37 on my big board because I thought Judkins had a lower floor. I thought Judkins had a high ceiling, but I thought Judkins' floor was a little bit lower than Ginty's. And then I had Hampton as running back 3. I had Hampton with a higher ceiling than Ginty 2, but I had a lower floor. Joey, let me finish my running back rankings, and then you can roast me. Deal? Cool.
Okay,
cool.
That works.
And then I had Devin Neal as running back 5. Devin Neal, the Saints running back, and Devin Neal's on the Saints. He's not going to get with Kamara there. He's not going to get a lot of carries. Kendre Miller's still on a rookie deal too. So
there is supposed to be an uptick in that.
Monangai was my running back. Very interested. So if he dominates this week, I might not look like such a dumbass. But go on. Give me your best shot, Joey. Hit me with your best shot.
Fun part is, you had Judkins as a first-round running back. You had him as a wonder kid. I have since given you your kudos on that because you had him there.
Yeah, he was the guy I had the highest potential on. I didn't think he'd hit it this early, but he did.
And now you said I didn't think his peak was that high. Well, even if he has a few down games, he's probably on the track to get 1,400 yards in offensive rookie of the year discussion. So for you, Chris, this is where the thought process goes.
Yeah.
It goes to, does he peak this year, or is he exactly what I thought he would potentially be?
Yeah, because my potential grade for Ashton Ginty was a 91 out of 99. I had a 93 on Marion Hampton and a 95 on Judkins. I just felt like those guys were going to be eased in, and neither would explode this year. But the thing is, Judkins has exploded this year. Omarion Hampton, he could explode down the stretch with him coming back from his injury. So
you said
most people had
He was the big dog.
Yeah, most people had Hampton ahead of Judkins, and you've given me credit, which I appreciate, Joey, because
I'm giving you credit, but I'm also saying you may be in a very tough decision in accepting all that credit or accepting that you downplayed Judkins and his potential.
I had a 95 out of 99 on Judkins. Anything 95 or higher is blue chip territory for potential.
That's a very difficult position for you to be in, though.
Yeah, because I thought his floor was lower than it was. His floor is higher than I thought initially anticipated. Judkins' floor is higher than I anticipated it would be. Okay?
So this is both a roast and a sand. I appreciate the thought process. So this is something rare that I give you. Like, I give you credit. But also say you may have fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, my floor grade for Ashton Ginty was an 86. 86 is an immediate impact player. And Ginty's had his moments. He had a good game against the Bears, but that was his only good game all season. There's still time for Ginty to turn things around. But his only statement game was against Chicago in Week 4. And they lost that game at the end. So I think the Bears can win this, though. If Monangai is the running back I think he is, Kyle Monangai was my running back 4. I only had 3 running backs: Hampton, Judkins, and Ginty graded above him. So yeah, I had a second round grade on him, and he's going to start against the this Bengals team. And the Bengals defense has some holes in it. So I think Judkins Kyle Monangai, Rutgers running back, he can expose those holes. So I took the Bears in an upset. This could backfire because Caleb Williams has played like crap as of late, and Flacco's been playing out of his mind. But Flacco's a game-time decision. And I have a lot more confidence in Kyle Monangai than anyone on this staff. So that was my thought process in picking the Bears. This could backfire. I could end up looking like someone with egg on their face. But I'm not the only one who took the Bears. Andrew Kermish and Wes Langley, who are top 2 in the Draft Utopia standings, 82 and 39. Wes Kerm, 80 and 41. Both took the Bears. So if the Bengals win, you guys everyone who's taking the Bengals gains a game on them. I'm now tied with Tony Mario for 3rd, so this is kind of risky. Because the younger version of me would play it safe here, but I feel like the Bears can win this game if Flacco's out and it's Jake Browning versus Caleb Williams. So that's kind of my thought process here. What I'm doing is risky. I'm the first to acknowledge that, but I think Monangai can be the X factor for the Bears in this game, and that's why I took Chicago 28-24. William, Joey, you want to talk about this game or tell me why I'm wrong before we get to the next one? Because I know William also picked the Bears, and Joey, you picked the Bears.
And so I'm definitely not going to argue with you on that. Like you said earlier, Jake Browning looked terrible with them. Now they got Flacco starting him for the Bengals. But, the Bears, outside of Caleb Williams, I mean, I like what they have done. They have some great players on their offensive line. Kyle Monangai, I am starting him in a fantasy league or 2, mostly because I have to, but because he's starting, and he, like I said, hard-running kid. Besides that, I love the Bears tight ends, Cole Kmet and Colson Loveland. They are a great pair to be on that team. And, I mean, I think that they're going to definitely pull whatever you want to call it, if it is an upset.
It's not an upset. This is the irony. The Bengals entered this game as the favorites, but now the Bears are 2.5-point favorites.
Oh, okay. All right. So
well, the majority of our staff did pick the Bengals to win, and I think that has a lot to do with how Flacco's played the last 2 weeks in Cincinnati against Steelers and Jets.
Yeah.
And the other part of it is some of our staff members do not have a lot of confidence in Caleb Williams. Orrin and Tony Mario both thought Caleb Williams was a bust coming out of college. Tracy initially picked the Bears because he's a Chicago resident. He told me about the Flacco injury, but he pivoted to the Bengals. So either Tracy knows something I don't. He's trying to bait me into picking the Bears, or I'm on the right side here. I don't know. I've even acknowledged that I'm taking a risk. And Daniel Keezer's a Packer fan, so he took the Bengals simply because he wants to see the Bears lose, which is valid
And
pick against the Bears.
Really the key to a lot of this stuff the Bengals are doing. But thing is, I've heard both ways. I've heard Flacco won't play. I've heard Flacco will play. It is, in my estimation, even if it hasn't been announced yet, it's a game time decision. And in that case, if Flacco plays, Bengals win. If Flacco doesn't, Bengals lose. I've heard both ways. So we're going to have to wait until game time decision comes.
So if Flacco's ruled inactive, do you want me to switch your pick to the Bears tomorrow? Just off the record right now.
Yes.
Okay. As long as you give me that heads up before kickoff tomorrow, I will legally do that. And since you gave me the heads up, I'm not going to ask any more questions. The Vikings play the Lions. McCarthy's back, and he's going to head to Detroit to take on the Lions. The Lions are coming off a bye week. They get everyone back. Darasaw, Kelly, O'Neal were all injured after the Charger game. I haven't checked the Vikings injury reports. I do know the Lions are a literal lock. They are the first lock of this week. I have the Lions winning in blowout fashion, 34-13. They win by 3 touchdowns. This is ugly. This is ugly, ugly, ugly. J.J. McCarthy is going to get pounded like Mufasa when Scar threw him off the cliff. That's how much trauma J.J. McCarthy is going to get from this Lions defense in his first game back. He's going to suffer more trauma than Mufasa after Scar threw him off the cliff. I can't believe I'm making a Lion King reference and applying it to J.J. McCarthy. What the hell is wrong with me, William?
Yeah, no. Like I said earlier about J.J. McCarthy, he is certainly limited. He literally has to put everything into every throw that he has. I mean, that's where his arm strength is at. And,
if his offensive line is healthy and your opponent can't convert third down conversions, he'll do just enough to pull out a win, like he did against the Bears.
And
but that's
like
that's
I said, he is
peak.
He is that. He is a game manager. I had a higher grade on Cade McNamara than I did on McCarthy. A great difference between the 5th and the 6th grade. And of course, the skill positions on this team are really, really, really damn good. So hopefully, I mean, he can do what it takes. But I think the Lions are just absolutely fueled, especially after they have like 2 losses this year.
Yep. Panthers and Packers are both. Packers is also a lock, but the interesting thing is both quarterbacks for Carolina, Bryce Young and Andy Dalton, are game time decisions. If both quarterbacks get ruled inactive, third string quarterback Hendon Hooker would make his first NFL start against the Packers. A part of me secretly wants to see Hendon Hooker play this game. I don't want Young or Dalton to be hurt, and if both can play them, but the fan in me is curious to see what Hendon Hooker does in an NFL game. The fan
Hendon Hooker
on the Panthers practice squad. So
coming out of Tennessee, I mean, he absolutely accurate quarterback, can sling the ball. But the one thing that I noticed was his footwork. What happens is right before when he drops back and right before he's going to pass, you'll see his feet start moving faster, and then all of a sudden he takes off.
Carolina signed Mike White to the practice squad, but the thought process was if Bryce Young and Andy Dalton are inactive, Hendon Hooker's our starter and Mike White's our backup. That's basically the thought process by the Panthers, which is not a terrible thought process to have.
But when he would go to pass, his feet would stop moving, and I would key on that at defense all day.
Agree.
But we're not. But to move on from that,
that's the reason why nobody picked the Panthers. And Rico Dowdle is going to get the start over Chuba Hubbard, which I don't agree with, but Dowdle's been better this year, even though Hubbard got paid.
Yeah, Hubbard got paid. He had a slow start coming into the league. I remember this. And
Christian
if no one
Watson's
else
back.
does.
He came back from his injury. So I've got the Packers 24-10. Panthers
Yep.
are 13.5-point underdogs. Everybody on the site has the Packers winning.
Indeed. I agree.
Next game is Broncos-Texans. I took the Texans in an upset because I know the Broncos have a killer defense, and I know Bo Nix has played out of his mind the last 2 weeks to the point where I probably should give him the benefit of the doubt, but I still think the Texans are a dangerous team right now because they're getting Nico Collins back from concussion protocol, and they're a team that's playing with nothing to lose. Because if they lose one more game, they're out of the playoffs. And the Texans, these 2 home games against the Broncos and Jaguars are pretty much going to define their season. If they win both games, they're back in the wild card race. If they split, they're going to be a bubble team. And if they lose both games, they're pretty much eliminated. They drop from 3-4 to 3-6. So these next 2 home games are pretty much going to define the Texans season. And I was the only person last week that picked the Texans to win. And my thought process was, well, Fred Warner's injured, Nick Bosa's injured, both Lenore and Renardo Green are injured, both defensive tackles, Alfred Collins and Jordan Elliott, left the game injured. D. Winters left the game injured. Mac Jones is going to unravel when all those supporting players go down with injuries. That was my thought process. That's why I picked the Texans to win. So, yes.
Yes, sir. This is another game,
Texans 20-18. I've got the Broncos getting 6 field goals. I have Will Lutz having a career game. Texans keep Bo Nix out of the end zone. Will Lutz has 6 field goals, and the Texans win an ugly defensive game 20-15.
Well,
20-18, not 20-15, 20-18. Texans only win by 2.
Bo Nix is really starting to show why he was picked in the first round.
He is dealing.
Yeah, and I think he scored like 4 touchdowns the last 2 weeks or something along those lines. Yeah, and I mean, it's just going to be too much for the Texans. The Texans defense is definitely stingy, but I mean, I just feel that the Broncos are going to be too much. They're riding a hot streak, man, and they're not going to come off it this week.
That's true, but you also have to. Momentum's tricky because sometimes you got to anticipate when the momentum's going to fade.
Mm-hmm.
Other times you have to keep riding the wave until it blows up in your face.
And there's lots of things like that, like a Texans defense, a catalyst.
I love Stingley versus Stingley. I think matches up well with Cortland Sutton. Kamari Lassiter matches up well with Troy Franklin. Jalen Pierre matches up well with Marvin Mims at nickel corner. The safeties match up with Denver's tight end tandem.
Yep.
So the secondary matches up well. My concern with the Texans is their run defense. I think they are very weak at defensive tackle, and they're very weak at inside linebacker. But I think with Daniel Hunter and Will Anderson, they do have the pass rushers to rattle Bo Nix. But do they have a plan to stop Dobbins or R.J. Harvey? I think this game is going to be one on the ground. And I like the Texans. I think this is a Nick Chubb party. I think this is a Nick Chubb party. I think Nick Chubb goes for 100 on Broncos.
Dobbins is definitely the one to stop in that offense. Harvey, like I said, he was rather overrated coming into.
I don't know. I had a borderline starter grade on Harvey coming out of Central Florida. He had a big 40-yard run for a touchdown. It was a 30-yard run for a touchdown last week, I believe, against the Cowboys in their 44-22 win. He had a big run.
He's a 4.3 back, but his acceleration, it takes him a minute to get there.
Yeah, I agree.
And
but he did have a big run last week. I'm not saying he's going to supplant Dobbins yet. I'm saying you can't dismiss him or overlook him because he had that big play. If he has that big play again, Denver wins this game. But I think it's going to come down to Harvey having that big play. I think Harvey's ultimately going to decide whether Denver wins or loses because I think the Texans are going to lock in on Dobbins and they're going to lock in on Nix. And they're going to dare Harvey to beat them.
And Harvey can absolutely, score on any play. Like I said, he just has to you know, break outside and get up to that 4.3 speed. You know, and
And to be fair, William, 5 of our Draft Utopia staff members took Denver. Me, Joey, Wes, the overall leader, and Daniel Keyser are in the minority here.
yep.
But
And
the Texans are favored by Vegas. So this is another game where the favorite is the minority. I mean, we had that with Bears-Packers. The favorite's the minority. This is another instance where Texans are 1.5-point favorites at home, and they're favorites over Jacksonville.
Nix as well has been completely underrated going back into college. You know, he had better stats than Jaden Daniels, you know, the year that they came out in the Heisman race. He had better stats, you know, in the rookie year, in the offensive rookie of the year race. You know, he's
So did
completely
Penix.
underrated, and
Penix
people are going to
was
keep
probably
knocking on
more
him.
deserving of the Heisman than Penix beat Nix twice, and he had
that
way
was
better
their
numbers
kryptonite,
than
man.
Jaden Daniels, but they went with Jaden Daniels because Washington, outside of Oregon, they considered every team in the Pac-12 a cupcake team outside of Oregon, and Jaden Daniels had a lot of tough opponents in the SEC. So that was the thought process with Jaden Daniels. And he made up for his passing yards with his rushing yards. That's another factor you got to take into consideration.
Yep.
Joey, you want to add anything to this game, or should we get to Falcons-Patriots? I'm going to get to Falcons-Patriots. Okay, Joey, I think disconnect. No, Joey's still on the phone. It says 2 hours, but
the Oregon offense and defense are kind of high school-esque, but they take advantage of college rules. So I can't exactly give anybody against Oregon a ton of credit. I can't.
The only exception to that rule at quarterback is really right now Justin Herbert's. Bo Nix could be the exception to that rule in due time, but I feel like Bo Nix is a guy who's going to get a fifth-year tender versus a contract extension. He's got to do more. He's got to show he can win a playoff game in the AFC if he wants an extension after year 3. If he doesn't, he's going to be a guy who gets a fifth-year tender and rides out that rookie deal like Winston did in Tampa.
Well, Bo Nix did play for Auburn, Oklahoma.
No, he played for Auburn and went straight to Oregon. He never went.
He played for Oklahoma for 1 year.
Nope. I'll look it up right now. Bo Nix never played at Oregon. He played Oklahoma. He played at Auburn for 2 years and he went to Oregon.
Yep, 2 teams. He looked terrible on film at Auburn.
You're thinking of Rattler, Joey, because Rattler and Caleb were both on Oklahoma after Kyler Murray left. No, after Hurts. Hurts took over for Kyler Murray, and then after Hurts left, it was Rattler's team, and then Rattler lost the job to Caleb when he was a true freshman. And then both QBs left Oklahoma. Caleb left with Lincoln Riley, and Rattler went to the other USC, University of South Carolina. So it's all right.
But like I said, he's completely underrated.
No, it's all good, though. Let's get to Patriots-Falcons. I'm not going to remind the Falcons about their 28-3 lead. We don't need to revisit that awful, traumatizing memory for the Falcons, even though I do have the DVD, and I can play it if Atlanta Falcons fans decide to talk shit and get out of line. But I'm going to refrain from doing that because it's a new team, new quarterback, new coaching staff. And frankly, Brad Allen's been the least penalized official in the league this year. And that's one of the criterias for making a Super Bowl. That's one of the criterias for qualifying to get the Super Bowl, is being one of the least penalized referees in the NFL. And right now, Brad Allen's called the fewest penalties of any team in the league. But here's the kicker, Joey. In the last 9 Patriots games that Brad Allen has called, the Patriots were penalized fewer times than their opponent in all 9 games. You have to go back to Tom Brady's Super Bowl 49 season to find a Patriots game where the Patriots were penalized more than their opponent. And that was Brad Allen's rookie year as a referee, too. So as long as the Patriots commit fewer penalties than Atlanta, They are a lock to win this game.
The thing I remember is that we had shots per points scored in that Super Bowl.
That was Super Bowl 51. That was Super Bowl 51. Super Bowl 49, there were not shots in that Super Bowl. I mean, it was a back and forth game, very tight game. But
I was so messed up after 51, I don't quite remember. So it's all Patriots. All Patriots.
Here's the thing. As people say, there's no path for the Patriots to win the Super Bowl. If the Patriots, by some freaking miracle, win the AFC and they play the Lions and Brad Allen's the referee, the Patriots are winning the Super Bowl because Lions are 0-7 in games officiated by Brad Allen, and the Patriots have been penalized fewer times than their opponents in the last 9 contests. So if we get a Patriot-Lions Super Bowl, everyone's going to bet the house on the Lions, and Drake May's going to surprise everyone, and Brad Allen's going to screw Dan Campbell out of a Super Bowl. That's what's going to happen. And at that point, the NFL would get pushback from the courts with the collusion like you brought up, Joey. Because at that point, it would just get... There would be someone that would step in. It would happen. I'm sorry, but in that scenario, I think the Patriots win, William, because Drake May, as good as Goff has been, Drake May's outplayed him on deep ball throws this year. And I love Goff, but I think in a Patriot-Lions Super Bowl with Brad Allen calling the game, with the Super Bowl being in San Francisco, a site where Goff could not win the NFC Championship for the Lions, I think in that scenario, there is more pressure on the Lions to win the Super Bowl than the Patriots. There's zero pressure on the Patriots. If they just make the playoffs, the season's a success. And a team with less pressure, there are zero expectations as long as they make the playoffs. There's it's considered a successful season. And that is what makes this Patriots team so dangerous because
yes, sir.
If they're playing with a nothing to lose, everything to gain mentality, they could just get hot, catch lightning in a bottle. And if they actually get to San Francisco and they play the Lions, that's the one scenario where I think they would win. And they get Brad Allen as the referee too, a referee who's not penalized the Patriots frequently and whose Lions have never won a game under Brad Allen. And the last time they came close, the Dan Campbell 2-point conversion happened against the Cowboys, and they kept getting screwed out of that, if you remember, William. I know it was a game that made Joey semi-irate at the time. And so there is a path for the Patriots to win the Super Bowl, but they have to get lucky and win the AFC. They have to draw the Lions, and they have to have Brad Allen as the referee. That's the formula. And if they don't get that formula, they don't win the Super Bowl this year. It's that simple.
Well, their offense is starting to develop, and this is absolutely the right time for them to be underrated by so many of these teams that they're going up against.
But you agree, though, if we had that Super Bowl matchup, everyone would bet on the Lions, and everyone would write on the Patriots, and it sets up perfectly for New England.
Yeah, it does, and it's just that simple. Travion Henderson, being a second-round pick, between the real world and fantasy world, people were talking about him. They were talking about him before, but, he hasn't got that chance to play. Ramondre Stevenson, has got that 3-year, $36 million contract. That is a bunch. They have to use him, and Travion Henderson, he is absolutely that good. I mean, he comes in,
Atlanta's got the number.
We're going to find out.
Defense, but their run defense has been horrible this year. So Travion, if it pops, New England's going to win this.
Yeah, for sure. And if he pops, then and does something like that, how much more they're going to have to use him more this season if they're going to have the playoff run that you're talking about and actually win the AFC. But they are absolutely capable.
I'm not saying they will win the AFC. I think it's a long shot. But if they somehow get lucky and do it, and their Super Bowl opponent's the Lions and Brad Allen's the referee, and that's rare, unique scenario I brought up, I think the Patriots win because everyone will bet on the Lions, completely overlooking Brad Allen's history with both teams. Patriots will fly under the radar like they did in 2001, and they'll find a way to win this thing with Vrabel beating out Dan Campbell because Vrabel has Super Bowls. which is something you can't say about Campbell.
And Campbell has the Detroit Lions that will do Detroit Lions type things and lose in that scenario. I mean, it's just that simple.
Yeah. You're looking at Super Bowl 36 all over again, with the Lions being the Rams. That high-octane offense and the defense, but everyone underestimating the Patriots.
Exactly.
I think anyone else would be. I think both Tampa, Philadelphia, and Green Bay would kick our ass. As great as Drake May has been, I think any of those three teams would kick our ass in the Super Bowl. Maybe we'd stand a shot against Tampa if we won the turnover battle, but the Eagles and Packers would kick our ass. I'm enough of a Patriots fan to acknowledge that. There are some Patriots fans that think that it won't matter, like Portnoy, and that's cool if they want to believe the Patriots will win again. Good for them. But as a realist, I'm saying I don't think we would beat the Packers or the Eagles in the Super Bowl this year.
Okay.
If we played the Lions and we got Brad Allen as the referee, we got a chance. And I think we actually win in that scenario.
Drake May is starting out his career very nicely. I
apologize for the long rant, Joey. I just wanted to throw a what-if scenario for how the Patriots could win this year's Super Bowl, because they're 6-2, and it's about time they got a what-if scenario. I'm not saying they'll do it.
Drake May has Josh Allen as an adversary. Happen to meet him, 2 times a year, 3.
Trained with him this offseason and got mentorship from him. So, yes. Yeah. And no, the Patriots are not a lock on Draft Utopia. Daniel Keyser took the Falcons in an upset. He's in 5th in the standings. He took the Falcons in the upset this week.
Yeah, and May has showed he is an adversary for Allen as well, and
yeah, there's a mutual respect between Allen and May. Exactly. Joey, you want to say something before we get to Niners, Giants?
I understand you, because you continually cut me off last week, which pissed me off. But at the same time, I continually understand that last week's game was something that we both wanted to get our thoughts in, because it was Browns and Patriots. We're both going to be emotionally charged. This week, I'm not going to be upset with you if you hit the Patriots, because bottom line is, Patriots are a good team. Maybe I over-prepared last week. I watched all 22s of the Browns and the Patriots multiple times. Maybe that was on me. I was over-prepared. But this week, I'm not going to get upset with you. So, go on with your Patriots shit.
To be fair, I've only got the Patriots winning by a touchdown, 24-17. Most people are betting the over in this game. The over-under is 44.5. The Patriots are only favored by 5.5. So I've got the Patriots barely covering the spread, winning by a touchdown in a low-scoring game. I actually think the Falcons are going to keep this game competitive, but Trevian Henderson's going to be the reason New England prevails. And Henderson will have more rushing yards than Bijan Robinson in this game.
I like that.
If Cousins plays, it could be 24-10, but I think Penix plays, and it's 24-17. All right, let's move on to Williams 49ers. They play the Giants. I thought about picking the Giants. I thought long and hard about picking the Giants, given all the 49ers injuries. And given the situation with all the injuries the 49ers have, I was very tempted to pick the Giants. And believe me, if Cam Scatterbo or Malik Neighbors was in the lineup, I'd be picking the Giants. Yeah. But the Scatterbo injury is why I'm sticking with San Francisco.
If that is a whole thing right here. I would have loved to see Cam Scatterbo go up against my Niners. I mean, I would have been tempted to pick them as well over my Niners if Scatterbo was still in the lineup. I mean,
because look at the Niners, they got so many injuries.
Yeah, and
Purdy's out. Their receivers are out.
Both
corners are playing through injuries. Both defensive tackles are injured. All the linebackers are injured. Both D. Winters and Warner. There's enough injuries to make an argument for the Giants to win.
We've been starting our 4th string wide receiver, and it's turned out to be, of all people, Kendrick Bourne. And
yeah, I picked up Kendrick Bourne in your dynasty league, William. I was like, what?
Him up in a few others.
He's a free agent. Their top 3 receivers are injured. F it. I'm going to sign him. I've got nothing to lose. And I ended up beating the Theo Von Ratking, one of the better players in your league.
Yeah.
I ended up winning against him because I picked up Bourne and I started him when the Niners played the Rams. That was a gutsy move, but it worked out in my favor.
Yeah, and that's the thing, dude. Kendrick Bourne, I picked him up in another league. I had him, and I dropped him in another, and then somebody else picked him up, and I'm like, oh, shit, but this would have been a match for all time, and I actually got to watch it tomorrow. I'm like,
him and Mac Jones were teammates on the Patriots. That's why their rapport is so strong.
But the thing is,
but go ahead, Joey.
Go.
You want to say something? Their rapport was really strong.
Yeah. And, the thing is with the Niners and our injuries everywhere, we've had someone step up, and
they've had about as many injuries as the Browns had when they made the playoffs with Flacco 2 years ago.
And it's just bad.
They're finding ways to win because they have an easier strength, the league's easiest strength of schedule. The Browns, I think, had one of the harder strengths of schedule when they made the playoffs, but the Niners have had the easiest strength of schedule in the league.
Yeah.
But to be fair to the Niners, they get a home game against the Rams next week, and they play the Giants this week. So if they look ahead to the Rams, they could lose in a trap game. So there's not just the injury element here, Joey. You have the trap game element as well in full effect. And I want to hear your thoughts on this because you did pick the Giants. You and Daniel Keyser both picked the Giants in the upset. Is this a trap game?
Yeah, I want to say that Jackson Dart, he has some heart. He's right up there as well. He can come in and definitely win this game. I mean, I'm not saying that they're out of it because Scatterbo's out. I believe they absolutely can win. But where's Joey at?
I mean, I think Abdul Carter's got to be the man, and I think Andrew Thomas has got to outplay Trent Williams at left tackle for the Giants to have a chance in this game.
I absolutely agree with that.
It can happen. I'm not dismissing the thought process of it happening. The Niners are that depleted. And there's also the possibility the Niners are looking ahead to the Rams, and if that's the case, Giants could pull the upset in a trap game. I don't think the Niners are looking ahead, though, with all their injuries right now.
No. They definitely have to take it one game at a time, and I believe that.
I really want to pick Joey's brain on this because I'm not sure if he picked the Giants because of the Niners injuries, which is what I was considering, or if it was, this could be a trap game because both elements feel applicable here. Both elements could apply.
Yeah.
Because the Niners host the Rams next week in San Francisco, but they also have a ton of injuries. And maybe they're coming into this game thinking, if we rest our key guys one more week, we'll have our core guys back when we play the Rams in San Francisco, and then we can sweep the Rams. Because right now, the 49ers, they got road wins over the Seahawks and Rams, so as long as they beat those teams at home, they're going to control their own destiny in the NFC West division, even if they don't appear as a complete team on paper. All right.
Anyway,
I'll come back to Joey if he says something about the Giants 49ers game. I'm going to pivot to Colts Steelers now. Colts Steelers, this is my upset. I know the Colts have the number 1 offense. I know the Steelers have the number 32 pass defense, number 32 defense and points allowed. And when I was at Gab and Eat this morning, they were talking about 3 things. This game, the Penguins having the NHL's best record, Pittsburgh Penguins. Yeah, I thought the Penguins were going to be the worst team in the NHL. When I did my NHL mock draft, I gave the Penguins Gavin McKenna. It's almost like Mario Lemieux took a screenshot of my mock draft, sent it to the players, and that lit the fire under the players' asses. And the Penguins are playing like the Penguins of old when they won back-to-back Stanley Cups in 2016, 2017, and then the 90s. But, the third thing they were talking about, Gab and Eat, the Cooks, was the World Series Game 7. And that will be what we wrap this show up with. But let's get back to Colts Steelers. Daniel Jones has to have a shitty game. He is due for a shitty game. I've got the Steelers 30-20 winning by double digits. West took the Colts. That needs to be edited from Steelers to Colts. I that's got to be changed. So
Yeah.
Daniel
And
Keyser both picked the Steelers at home, and there's a lot of fair reason to pick the Colts with how bad the Steelers defense has been the last 2 weeks. I know they held the Browns to 9 points. That's not really much of an accomplishment because they gave up nearly 30 points. They gave up 31 to the Jets and won 32-31. They only beat the Patriots because they had 5 turnovers against New England. They've been very streaky, but I believe Daniel Jones is due for a shitty game, and that is my only reason I'm picking the Steelers.
well, I'm
And the Steelers
starting
are
him
really
in
healthy
our
outside of Elliott.
under the bleachers league. There's a reason. You poached Justin Herbert right before I picked, and I just went with my draft board from there without picking a
Yeah.
quarterback because of Daniel Jones. I knew I could get him later.
But my thought process was I'm going to pick players that I think are going to win Super Bowls in the next few years.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna build the rest of my team around complementary players.
Yeah.
And heading into the year, I picked Burrow in the first round because I thought he was gonna win it this year, and then he got injured. But it's a good thing it's a good thing I triple dipped at quarterback with Mahomes and Herbert, because if I didn't, I would have been screwed this year.
Yeah. And the Joe Burrow injury is something in the one league that I'm in.
And then I took Jonathan Taylor in round 4 because one of my friends, Allison's Colts fan, huge Colts fan. So I was like, you know what? I'll pay homage to the Colts. We went to Colts training camp. I got to see the Colts in person. All the training camps I went to with my friend Blake, the one training camp we picked was the training camp of the best team in the NFL, Colts. And it was a disaster. I thought it was going to be a disaster, the likes of Bar Rescue, but here the Colts are at 7-1. Best record in the league. Ron Mott, who's helped me with some NHL draft content, he's taking his I think him and his wife are going to the game tomorrow. That's going to be fun for them. So the Colts, this is a very tough game to pick because I initially did have the Colts winning this game, but I think the Steelers, they are due for a win because if they don't win this game, they're going to blow the lead to the Ravens or Bengals a lot sooner than people think. And you have to have that suspense element of will the Ravens or won't the Ravens catch the Steelers? And if they lose this game, the Ravens will catch the Steelers. And the NFL needs the Steelers to win from a suspense standpoint. And Daniel Jones is due for a game where he throws 2 or 3 interceptions and the Colts lose. He's due for that. I'm not saying it'll be in this game, but he's due for that. And it won't be next week either. Me and Daniel Keyser were the only two that picked the Steelers on Draft Utopia. But looking at the Colts schedule, if the Colts win this game, they'll beat the Falcons in Germany and be 9-1, and then the implosion will happen because after the Colts get back from Germany, they play the Chiefs in Arrowhead, then they host the Texans, then they travel to Jacksonville, then they travel to Seattle, then they host the 49ers 2 days before Christmas Eve, and then they end the year hosting the Jaguars, and they travel to the Texans in the week 18. So the Colts implosion will happen after Germany if they manage to win this game. But they'll start 9-1, and they'll probably beat the Jaguar to get to 10-7. But they're going to have to beat the 49ers at home, or they're going to have to sweep. They're going to have to beat the Texans and Jaguars at home to win the division. Because I don't think this team is a legit Super Bowl contender, but they have started hot. They've taken advantage of an easy strength of schedule, and they control their own destiny right now. So,
yeah,
I don't think they're going to sustain this level of success. But is the drop-off going to begin this week in Pittsburgh, or is it going to begin when they come back from London and play the Chiefs?
Well, I think they're going to do just fine. I think they're going to be in the playoffs.
They are.
And
but even if they get there, I think best case scenario is you're a 3 seed and you get either New England, Buffalo, the Chargers, or Kansas City, and you probably lose that game in the playoffs.
Yeah. And Daniel Jones, it's going to come down to they're going to have to pay him.
They are.
And people are going to start, talking about him and Kirk Cousins, and the contracts that they're getting, the money they're getting. But they're ending up same place. But I mean, obviously Tyler Warren, he is showing out as a rookie, and it's just they got too much going for him. They got Pittman, they got Downs. Downs has established himself, as a pretty good,
Their offensive line is great. I mean, Bortolini, they've got Matt Goncalves at right guard, Braden Smith at right
Yep.
tackle, Nelson at left guard, and Bernard Raymond at left tackle.
Yep.
Raymond's usually missed a game or two with injuries, but that entire Colts offensive line's been healthy all year, and so is Taylor. That's a big reason why they're winning.
Yeah. Letting Jonathan Taylor run and letting Danny Dimes do his
Yeah,
thing
and for
back there.
anyone wondering who's been player of the game the most times on Draftutopia this season, last year it was Josh Allen with 9. Mahomes was second with 6. Lamar Jackson was third with 5. This year, Jonathan Taylor's had the most player of the game, 6. And then the next 2 players who've won player of the game 4 times each, running back James Cook of the Bills, quarterback Drake May of the Patriots.
Yeah.
That's it. Those are the only 3 guys that have been player of the game 4 times or more in the first half of the season. I think that's where the MVP conversation starts. I'd actually give MVP to a running back this year, but the voters are going to probably go for Allen or Mahomes. Just knowing how lazy the voters are, that's probably what they'll do unless the Patriots win out.
Yeah. And, you got to throw Christian McCaffrey into that thing too, because he's
Jonathan Taylor's had more dominant games than McCaffrey. I'm not saying McCaffrey isn't a better career running back or a more consistent running back, because he is, but Taylor's just been better this season. That's all there is to it.
Yep. Like I said, Downs has established himself as a weapon in this offense. Pittman has obviously showed out, and that's because I mean Pittman's always had the talent, but he just hadn't had the quarterback. And like I said,
they've rotated between Alec Pierce. They've rotated between Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell, Ashton Doolin, and Anthony Gold at slot receiver. So basically every receiver on their depth charts had a little sprinkle of experience at slot receiver, and they're not really tipping their hand. That makes them dangerous because you don't know which guy to prepare for.
Yeah. And even over, like I was talking fantasy before, Daniel Jones is number 6 quarterback over there, number 10 overall. And, well, I mean, I said he was going to do well there. I believe it. And he has. It's as simple as that. They've got too good of a team around him for him not to step back and be able to do his thing. Actually, not be with
Chargers Titans. I took the Chargers. Everybody took the Chargers. I even made a joke last week that Cam Ward needs to go to Camp Fumble Wawa. I called him the real life version of Lance Truman. That's a reference to the movie The Comebacks with Dave. The Comebacks is a football movie. It's a very stupid football movie. I enjoyed it as a kid, but it's a football movie. It's a football movie. It's a sports parody film. There's references to Rocky. There's references to Gridiron Gang. But basically, David Kochner, he's coached Lambeau Fields. He's trying to beat his old assistant coach, Freddie Wiseman, played by Carl Weathers. He's trying to win that game. And that's basically the plot of the whole movie. Also, Bradley Cooper stars as a cowboy. Bradley Cooper literally plays a cowboy in The Comebacks, but that's the whole movie. That's the whole movie. Will Arnett is a mailman. It's a funny movie, but there's a lot of stupid gags in the movie as well. Jack Shepard is a sheriff. Lawrence Taylor and Michael Irvin made cameo appearances in The Comebacks. So yes, it's a funny movie. If you're looking for a one-time movie to watch, The Comebacks is a good movie, but if I used to binge watch that movie a lot when I was a teenager, and Andy Dick's the toilet bowl referee. Stacy Keebler's in this. Dennis Rodman's the prison warden. Yes, Dennis Rodman's a prison warden in this movie.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not going to mention the comebacks, but
what's going on in Tennessee?
Lance Truman in the movie, The Comebacks, Lance Truman has a fumbling problem, so his parents send him to Camp Fumble Wawa to make sure he doesn't fumble the football. And that's where I got the Camp Fumble Wawa joke, because Cam Ward's fumbled the ball so many times this year. I'm literally at the point where I'm asking myself, is this the real life version of Lance Truman? Does he need to go to Camp Fumble Wawa this offseason? That's where I'm at with Cam Ward. It could be a rookie thing. If it's not a rookie thing, then the Titans are going to have a quarterback issue down the road. I don't think it's time to panic yet. I still think Cam Ward can be the guy, but they don't have the right coach. And they just have a lot of areas that their team they're going to have to patch up. They traded Roger McCreary to the Rams. And they traded Brownlee to the Jets. So Snead's their only good corner. They don't have an edge rusher. They don't have a left tackle. I think Latham can work at right tackle, but they don't have a left tackle. They don't have an edge rusher on either side. They don't have a corner outside of Snead that can do shit. So basically, it's Cam Ward, Jeffrey Simmons, and nothing else, and a young group of rookies. And you're hoping that's enough to get you over the hump. And and frankly, I don't think it is. But we'll see. If the Titans hire the right coach, maybe they can turn this around. I'm just not confident in the Titans from an ownership standpoint. Nashville SC is a very complete team on paper, but they're playing Inter Miami CF in the MLS playoffs. And Inter Miami CF is owned by David Beckham. Nashville SC is owned by the Tennessee Titans owner. That's why I picked Miami to win that series. And frankly, Messi's the best soccer player in the world. He led Argentina to a FIFA World Cup championship.
Well,
so you can make an argument for Ronaldo or Neymar, and that's fine. But those guys played for Brazil and Spain. Those are very good countries in soccer year after year. Argentina is a good country, but they're not like a powerhouse that wins in soccer every year on the world's biggest stage.
Yeah. And the Tennessee Titans are starting to mid-round wide receivers.
Both fourth picks. They actually played a two tight end set. They They started Okonkwo and Gunnar Helm because they drafted Chamir Dyke in the early fourth round. They got Gunnar Helm at 120, and then they took A.O. Manor with their fifth round pick at 144, I think.
A.O. Manor and Dyke,
so they're playing A.O. Manor and Dyke and Gunnar Helm. They're probably going to start Gunnar Helm and let Okonkwo walk because Helm had a higher ceiling than Okonkwo coming up.
From what I saw fit on film with Gunnar Helm, he is a serviceable tight end. That's kind of his ceiling, I feel.
If the rookie playmakers develop, I think Cam Ward can succeed, but it comes down to them developing, William. If they don't develop, this is a disaster waiting to happen. And Cam Ward has to clean up his fumbles next year. I'm not going to put much stock into it right now, but he's playing like a guy who needs to go to Camp Fumble Wawa.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be making comeback references 18 years after the comebacks came out.
I haven't bothered to pick up A.O. Manor and any of my, I think I'm in 4 or 5.
Part of it might be the fact that Ridley's on IR, but it's a good chance for these rookies to grow and really build some chemistry together.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to do. And they also need the running game to succeed, for
I agree.
These rookies to do their thing. I had a late first round grade on Cam Ward coming out of college.
He was my QB1, but I said he had a high floor and a low ceiling.
Yeah.
I mean, when I said that, I meant I think his potential maxes out at like a 90 or a 91 out of 99, which is good enough to be a borderline Pro Bowl quarterback, but not good enough to get you to a conference championship or a Super Bowl. Think an AFC version of Dak Prescott. That's what you're getting with Cam Ward if he develops. You're getting an AFC version of Dak Prescott.
Well,
which isn't bad, but it's not going to get you over the hump against guys like May, Lamar, Allen, Stroud, Herbert. It's not going to get you over the hump. It might get you to a divisional round game down the road in 5 years.
My mentor, Daniel Kelly, and I both at the same time You know, when comparing Cam Ward to someone, we figured he could be a Jalen Hurts type quarterback. You know, and that was something we 1,000% agreed on. And I feel that's what it is. You know, I mean, with
I remember him
supporting cast,
comparing Ward to Mahomes in his scouting report on first round mock.
he said he was doing some Mahomes type things, and I can see that. You know, with the arm angles.
That's probably why the Titans drafted him, because they're
Yeah.
the Chiefs' assistant GM after Ryan Poles left was the guy who helped them win the other 2 Super Bowls. And
There
then he
were
went to the
shades
Titans.
of Mahomes, like I said, with the arm angles. And
Yeah,
so I can see where all that is coming from, you know. And
I've got the Chargers 27-17. They're 9.5-point favorites. I think they beat the Titans by 10 and barely cover the spread. The over under is 43.5, so I like the over barely here.
yeah,
High scoring game.
and Cam Ward, like I said, I just question where the hell is the fire, you know? I mean, that's my knock on him, and I'll let you continue.
All right. The next game is Rams and the Saints. Tyler Show is making his first NFL start. This game is going to get so ugly for New Orleans.
Yeah.
I think Matthew Stafford and Jimmy Garoppolo could get injured like in any given Sunday, and Stetson Bennett would come in as a third stringer and still beat the Saints.
When you told me
that's how little respect I have for the Saints right now with them benching Rattler, but they benched him because he committed too many turnovers against Tampa. I mean, Rattler did not have a completion until he had incomplete pass until he had like an interception in the second quarter. I think the interception was his first incompletion on the game, but he had scoring opportunities, but he just couldn't capitalize on them. And I think the Saints were at a point where they said, you know what, we're going to let Show start the second half. And if we suck and we get a top 5 draft pick, then we'll consider a QB in 2026.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you told me that there were the QB1 was playing first down, QB2 second down, QB3 third down in practice, I knew that
training camp.
Training camp, same thing. But I just knew that this coaching staff doesn't know what the hell they're doing, and they have Rattler. But he tries to do too much when, you know, that's what he was notorious for. You know, my knock on him, he was doing too much when he didn't have the supporting cast or when he was trying to win. And that's how he commits turnovers. You know, I mean, he is a gunslinger in every essence, you know.
And I just do not trust Tyler Show. I think he's a floor QB. I think he peaked in college last year. He transferred from 3 different schools. There's just too many red flags to sell me on him. I think so lowly of Tyler Show that Stafford and Garoppolo could get injured. Stetson Bennett could come in like Willie Beeman any given Sunday, and he would still beat the Saints. That's how little confidence I have in Tyler Show.
Yeah,
that I think the Rams' third stringer would beat him.
He
straight up
did not.
That is the most disrespectfful thing I could say about a quarterback. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. That's just how I see.
He did not ever make a full season in college. He didn't ever start a full season, and he played 6 years in college. So
final score is 42-3 Rams. Point spread's only minus 14.5. It should be like minus 19.5 or minus 20. Point spread is way too low on this game. Yeah. Point spread should be close to like 18, 19, or 20.
Yeah, but you know,
but the bookies are playing it safe because they don't want to push people away with a high point spread. But the point spread should be much higher than it is.
Yeah.
You want to come on this, Joey? Next game is Jaguars Raiders. I took the Raiders in an upset. The reason is Travis Hunter's on IR. With Hunter going on IR, I don't think the Jaguars are going to be as potent. I know the Raiders do not have a good number 1 corner. That's why most of our staff took the Jaguars. Bowers is coming back, though. And I think Bowers is going to carve these safeties. And Ginty is due for a 100-yard game and a win. He's due for another 100-yard game. He had one in week 4. He's due for another one.
Oh,
But the Raiders
alright,
have
man.
to get on the board first and balance this out.
There's never been a tight end do anything under Pete Carroll. And I mentioned I had those concerns before the season started. I was like, you go back, the best tight end he had was Jimmy Graham, and that was at the end of his career when, he wasn't all there. And dude, Bowers is great, and Mayer is damn good, but they're not gonna succeed in Pete Carroll's system. It's just not there. And I don't know what the Raiders are going to do with that, because Geno Smith as a stopgap quarterback, he is the definition of a game manager. Look how his career started, and
if Eric Stokes can limit Brian Thomas Jr., who is coming off the best week of practice in his career, according to Liam Cohen, if he can stop him, they can steal this game. I'm not saying they will steal this game. I'm saying they are capable of stealing this game. And a lot of people are writing off the Raiders, and rightfully so. Me and Daniel Keyser both took the Raiders in the upset. I have the Raiders winning 24-21. This is one of my upsets. So, yeah, I'm taking a lot more upsets than I usually take. I usually limit my upsets to 2 or 3 a week. I'm taking 4 upsets. That should tell you something.
Yeah.
That should tell you something.
And Travis Hunter playing both sides of the ball is something that, that's twice
And
where.
that's the thing. With Hunter out, with Tyson Campbell on the Browns, this game's kind of even, as in both QBs have shitty secondaries. So if Geno Smith can win the turnover battle and Bowers shows up, Ginty shows up, Raiders can steal this game.
Yeah.
But if they do steal it, they're going to win by a field goal. They're barely going to prevail. It's not going to be like a blowout or anything for either team, I don't think. I think this game's going to be close.
Twice the snaps equals twice the wear. So we'll just put it that way.
If Lawrence deals and Geno struggles, then yeah, the Jags will win. But I think Geno can win the turnover battle against Lawrence.
Yeah.
But he's not going to go crazy or go for 300 yards like he did against the Patriots in week 1. That was an outlier.
Yeah, for sure. And I picked the Jaguars just because, I feel that, they've got just a little bit more than whatever the hell the Raiders are doing right now. So
that's fair, but at the same time, with the Jaguars trading Tyson Campbell and with Hunter on IR, their morale's at an all-time low.
Yeah.
So the Raiders can take advantage of that. They will steal this. But if the Jaguars can win this game, I feel like if the Jaguars can win this game, they'll steal their seat. They'll the Jaguars, if they win this game, they can turn their season around. I'll pull up playoff predictors, projected standings really quickly here, and then I'll get back to the predictions. But right now, I have the Bills at 15-2. They are my 1 seed. I've got the Chargers at 13-4, 2 seed. Colts 11-6, 3 seed. Ravens are 10-7. They are my 4 seed. Patriots at 13-4, 12-5 are my 5 seed. No, I think the Patriots probably lose to Tampa. Now that I think about it, I picked Patriots to beat Tampa out of emotion. That's not smart. That's not smart. As much as I love Drake May, that game's in Tampa, that's not smart to make a pick based on emotion. That's what I did. But the Patriots do have the corners to beat Baker, but we will save that for next week. But yeah, I've got the Chiefs at 12-5 and the Patriots at 12-5. Chiefs would be the 5 seed in this scenario. They would play the Ravens, and the Patriots would be the 6 seed, and they would play the Colts in Indy. And then the 7 seed would be a 4-way tie between the 9-8 Steelers, the 9-8 Broncos, the 9-8 Jaguars, the 9-8 Texans. Jaguars are 8-9 in my scenario. But the Broncos, Texans, and Steelers are all 9-8. And in this scenario, the Steelers get the tiebreaker. So if the Broncos or Jaguars want to get in over the Steelers, they need a few things to happen. They need the Colts to lose the Steelers, and both of them need to handle business this week. Because right now, that's what this comes down to. If the Steelers beat the Colts, the Jags lose to the Raiders, the Texans beat the Broncos, it's going to open up a whole can of worms for that last wild card. because I think if the Broncos beat the Texans and, Steelers lose the Colts, the Broncos assure themselves one of the 3 playoff spots. Whether it's a division or a wild card spot, they can pretty much assure themselves a playoff spot, barring an injury or a collapse in the second half. This is an opportunity for them to secure a playoff spot with a win. And they'd control their own destiny in the second half. So I took the Texans in the upset. I took the Raiders in the upset. Chiefs and Bills, I'm taking the Bills. Vegas has the Chiefs winning as favorites. I like the Bills here as underdogs. This is the 3rd game where majority of our staff chose the underdog over the favorite. And it's a split decision. Chiefs are 2.5-point favorites. I like the Bills 27-28. Kerm, Tracy, Tony Mario, and Daniel Keyser took the Chiefs. Joey, myself, Wes took the Bills. William took the Bills as well. You love to pick against the Chiefs, but I think part of it's you're sick of the Chiefs. You want something new. You want something exciting. It's not just you hating the Chiefs. There's more to it. You want that variety. There's been a lack of variety in the AFC for years because it was always either the Patriots conference or the Chiefs conference. That's been the narrative for the past 20 years. And when it wasn't their conference, a young star capitalized on their window of opportunity, whether it was Manning or Roethlisberger or Eli and the Giants or Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers. That's really it. There's really nobody else. Much as I'd like to keep naming names, there's really nobody else that capitalized in that window. So I'll take the Bills in a barn burner, 28-27. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. It's going to be the game of the week on CBS everywhere. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, A&M 3, Alabama's number 4, Georgia's number 5, Oregon's number 6, Ole Miss 7, Georgia Tech 8, Vanderbilt 9, Miami, Florida 10, BYU at 11, and Navy at 12 in my college football playoff. That was heading into this week. I'll give you guys some scores for college football right now to see what things look like. Not going to do a full in-depth analysis. The Buckeyes lead Penn State by only 10, but they are in field goal range. So Buckeyes are winning. I forgot to put the game on Comcast. I'll put the games on multi-view right now. I forgot. But yeah, Ohio State leads by 10. Both Vanderbilt and Miami, Florida are losing at the moment. The Hurricanes are losing to unranked SMU, and Texas is beating Vanderbilt 31-10. So Vanderbilt's going to fall out of the top 10, and that means no, because right now we've got Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, and Vanderbilt. We've got 5 SEC teams in the playoff picture. That with Vanderbilt losing to Texas today, that means Notre Dame probably moves into the top. With Notre Dame wins out, they move in. That's probably what we're looking at. I think Notre Dame probably moves into the playoff picture with and Texas Tech could have a say in this too. If Texas Tech, I think, in order for Georgia to move out, they've got to lose to Florida. They've got to lose to an ugly opponent. The BYU Texas Tech game is probably going to decide the Big 12. It's going to have big implications in the Big 12 championship. So,
yes, sir. Don't mind me.
No worries.
Sorry. I just
wanted to give a quick college football update. And North Texas is playing Navy. Navy's playing North Texas. You know what, Google? You're an asshole for not showing us that game. Navy's unranked, and there's 6 unbeatens left in college football. I know Navy's unranked, but they got the most votes of any unranked team. Ooh, North Texas. Savannah's Mean Green North Texas machine. They lead Navy by a touchdown at the moment.
Oh,
okay. Nice. Where is that game? Comcast. I want the North Texas Navy game. I want that game. I want to see that game. Mestamaker's been very good this year as a freshman at North Texas. I want to see if that game, because that's the first game we're putting on multi-view right now, because it's a 1-score game. We are putting that game on. Penn State, Ohio State. I'm a Buckeyes fan, so that'll be number 2. Vanderbilt, Texas, we'll put that on. Arch Manning is dealing against Vanderbilt, and we'll put Miami SMU as the 4th game. Yeah, those are the 4 we're going to pick. All right. So, multi-view, do your thing, load that game up. Oh, North Texas just got another touchdown, so undefeated Navy. North Texas can still make the playoff. North Texas, if they get to the AAC championship and win, they get in as the group of 5 team. It's that simple. They are still in this thing. So North Texas is beating Navy by 2 touchdowns as we approach the 4th quarter. And Ohio State just scored on Penn State. Hurricanes just retook the lead. I'm pretty certain Vanderbilt's going to lose to Texas. That's going to open up 1 playoff spot for Notre Dame. But could another domino fall? Because if Miami loses to SMU, I think that's going to open things up for Texas Tech to move into the top 12, even with the loss. So that's what I'm looking at. All right. Let's get to Seattle, Washington. I know Joey wants to get out of here. I want to get out of here. You want to get out of here. I took Washington over Seattle. Jaden Daniels is coming back. I know McLaurin is out. I think Jaden Daniels wins. I've got Commanders 27-20 over the Seahawks. Majority of our staff did pick Seattle, but it was a 5-4 split decision. Very close. Me, Joey, Wes, and you, William, we all took the Commanders in the upset. But the rest of our staff picked the Seahawks, who are favored. But this does feel like a trap game for Seattle. And I also think it's not just that it's a trap game for Seattle. With Washington at 3-5 and 2 home games coming up against Seattle and Detroit, they're at a crossing roads where if they lose both these games, they're pretty much out of the playoff picture. If they win both these games, they're back in the hunt and they can make things interesting in the second half. They're at a crossing roads. That's where it's at. That's really that's the best way to summarize it.
Agreed. And Sam Darnold's doing his thing up there. You know, I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
We're not taking anything away from the Seahawks.
Damn near superstar. But you know, I mean, obviously, no, I picked the Seahawks. I mean,
I thought you picked the Commanders on the text I saw. If you did pick the Seahawks, I'm gonna have to bail soon. Let me just pull up your picks. I will quickly get through these 2 games. I'll get through both these games by 2:30 because I just saw the text. William. I didn't know you had plans. I will wrap this up.
Oh, no worries, man. No worries.
I will wrap this up by 2:30. I just want to pull up the text. I want to pull up your predictions that you texted me because you say you picked the Seahawks, but I thought you picked the Commanders. So I just want to double check something here. And then you did pick the Seahawks. So I need to change that. I have to, that's on me. I'm going to change that. I got
You're good, man. You're good, man. You know, and they've got Kenneth Walker. He is coming up in a contract year. Charbonnet is going to be the number 1 there.
I don't think Charbonnet's as good as Walker. I think Walker's their best running back.
Oh, definitely. But, you know, I mean, with this contract coming up and everything else. And
if the Seahawks don't want to pay Walker, they will make Charbonnet the bell cow for a year. But
yeah,
I think Charbonnet's more of a high-end number 2. And Seattle had a first-round grade on Walker, but I also think since they got 2 running backs on rookie deals, they're going to leave it to chance and get another guy in the draft.
Charbonnet runs hard.
Seattle always does. He
just doesn't have that breakaway, you know. That's his only thing, Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
Has that breakaway, you know, so there is that. I mean, Walker's known for his athleticism. And, you know, I mean, their defense is definitely maybe a little bit underrated. It's not what they've had in the past, but you know, I mean, like I said, I picked them, but just barely. I don't know. Washington, they've had a ton of injuries, you know, and Jaden Daniels coming off an injury, and everything else. That's why I just picked the Seahawks. They're
And
just
Wes
doing
also
what
took the
they do.
Seahawks, so I need to change his pick to Seattle too. So that leaves me and Joey as the lone two members of Draft Utopia that took the Commanders in the upset. So it's Joey and I versus the world this week on Sunday Night Football. We're both picking the Commanders. I'll as long as
You know
Joey
how I
lets
feel
lie,
about
I
Bill, though,
promise
man.
never to say that on the podcast ever again. But I think Joey's at the point where he just doesn't care anymore. He just wants the show to end, and I'm feelings mutual. We all feel that way. I did not anticipate this show being this long, but we've got 2 predictions left. I am throwing in a bonus curveball. It's Game 7 of the World Series, but Cardinals, Cowboys, I took the Cowboys. Kyler Murray is coming back, though. This is going to be a high-scoring game. This is going to be a shootout. The irony is a lot of people are taking the under. The over-under is 53.5. A lot of people are taking the under. Games at AT&T Stadium have been shootouts this year. The Packers tie, the win over the Giants, that game that went to overtime with Russell Wilson at quarterback. If they had started Dart, they may have won that game, William. But games at AT&T Stadium this year have been absolute shootouts. And that's not going to change this week. That's not going to change. So give me the Cowboys 31-24. I think this is going to be a very close game, but I just think the Cowboys are going to do a little bit more to win on Monday Night Football. William, you want to make your case for the Cardinals? Then we'll get to the World Series, and then we'll get out of here. The only reason I'm acknowledging the World Series is because it's Game 7.
Well,
Neither Joey and I care for this World Series, but because it went to Game 7 and because the ratings have been high and because the Game 3 went to 18 innings, I will briefly acknowledge Game 7 of the World Series. But yeah, you want to tell us why you picked the Cardinals?
Yeah, last year the Cardinals were a team that was very underrated. They come into this year. There's some injuries, obviously. The running backs, Connor, Benson, both out. But I feel that they're just going to come in here under. Sorry about that. And the Dallas Cowboys, I just don't believe in Dak Prescott. He's just that. He's that Kirk Cousins guy that might put up, some yards and some stats, but he's not going to win the big one.
Yeah.
And I just feel it's going to be, one of those games. The Cardinals have beat the Cowboys quite a few times in the past. It's kind of one of those things where they come in here and they're always the underdog. So,
yeah. And then the final game.
Now, I will say this, William. Dak Prescott's been one of my favorites since well before his draft as Chris Kentucky. And I have the utmost confidence in him, even in this situation. Because, let's face it, Cowboys aren't in the greatest situation right now. You just mentioned it. But I believe that Prescott. When the chips are down in his career, he's been able to deal with it. The only thing he needs is playoff wins, and his legacy would be secure. So, it's like, I gotta take Dak in these situations.
Yeah, one of my friends on Discord, Aiden, who's a Patriots fan like me, he has the Patriots playing the Cowboys in this year's Super Bowl. I would love to see that as a fan because it's not going to happen. The Cowboys are not going to make the Super Bowl, but I just think that would be a very entertaining matchup, Joey. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think that'd be a very entertaining matchup. The Patriots with Drake. It's not realistic.
Both of those teams, neither one of those teams are going to even come close. So it's.
I think New England could win a wild card game, but that's their ceiling. They have to draw a team like the Colts. They got to draw the Colts. If they draw the Colts, they can win a wild card game, but that's their ceiling.
I think both ceilings are both teams I think the Patriots reaching the divisional, Cowboys reaching the NFC Championship. That's their ceilings.
Nah, I don't think the Cowboys could reach the ceilings.
Is it gonna happen? That's ceilings. Is it going to happen? No. Is the Super Bowl going to happen? Absolutely not.
Basically, the only way the Patriots can win the Super Bowl is if they get the Lions and Brad Allen's the ref. I don't think those two things are going to happen. It's a long shot.
The Lions, Brad Allen's the ref.
They got a chance, but that's
the other team is injured. The head coach is drunk.
No, because Vrabel's going to outcoach Dan Campbell.
Gentleman's got a cocaine addiction.
Dan Campbell's a great coach, but he's too impulsive on fourth down. Dan Campbell is a great coach.
Are on a function of something that Master Yoda would have that wants him to talk bad word. So if all these things came,
Dan Campbell's fourth down attempt rate is a double-edged sword because when he gets fourth down conversions, the Lions, they can just replenish and continue their drives. But if they don't get fourth down conversions, they're beatable. That's the thing.
Well, Dan Campbell is the exception because he could be on meth and that would make him halfway normal. Okay, yeah, Dan Campbell is just a beast amongst himself. You give him that, he's like, oh, what the fuck's this? Aspirin? Dan Campbell has a natural high.
He hasn't been to a Super Bowl. I know you want to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's a very accomplished head coach. I know you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but we also got to be realists here.
I give Dan Campbell the benefit of the doubt because he's got the biggest balls on the fucking planet. Okay? Let's just be honest. He is just one of one. So that's why I give him the benefit of the doubt.
But I feel like the benefit of the doubt is something you have to earn by winning a championship. If you don't win a championship, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. Ever. Regardless of how many good years you've had in the league.
Well, how about this? Wasn't Dan Campbell walk down there?
You're just giving Dan Campbell the benefit of the doubt because of Dan Campbell, his persona. Because of his persona. I know I'm doing it again.
And then walks the Lions into the Super Bowl. Would you do that?
No, because he has to win the game first. He hasn't shown he can win the big game.
He has to win the game before he beats the fuck out of Andy Reid.
He has to win the fucking game first. He has to win. He lost to Andy Reid this year. He has to win a Super Bowl. You have to win a Super Bowl before you get the champion. Joey, the amount of confidence and balls and energy you have, it doesn't matter if you don't win a championship. Yes, it's good to have. It's good to have. It can rally a locker room. Sometimes you can. If you have the right roster and all the breaks go your way, you can win a championship without that. If you've got a complete roster on both sides of the ball.
If you have the most estrogen in the league and you win a championship, Chris, I will give you that. Then I will submit to that thought process. But I don't think Kevin Stefanski's going to win a championship in his career. So I'm
not applying estrogen. I'm looking at the teams on paper. You're looking at Dan Campbell's manliness. I'm looking at the complete roster, the cornerbacks, the defensive linemen, the linebackers, the offensive line. I'll admit I overanalyze a lot of stuff.
The Lions kind of fit all that.
They are a pretty complete team, but if they draw the Patriots and they get Brad Allen, who's penalized the Patriots fewer times than any team in the league, and he penalizes the fuck out of the Lions just to give the Patriots a fighting chance, and the Patriots actually do enough to win, they can win. I do, because it's the bigger picture.
You know, the big picture is that's where the coach comes in and it's like
Vrabel's better. Vrabel's won a Super Bowl, and Campbell hasn't.
Situation. Well, you know what? This would have been the situation where, and let's face it, I will give you the benefit of the doubt.
Mike Vrabel gets the benefit of the doubt because he won a Super Bowl and Dan Campbell doesn't. That's a double standard, but that's the reality because Vrabel won one as a player under Belichick.
Vrabel maybe is probably just as manly.
And he has a championship. He has a championship. Let's not ignore that because you're
not as a coach.
Maybe not as a coach, but as a player. And Dan Campbell does not have a championship as a player or a coach. And that's the tiebreaker here. That's the tiebreaker. Really. You're basically saying manliness is more important than championships. And that's a terrible thought process.
I'm separating these things.
Why?
It is because you have to build the culture. That is what I'm looking at. The culture of aggressive manliness and the process of...
But what I'm looking at is they're equals.
And
Vrabel and Campbell are equals as head coaches. They both went to one they both went to one conference championship, and they were both the number 1 seed one time, and they both lost as the 1 seed. So they're equals. They're equals as head coaches.
Equals, yeah, I can get behind you on that one.
They are equals as head coaches. Their playoff resumes show that. Their playoff resumes show that. And I'm giving Vrabel the tiebreaker because he's won a championship as a player.
I would give Campbell the tiebreaker because...
I can't give a coach a tiebreaker if they haven't won.
And this is right up your alley, Chris. I think the Lions are a better team overall.
I agree. They are a better team overall.
That is why the tiebreaker would go to the Lions, in my opinion.
That's a fair thought process, but I think if you give them Brad Allen, I think the Patriots do enough to win, and the Lions, because the Lions will have these games where Goff will throw a few interceptions and they'll sputter out of control. Patriots haven't shown that yet. Now, if they show that, things can change, but outside of the first few weeks of the season, they've done a tremendous job cleaning up their turnovers.
Yeah,
all right, it's 2:36. We're picking our World Series winner so we can get out of here.
God damn it. World Series.
It's Game 7. That's the only reason I brought up the World Series.
Give me the Blue Jays.
I hope the Blue Jays win. I hope the Blue Jays win. As a fan of Major League Baseball, I hate the Yankees. I hate the Dodgers. I would rather watch 2 countries go to war with each other than watch the World Series between the Yankees and Dodgers, because they're both big market teams and they're both going to buy out the best players without a salary cap. So I would rather watch 2 countries go to war with each other than watch the Yankees and Dodgers in a World Series. So Major League Baseball, if you want me to boycott your sport, putting the Yankees and the Dodgers in the World Series is the easiest way to get me to tune out. If you want me to not tune in, that's the easiest way. I will only watch a World Series if I have to type a game recap for the site, and it's like games 5 through 7. If it's a deciding game, that's the only scenario in which I'll watch. Because if I have to type a game recap, I'll watch in that exception. But that's the exception to the rule, not the rule itself. But tonight, I probably am going to watch the World Series because it's a Game 7. But I'm expecting the Dodgers to win. I'm expecting them to break my heart, just like the Cubs broke my heart 10 years ago, or 9 years ago now. But, I'm expecting the Dodgers to win. I hope Toronto wipes the floor with them. I hope Vladimir Guerrero wins the World Series trophy, lifts the trophy, says, "Look, Dad, I got one of these." And the thing is, Guerrero Sr., he played his career with the Expos, and then when the Angels offered him a contract, he bounced around in free agency, but that's probably because he wanted to provide for his family, whereas Vlad Guerrero did the opposite. He stayed loyal to Canada. The irony is I picked Toronto to win the World Series last year, and they finished last in the division. This year, I picked Seattle over the Dodgers in 7 games, and the frickin' Blue Jays decide to ruin it. The Blue Jays decided to disappoint me last year, then shit on my MLB prediction this year. That's the irony, Joey. They decide to disappoint me colossally in 2024, and then they decide to shit on my prediction this year. So that's the irony. And I do hope they win despite them ruining my pick, because I want to see a salary cap in baseball. And the Dodgers, they are basically the West Coast version of the Yankees. I will not apologize. To be fair to Dodger fans, they are way more respectful than Yankee fans. I will give you that. Okay? You are way more respectful than Yankee fans, and I admire the fact that people like CJ Cuevas, the Niners fan, or Group Mock, Oren, they're Dodger fans. I admire the fact that they're Dodger fans. They're still loyal to their team, and they'll bring up the history of their team. Okay, I do admire that to a point, but I've never cared for the Dodgers as a baseball fan. I've never cared for them. So I would rather watch Ukraine and Russia play Family Feud with Putin and Zelensky leading their countries than watch a Yankees-Dodgers World Series. That's how much I dislike the Yankees and the Dodgers. I would rather watch Family Feud with Putin and Zelensky going up against each other in front of Steve Harvey, in front of millions of people, than watch a World Series with the Yankees and Dodgers. That's just the fan in me talking. That's not the critic in me talking or the analyst in me talking. That's the fan in me talking. But I think the Dodgers are going to win, but I'm rooting for Toronto. William, you've got the tiebreaker. Who wins tonight's World Series? And then we are getting the fuck out of here. Are you picking America or Canada? It's Game 7. It's in Toronto. It's at 8 on Fox tonight. As soon as you crown a winner, I am signing off. And if he doesn't crown a winner, I'm going to start previewing MLS games. So it's a double-edged sword, William. It's up to you to save Joey from hearing my soccer commentary. You have to pick a winner. William, please save us from this tyranny. Dodgers or Blue Jays? You don't even have to watch the game. Just please pick a winner so we can get out of here. We all want to get out of here. Is your mic off? All right, I'm going to find out. All right, so when William makes his pick, I'll sign off. In the meantime, I am going to get some stuff up.
All right, I'm back. Who are we talking about?
The World Series. It is the Dodgers and it's the Blue Jays. It's Game 7. I'm rooting for Toronto. I'm picking the Dodgers to win. I would rather – I just hate that. As a baseball fan, I've never liked the Dodgers or the Yankees. I would rather watch Ukraine and – I'd rather watch Putin and Zelensky play Family Feud than watch a Dodger-Yankee World Series. I just don't like either team. But it's the Dodgers and it's the Blue Jays in Toronto. It's Game 7 of the World Series. Joey's picking Toronto for the hell of it. I'm rooting for Toronto, but I'm picking the Dodgers. You've got the tiebreaker.
Okay, well, I got to. My grandma was a Dodgers fan, so that's my pick. There we go.
There we go.
I always like rooting for the underdog and everything else, but like I said,
that was what happened in 2016. Joey's dad was a Cardinals fan. His mom was a Cubs fan. And even though he had great respect for the Cleveland Indians because of their tradition and because they were the team of the 90s, he rooted for the Cubs because they were his mom's team. But he's been a Guardians fan ever since.
Of course, my grandma, they were the Brooklyn Dodgers when she was a fan. So
a lot of history there, even with didn't Jackie Robinson play for the Dodgers?
Mm-hmm.
Or he played for the Yankees? I forget.
Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers. Cool. All right. Dave Tepper, you're playing New York City FC. You're going to lose. Woody Johnson's going to laugh at you like Montgomery Burns during the bye week. Woody Johnson has no affiliation with New York City FC. They're owned by the Yankees. Thank God. If Woody Johnson had any affiliation with this soccer franchise and it was Woody Johnson versus Dave Tepper in the playoffs, I think our heads would explode. Chicago, they're going to lose to Philly. They're going to get eliminated today. They did win a playoff series in a play-in game against Orlando, so they did break their playoff drought. Good for them. Messi knocks out Nashville. San Diego knocks out Portland in Portland. I like FC Dallas in an upset to force Game 3 against Vancouver, but Vancouver's just a way more complete team. But there's going to be one. There's going to be one team that forces a Game 3. I think Charlotte actually does beat New York to force a Game 3, but there's going to be a few upsets. Vancouver should beat FC Dallas, but I mean, FC Dallas, they're at home against Vancouver, and Vancouver doesn't have a striker that can get double-digit goals, and Clark Hunt, Chiefs owner, owns FC Dallas, so that could go either way. Hell is real. I like Columbus tomorrow. Jimmy Haslam, he can put all his energy into helping the Crew win. The Browns are on a bye week. The Crew are going to force a Game 3 back in Cincinnati, and whoever wins that game next week is going to be Joey's pick to win the MLS Cup, because he picked FC Cincinnati at the beginning of the year, but let's face it, if Columbus can beat at Cincinnati once again, they can cause some chaos in this tournament. And if they draw a team like Nashville versus Miami, they could probably win that series and get to the Eastern Conference Finals. And if somebody knocks out Philadelphia for them, they'd have home field in the Eastern Conference Finals. Well, not home field, but they'd get either Dave Tepper or the New York City FC. And I think Columbus could beat either of those teams. And that's really the only path I see for Columbus when it comes to returning to the MLS Cup. I'm not going to break down the other games. I know there's some games on Monday. We can always break those games down next week. I'm not going to break those games down right now. We've been on the air for almost, I've been on the air with William since 9 a.m. So we've almost been on the air for 6 hours. You've been on the air for 4. So yeah, we're signing off. And next Talk Shoe episode will be on the second Saturday in December, right before the MLS draft. But we'll be back with the center rankings on Restream next week. Joey will be on the phone. That's William Yanish. I'm Chris Ransom. That's Joseph Potter. We're signing off. Enjoy your Saturday.
Under the bleachers, man. Under the bleachers. Hashtag. Look it up.
Under the bleachers, Draft Utopia. You check us out. Check out our companies, our content.